Fromaholics. Welcome. Welcome. We're a bit late, but better late than never. Thanks for being patient and waiting. I appreciate it. Scarlett's got her really unique looking ballerina music box here, which is fitting for the episode we're about to break down from season 2, episode 2. I've never seen a round music box before.
Yeah, it's like an antique one.
Oh, that's so cool. It's certainly prettier than that charred.
Yeah, she's got both her legs.
The charred, horrifying one with the broken leg. That was whose idea? That was I think that was Jack Bender's idea to do that.
Yeah, it seems like a Jack Bender idea because he directed this episode.
Yeah. He said, like let's give her a broken leg. It's a messed up place. Let's give her a broken leg, and then it was his idea to have the ballerina visions follow Boyd around in the music box as well later. So they were just going to leave it at that, but it was his idea to have that continue. And I think that was really a brilliant move. So it's an example of how sometimes they start with one plan and then it evolves as they come up with new ideas and collaborate. The three of them, the three J's, John, Jeff, and Jack.
Yeah. So. I wonder if Mari will ever have her ballerina moment because she is a ballerina.
Right.
By trade.
Yeah, she is. She is. So yeah, who knows? But let's see, Dieter was in here really early because he knew he wouldn't be able to. Well, I mean, he thought we were going to be starting a lot earlier than this. We had our clocks changed, so now Dieter's only 5 hours ahead of us instead of 6. So he comes a little bit later until I guess they changed their clocks too, but later than us. I don't know. I don't really understand it. I don't really understand. I don't understand it, but I appreciate Dieter popping in the chat early, and that was nice of you. Hey Scott, nice to see you. Hey Zapton Kaboom, nice to see you as always. And I'm highlighting my own comment.
Of course.
Yeah.
You can highlight my comments. I'm in the chat for a sec.
Yeah. So Dieter pointed out that our new member of our Discord, Ryan, who moderates a giant Facebook group, or I think he's an admin or something. He posted a theory. That's cool. I haven't had a chance to check out the Discord yet today. I'll have to take a look at that. Nice. Yeah, Ryan is awesome. I'm so glad we connected. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Sorry Owen is sick. Poor kid. Well, that sucks. The kids get sick all the time too. It's just nonstop.
Yes.
You would know.
Yeah, you're always like dodging like whooping cough and pink eye and stuff when you teach elementary school.
Oh God, yeah. And yeah, it never ends. It's just one thing after the next because they don't have a developed immune system, so it sucks.
And they put everything in their mouths.
Yeah.
They're filthy. Sorry, Dieter. I know you have one. They're filthy.
I got a job years ago. Several, like 2016, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
At a preschool, and they told me you're gonna get sick within 2 weeks, and I did. Within 2 weeks, I had the flu, really bad flu that lingered a long time, and then I finally got over the after effects of that, where I completely lost my voice and everything. I finally got over that. I couldn't talk loud enough for the kids to hear me when they were, making a bunch of noise. Then I got a severe strep throat infection, or some kind of severe throat infection with huge lesions in my throat, and right back to back. So that's what happens when you work with young children. You're sick a lot.
I remember I got a throat thing, but the doctor prescribed some codeine to me, so that made the days go pretty good at school.
Yeah.
Get a little purple drink before homeroom.
Yeah, hey, that would take the edge off of things.
Yeah.
Dieter is quoting Sean Majumder here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yes. Dieter gifted me a cameo from Sean Majumder, and he did most of it in character as Father Khatri, but he kept every now and then he slipped out of character into Sean, and he said at the end, season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. So, yes. I don't know if he has any kind of knowledge or has been told anything, but I'm sure it's going to be fucking bananas. That's a safe bet to say,
Yeah, it's the same.
whether you know anything or not. And he probably doesn't know anything.
As of seasons 1 through 3 have also been fucking bananas.
Exactly. That's the nature of the show, so it's a safe bet. I doubt he knows anything, but it was still fun to hear.
Yeah.
The pace is going to pick up for season 4. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be the season of the dragon, the figurative dragon getting unleashed on like the cave drawing mural, as David Agile pointed out. And I think the dragon may represent the man in yellow. So I think all hell's going to break loose. They said shit's about to get real. That's another thing they said. And season 3, they said it was the end of the beginning. Yep. That's right. That's right, Samuel. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Hey, Amy. So people are saying they didn't get the notifications. That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens.
Don't like that. Hope you're doing well, Amy. Hey, my friend Robert. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. It's great to see you, Robert. Let's see. Skip over your I was gonna highlight your comments. Scarlet, but you're already here.
Yeah.
Hey, just me. Nice to see you. Actually, yeah, why did the dog's collar say Gus? Like, this is a point of contention with I keep hearing conflicting things. Didn't he look at the dog collar at one point and it said Gus? I thought that he did. When he
Who knows? Hopefully there isn't an edited point where Harold is looking at it and said Gus, and then they edited it out.
Yeah.
That's why it still he calls him Gus.
Yeah, because like didn't someone from the show say that the dog's name is not Gus? I'm confused. Like,
he'll always be Gus to me.
because in season 1, I think he looked at the dog's collar and it said Gus, and he started calling him Gus, and he called him Gus in this episode. I just watched it again.
Yeah.
He did. He said, "Hey, slow down, Gus." So yeah, so they're like gaslighting us if they're saying that the dog's name isn't Gus. Gaslighting, I tell you. Knock off the gaslighting.
Gaslighting.
Yes, Robert, that's correct. Yes, Boyd read it on his dog tag. Yeah, your memory serves you correctly.
Okay,
indeed.
I'm gonna say it again. Gaslighting.
Gus. Oh, I didn't catch it. Gaslighting. Nice. Like, love the pun. All right. Hey, Ryan. Welcome. That's our awesome new friend from Ryan's. This is Ryan's group on Facebook. So check that out if you haven't seen that already. There's some awesome groups on Facebook, and Ryan's is terrific. So glad you could make it. Let's see. Sorry to hear work has been hell since the beginning of the year. Oh, well, glad you have some time to talk from, Robert. That's great. Yeah. Hopefully it's getting better for you now. Yeah, I'm like a weed, you can't get rid of me. No, that's true. Definitely can't. Definitely can't. Okay. Hey, Scotty Saturn. Welcome. Welcome. Nice to see a new name in the chat. Cool. Hey, Kelly. What the hell? No one got notifications. Why is this happening? If you've tapped the bell and you've enabled all notifications, it's supposed to work, but I've heard it doesn't always, and that's happened to me with other channels too.
Yeah, me too.
Weird. Oh, and I forgot to even post that we were going to be starting in Discord, I think. I did it earlier today, but not tonight. I forgot. Um, okay. Well, just me got a notification, so that's good. Right, Robert. Yeah, where Boyd was sitting on the ground and he holds the dog tag and says Gus. That's what I thought. Yeah. So they're messing with us if they tell us someone from the show said something different, and I was like, no, 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 no. I know what I saw. This isn't the Mandela effect or something. I know what I heard.
Yeah.
No. Uh, I agree. I hate daylight savings time. It should end, but I think they should leave it the way it is now, which is the extra hour of daylight. Don't change it from this. Just leave it like this instead of like the regular standard time where it gets dark at like 4:10 in the afternoon at some point.
Yeah, there's more advantages to having it later in the day than in the morning. I guess it's for kids in the morning because they have to wait for the bus.
Yeah.
That's really the only reason. I mean,
Right.
agricultural stuff too. I mean, sorry, farmers.
Right.
Michigan's a big agricultural state.
Oh yeah. Dieter, no, there's no way I can't send a notification once I'm already live. There's nothing I can do. I wish I could, but if I make a community post, that doesn't notify anyone. Someone would have to be browsing through their YouTube feed to see it. So it won't work. Ryan didn't get it either. Huh. About that. So Friday we're doing a giveaway. For those who aren't aware, Friday night we're going to be doing another installment of our ongoing series of story time with the Man in Yellow, and or from the Man in Yellow, story time with Doug, as I like to call it. And Doug Hughes will be joining us at 10 p.m. Eastern to regale us with more of his fascinating and funny stories, and it's going to be another call in. So anyone who'd like to ask him a question or just offer a comment or just whatever you want to say, as long as it's polite, just you can call into the panel. I don't have a phone number like Tony, unfortunately, that people can call, but you can call into the panel and do that. That would be awesome. Doug would love it if you could hear from some more people and put a voice to a name. And we're going to do a giveaway that night with Love Crochet by Alexis. So she's going to actually call into the panel, and she may even go on camera and do some crocheting on camera. So that'll be cool. Yeah, she mentioned that she might do that. She's going to be crocheting a jade doll that she's now working on. That's what we're going to be giving away because it won the poll. Jade won, and so we're going to be doing that. And all you have to do to enter is just show up to the live if you're interested in participating. It's US only. I've got to make sure I mention that because it's very expensive to ship overseas and stuff like that. But she's been kind enough to do the giveaway for the US residents, and we appreciate it. So so all you have to do is just show up, and I'm going to give a code word that you can type in the chat, and then I will have StreamYard randomly select someone with a giveaway tool, and then she will notify. So we'll actually have it going all night and periodically mention it for the whole stream, and then she'll actually be the one to notify the winner on her social media the next day. So that's the plan, and really looking forward to that. So anyway, let's see. So yeah, check out her shop. It's awesome. Right now she's not able to fill orders at the present, but she's got a wait list. She's gotten a lot of orders, which is great. So she's very swamped at the moment, but check out her shop on Instagram or Facebook, and look at her beautiful From dolls. In fact, let me see. I'll pull it up for a second myself just to show you. I'll just show you the kind that she is giving away. Let me see. Hold on. Very kind of her to do this for us. Let's see. Okay, so it's Love Crochet by Alexis. If Dieter could maybe drop the link in the chat if you're able to, that would be great. If not, I will do it myself. But okay, here we go. I just have to share my screen and I can show it to you. So this is the thing that she's giving away. This is the beautiful jade doll. It's not this literal one. She's going to be making a new one just for that. She said it's going to be 15 inches, a 15-inch doll, and the doll pictured here is a bit larger. So the one she's giving away, it's a 15-inch doll, and it'll be slightly different, but better and cuter is how she described it.
And cuter.
Yes. Those are her
Even
words.
more buttons unbuttoned, if you can believe.
Even more of these buttons will be undone. Yeah. Right. Yeah, so that's happening on Friday night. So yeah, it'll be random, you don't have to answer any trivia or anything like that. It'll just be random. Nothing complicated. Just come hang out and enjoy fun conversation with Doug Hughes, and then after Doug heads out, we'll dive into another From Academy topic with Doc Kaiju Labs, our friend, and we're going to be discussing more theories about the boy in white and the dogs. So Gus the dog, and
Gus
whatever the other dogs, the nameless one, and Gus.
The nameless ones, yeah, and Gus.
Yeah, and Gus the dog. Yeah. So I should have just put that in the title too. Yeah, because his name is Gus, damn it. I will die on that hill. His name is Gus. So anyway, that is that. And she's got other beautiful dolls. Like I said, there is a wait list. So, you can place, you can like let her know if you're interested in getting one of these and just go on a wait list. There's Boyd.
I like that she did the front poster with Boyd and Smiley.
They
didn't mix it over. Yeah.
Oh, this is awesome. This is great.
That's great.
Yeah, she imitated the From poster with this. It's Harold, there's Boyd, and there's Smiley. Oh, that's hilarious. Nice job with that. Really clever. I love it. That's so great. Yeah, see, there's the poster, and Boyd and Smiley over his shoulder. Yeah, she nailed it.
Yeah, with the finger and everything.
With the finger and everything, right? You're tapping on the glass. Oh, that's too good. I didn't spot that before. I don't know why I didn't, but
she put links to they put links to their Instagrams? Is that what she did?
Yes, she did. Yeah, she tagged Harold and Jamie in the picture. So like this is literally them. Yeah. Those are their Instagram handles. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, so she's got that. She's got Sarah with the bloody screwdriver, which is great. And blood on her sweater.
Though. I don't know if I could fall asleep at night with that in my bedroom.
I know, right?
Just saying.
Seriously, it's unsettling. Yeah, I wouldn't want her looking at me while I'm sleeping. And then there's Donna. Donna with her hands in her pockets, of course. Gotta have those hands in her pockets. She wouldn't be Donna without her hands in her pockets. Yeah. So that's Donna. And there's of course our mini man in yellow, which is, he's a celebrity in his own right at this point. He's got his own hijinks going on Doug Hughes' Instagram all the time.
The OG.
The OG. And she even dirties up his suit a bit, because it can't be pristine. You can see it's hard to tell, but there's actual dirt here. It comes like that. It comes nice and dirty for you. And not literally dirty, but yeah. Yeah, so there's that. There's poor sad Victor. She does a lot with the eyelids to make them look like more distinctive. It's all in the way that she the way that she crochets the eyelids. It's amazing what she can do with that. It makes his eyes look sad. It's so good. Yeah. And Smiley, like these, the eyelids make him look evil as hell.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. I couldn't sleep with that thing staring at me, I can tell you that. No.
You just wake up and he's just at the base of the bed looking at you.
Oh God. Yeah, if there's any doll that would just come to life and start walking around, and yeah, it would be that one. No thanks. Yeah, he would be teaming up with this one here. She does Chucky too. Yeah.
They probably would be good friends.
They would be pals. Yeah, they would be pals. And then there's also a Julie doll too. Hannah got one. Yeah, so that's the
cute.
oops. Yeah, she's cute.
But it's the Colony House Massacre dress.
That's the Julie. Yep, that's the Colony House Massacre dress. Good choice. Actually, that was a cute dress. Anyway, so that's that. So yeah, check out her shop. It's awesome. You can always get on a wait list if there's one that you want, and she'll eventually get to it. So anyway, her shop is also on Facebook too. I should mention that because Facebook actually, I don't know. I think it works better for her for some reason, but it's easier to just show the images on Instagram. So, anyway. So, hey there, Kimberly. No, sorry, did I talk over you? Were you saying something?
No.
Oh, okay. Sometimes, sure. Because I talk too much. Nice to see. Nice to see.
I just usually make little satisfying noises when you're doing stuff like oh, uh-huh.
Oh, got it. And sometimes I think you're about to say something. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey there, Martin. Nice to see you. Robert says, I just posted my tiered rankings of all the characters in your Discord. Would love to hear your thoughts. Nice, Robert. I haven't had a chance to even look at the Discord today, but I've been in there a lot more now. I've been making, like, at the first few months of the channel, I got so overwhelmed with learning the ropes, trial by fire, right in the start of From season 3. I started this thing. So, it's been a lot, but I've been making time to get back into the Discord again and read people's theories and posts and respond to them. So I'll thank you for sharing it in my Discord, and I will absolutely check it out and respond. I'm so glad. Yeah, it's awesome to hear from you. I miss our exchange of ideas. We've had so many awesome conversations about this show. Let's see, Scotty. I think let's see what Severance commentary videos are in my algorithm. Oh, Dieter was asking how Scotty found us. Yeah, cool. Oh, that's awesome. The algorithm is working. People are finding us. That's terrific. Hey, Doc. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Dieter dropped the link to Doc's channel. Make sure you definitely check out our friend Doc's channel. He joins us for our From Academy Friday lives. So check that out and subscribe. And let's see. Hey, Susie. Nice to see you. Welcome, my friend. Let's see. I'm scrolling down. Nope, Doc. It's going to be a Jade doll that we're giving away. I don't know why. Maybe Dieter brings up the Sarah doll a lot because it's funny. I think.
Well,
I think it was, huh?
she was second in line. She only lost by 1 or 2 votes.
Yeah. She only lost by a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
By a little bit. Anyway, oh, and you know what was really cool with the like Dieter actually sent a message to David Alpay who plays Jade and let him know about the giveaway, and he looked at it on Alexis's page where she had shared that graphic I showed you with Jade and my my logo on it, and then he put it in his Facebook, not Facebook, he put it in his Instagram story. So
nice.
Yeah, so David Alpay actually shared the giveaway page, announcing our live stream for Friday night with my logo on it, and that was wild. Oh my God, you know how I feel about David Alpay. That was amazing. Oh man, I was so psyched, and that was big for him because he doesn't like using social media, and he doesn't do it much, but he went to the effort of doing that for us, and that was so cool. I got really excited about that. I have to say, I took a screenshot of it. I'm like, I gotta remember this. He actually shared something with my logo on it. Yeah, I'm a geek like that.
Did a printout. I did a printout. I put it under my pillow, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. Amy, sit the doll at the end of the bed in a chair facing you. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Nope. Hey there, still the sage. Nice to see you. You can be mean when you look that clean. Okay, let's see. And Dieter dropped the link to Alexis's channel. You can order by sending her a DM. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory AI. Nice to see you. Let's see what else. Who else is here? So anyway, so we're gonna be getting into let me hide that. We're gonna be getting into this episode, and this was the first 2 episodes of season 2 were my favorite of the entire season, so these are the most fun to cover for me. I mean, not that I didn't like the rest of the season. I liked it all, but I think these were the 2 highest quality, best written episodes of the entire season for me. And it was really like a 2-parter, one being the day, the next being the night, just like season 1. They used the same model. I thought they were going to follow that model for season 3 too. It really surprised me how much they crammed into just episode 1. It was day and night pushed together. They changed formats. But
were both of the episodes directed by Jack Bender?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Probably. So hold on one second. I just have to mute myself and say something to my mom. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay. I'll do some promo. If you're a fan of Severance, we do have a Severance watch party tomorrow in Julie's Discord. The Discord link should be pinned to the top or in the information, or if Dieter's kind enough to post it in the chat. And we have a fun time. We'll be watching episode 9 of Severance at both 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock EST. And we have a fun chat afterwards, and sometimes the chat goes for a couple hours afterwards, and we all have a good time discussing the episode and other stuff. Then on Friday, like Julie was saying, we have From Academy. It usually starts around 10:30 p.m. EST. We will be talking with the man in white himself. Man in white. What am I talking about? The man in yellow and friend of the channel, Doug Hughes. And he will be regaling us with stories from the theater and other things. And then, if you're a fan of Yellow Jackets, I do a Yellow Jackets broadcast with Jamie Ruby of Sci-Fi Vision. And that will start around... Oh, yeah, actually, this weekend's kind of special. We are interviewing the woman that plays Aquila. So if you have any questions for her, feel free to leave them with Jamie at Sci-Fi Vision. She has a Yellow Jackets section in her Discord. And we will be interviewing her at 7 p.m. EST, followed by our live, and the watch party will be at 6 p.m. So I had to make that obvious to people and probably advertise it, because I don't think people will be showing up at 6 p.m. But it was the only time we could get Aquila that just plays Aquila at 7 p.m. So that's going to be a long night.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, so getting into the episode, Boyd is in the dungeon. He's just climbed out of the well, and he's pointing his gun at Martin, who he says, "What the fuck, where are we?" And Martin says, "We had a deal. You said you would kill me. Are you from the town?" Now, this whole thing with Martin remains an enigma to this day. It still has never been fully resolved, and I didn't think we were ever going to even see him again. I was shocked when he showed up in season 3. I thought it was a
Yeah.
mistake when IMDb said he was going to be back. I thought it
Yeah,
was a
I
mistake.
remember us talking about it when we saw his name, and there's no way he's coming back.
I know.
And yet, he didn't return.
So I really studied these scenes closely because
Mm-hmm.
I've always had my theory on what Martin is and what the deal is with him. And I came away from this still thinking the same thing, but I'm not 100% because it still has not been clarified exactly what is going on here. Why he claims that he's still alive and has been there for many, many years, kept alive by the worms. And if that's the case, if he was captured in a similar way to Julie and Randall, and his real body is somewhere else, catatonic,
Mm-hmm.
well, then how come he's the only one left alive here, and the other two are skeletons? Why is he the only one?
Yeah.
And how come he has like like did Julie, Randall, and Mari, when their spirits were trapped in the dream state, did they have worms under their skin? Like that part doesn't make sense. That wasn't even those weren't even their real bodies. Martin is claiming that he's alive here, and he's been here for
Mm-hmm.
many, many years, and the worms are keeping him alive. That means his real body. Not that his body is somewhere else. He has actual worms under his skin. I mean, I guess you could say that, okay, this is a dream state version of him, and
Mm-hmm.
somehow those dream state worms could be passed to Boyd. Okay, but it doesn't make sense to me in the context of the story with Julie, Randall, and Mari. They all got, targeted together at the same time, and so they all should have met the same fate at the same time, and the same should have happened with Martin and those other two that were chained up there. Um,
Mm-hmm.
that's why it just makes me think he was not real. This wasn't his spirit anymore. This was another. They see that, look, there's a skeleton there. These skeletons have clearly been there for a long time, and yeah, there's the other one. They're nasty. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so it just doesn't make sense that he would be the only one whose spirit is still trapped in there. I can understand, okay, a dream can pass on physical things. Okay, fine. He can get the worms from someone in a dream state, that he took the torch from a dream state,
Mm-hmm.
but he shouldn't be the only one there while the other two are skeletons. Unless maybe Randall was going to be the new Martin if he hadn't been saved. Maybe he would have had worms under his skin that he would have passed to someone else, and the other two would have just died eventually. I mean, is that how this works? It's like it still bothers me. But since we saw him again in season 3, it makes me think maybe we'll eventually get an answer to this. You know, maybe we'll find out a little more about Martin in the future. So who knows at this point? I wouldn't rule it out after what happened in
Mm-hmm.
season 3. But anyway, and he's saying, you said you would kill me. You said you would kill me. Well, I mean, the thing of it is, that doesn't make logical sense either, because if he's been artificially kept alive, like, if he's been artificially kept alive all this time by the worms, then
Mm-hmm.
a bullet shouldn't even do anything. And this is a dream state. Shooting someone in a dream state is going to kill him wherever he's laying catatonic somewhere. That doesn't make
Mm-hmm.
sense either, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So this whole thing is a mind fuck. That
Yeah.
none of that makes logical sense. It's a mind fuck not only for us but for Boyd. The whole thing was designed to make sure he gets the worms and brings them back to town. This was a con by the evil entity. It can use the images of deceased people. It did it with Abby. I don't think any of us thinks that was actually Abby's ghost, or any of those evil Abbies that he saw. That wasn't Abby's
Mm-hmm.
ghost, and it wasn't a projection of his mind or a hallucination. It was the evil entity. And if it could do that with Abby, it could do that with other people who've died there. So I just think it used Martin because he happens to have a Marine tattoo, and Boyd wouldn't leave someone like that behind. He's a fellow military guy. That's what I think. This episode only reinforced that more. What do you think, Scarlet?
I don't know. It seems to be a mystery wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in another mystery for me. I mean, like what you're saying is true. If he's in a dream state, then what is killing him going to do? I mean, and Abby thought it was a dream. She killed people, but they actually died. I mean, he brings that up about like Abby and what if this was a dream?
Right.
I mean, it could be from 1964. It could be a remnant of the Civil War faction of people that were there. I kind of like to know what story, if that's how he got like locked up in this cave. Like if this was his story originally, you know, that maybe he wasn't kept there for like, you know, over 100 years. Maybe this is how he ended up dead in the first place, and then the entity reanimated him from this. Like he could have reanimated the other corpses too. He just chose Martin's.
Right. Yeah. Like this could have been how he really died, but yeah, but he's already dead, and this is just a con on Boyd. It sure seems that way to me now.
Yeah, especially when he talks differently to Julie than he talks to Boyd in season 3.
Oh my god, get out of my head. I opened my mouth to say that.
In your head.
I opened my mouth to say that exact thing.
It Jaspered you, yeah.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. He talks differently to Julie. Completely differently to Julie. And it's like he's playing a role. I think, okay, you know, he's just sitting there, taking a break, having a snack, probably in between. And then
take a little cigarette break.
Yeah.
And then that's my cue. Can you throw that rope down there, man?
Gets himself back in the chains, and I don't buy any of this. You know, he's Martin says, "Oh, are you from the town?" And Boyd says, "Yeah," and he says, "I always thought the town was the worst part. Then I went through the tree. Did you go through the tree?" And Boyd says, "Yeah." Martin says, "You go in one place, come out another. Sometimes you get stuck. Sometimes you get trapped. That's when they get you." Now, all this dialogue is important. You know, Boyd says who, and then Martin doesn't answer. So,
of course.
Yeah. You go in one place, you come out another. Sometimes you get stuck. Sometimes you get trapped. That's when they get you. Now, when he's talking about they, in all of these scenes, they, who is he talking about? I don't think anybody was ever coming. I don't think anyone was ever going to show up. In fact, he said when the music stops, it'll be too late. They'll be here. The music stopped and nobody came. The only thing that came were the worms. He's referring to the worms, the cicada entity. That's what I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because you know, it's just using deceptive language. But when the music stopped, he scratched Boyd, and that's when they, you know, that's it. Like they came, the worms. Like that's when the worms infected him. That's what he was referring to, in my opinion, when it comes to they. I mean, who else was going to show up here? The man in yellow and his whole team of like
his team.
Like I don't think anybody was going to show up but the worms that entire time. Anyway, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. This just drives me nuts, this whole thing. It's like to not have any resolution on this after all this time. It's frustrating, but it's fun to theorize. If they answered everything, then, well, it would be a little more boring, I guess. I just would like an answer eventually. And I think when he is telling Boyd about that, how dangerous it is to go through these trees, I think it's the evil entity trying to discourage him from trying that again, because maybe going through the trees can be helpful. Sometimes it can save your life, you know? It saved Julie's life, saved Victor's life going through a tree. It saved Sarah. She wound up back in town safely. So, but I don't think the big bad wants people going through the trees. So this is kind of using Martin as a mouthpiece to scare him off from doing that again. That's when they get you. He's trying to scare him. And then Boyd says, who? He has an answer, and he just says, you have a kind face. What's your name? Boyd tells him. Martin introduces himself, and and you know, he's being clever here. He's disarming Boyd by saying, you have a kind face. What's your name? Introducing himself. Because at this point, Boyd was still freaking out and pointing his gun everywhere. And once Martin makes that personal connection, Boyd comes closer to him. This is all deception. It's all deception to trick him. So then Boyd gets closer to him, and now he's in protective mode. How long you been here, Martin? You know, Boyd is the type to want to have. He has a savior complex, you know. So of course this made him connect with Martin. The introduction of the name, and so he gets closer, and Martin says, I used to try to count the days, but I couldn't bear to count the years. I don't buy his bullshit. He also says
it's bullshit, Martin.
It's bullshit. Yeah. He also says, it's been so long since I've seen kindness. That's why you have to go before they come back. Again, they. It's the worms. It's the worms. I'm telling you. We'll get to it in a later scene, though. Boyd says, I'm not leaving without you. And lo and behold, he sees the marine tattoo. Gee, isn't that convenient?
It just materialized when he said that.
Yeah.
It wasn't there before. Like, we'll put it right here.
Yeah. Come on. This is a little convenient, don't you think? I mean, really. We know how this place works. It screws with people, it gets in their heads. And if the monsters can, you know, read people's minds in order to trick them, I mean, everything is always tailor-made to target the specific person. This was put there to entrap Boyd. He saw that Semper Fi tattoo, and he was reminded of his duty to leave no man behind. So it enabled Martin to get him to get close enough to give him the worms. That was the whole point. Remember, at the end of the season, Sarah heard that voice in her head saying, it's laughing at you for bringing it to town. Well, this is how it started. It was a trick. That's the whole point. It was a trick. The cicada entity, that's what was laughing. It's laughing at you for bringing it to town. It's some kind of appendage of the evil entity, I guess. It's like, it's connected somehow. It's hard to really define what it is exactly, but I think it's all kind of connected. I don't think there are a bunch of separate entities. I really think it's all connected to one. And yeah, so Boyd sees this and says, I'm not leaving without you. And then he looks at it. He literally says, I'm not leaving without you. Then he looks down and sees the tattoo. Like, you're a Marine? Yeah. And Martin says, Semper Fi. There you go. You got him. Look at those fingernails. Oh my God. I wouldn't want those things that close to my face. Yuck. Ugh. That is nasty. Oh my God. They did an amazing job on the prosthetics and makeup and stuff on this guy.
Yeah.
Wow. They made it really gross. So Yeah. And then Boyd says, leave no man behind. Yep. You help me, I help you. Yeah. And Martin says again, Boyd, if you want to help me, just kill me, please. Now, sure, he seems sincere when he says it, but he's putting on an act, as far as I'm concerned, because I don't think shooting him would have done any good at all. We saw how this place works. That's not his real body. If he's really alive, then that wouldn't even be his real body. I don't think bullets would have done anything. It was all part of the con routine, as far as I'm concerned. But this is something fans have speculated on for years, and it's still a mystery to this day. Hopefully one day it will be clarified a bit more, but hey AA, nice to see you. Hey Mackie Vals, what's up? Right back at it with all the From addicts. Yes, you're in the right place. Hell yes. Hey Muncher Luncher, I'm calling it now. Boy in White is evil AF, and Man in Yellow is a good dude. Okay, there's a unique take. I would say the opposite, but you do you. I would flip those around, but I mean, after getting to know the awesome Doug Hughes, I mean, it's gonna be kind of hard to root against him at this point.
Yeah.
I get you. Robert says, if they is the worm/cicadas, then what does they mean in the nursery rhyme when it says they come for three? They, I think that it still means the cicada entity. So it goes, they touch, they break, they steal. No one here is free. Here they come for three, unless you stop the melody. So I think it was the cicada entity. The cicada entity is what snatched them up and targeted them to begin with. The cicadas came for them and targeted them, and to release them, you had to stop the melody, meaning smash the music box to release the people who were targeted. So yeah, I think it applies to the nursery rhyme as well. That's what all of that means. They touch, they break, they steal. I think that they refers to the cicadas too, as a matter of fact, not the people, because why would it keep referring to they as this entity? And then I think basically in the nursery rhyme, the entire thing is referring to the entity, whatever it says they touch. In Kenny's dream, one of the cicadas jumped out of the boiling water and touched his arm. And recall that entity spoke in Sarah's head and said, it got excited when it touched your arm. So they touch, they break.
Say the most action Kenny's ever gotten.
As the most action Kenny has ever gotten. Indeed.
Those excitements always come from Kenny, I should say.
Yes. So that covers they touch, they break. Well, they literally, the cicadas broke open Paula from the inside out and killed her in her sleep. That was that red shirt who died. That annoying woman. Yeah. So they literally broke her open. So they break and they steal. They stole the spirits of those three people, Randall, Julie, and Marielle. They steal. So it stole their spirits and trapped them in that dungeon state. Here they come for three. They came for those three, the cicada entity, the cicadas. Unless you stop the melody. Boyd smashes the music box and they're released. The people are released, not the cicadas. That's it. I think I don't think it's ever been clarified enough, but I think that was the intention of what all of that means when the term they is used. That's my interpretation. But
so do you think that this runs in a cycle like the massacre, since there were already three people hung up in the ruins, I'll call them?
Wait.
You know how the massacre occurs and then reoccurs? I didn't know maybe there was somebody who went into the dream state each time and there was always 3 people. It says that this 2 of them were dead when Boyd came into it.
Maybe, maybe, maybe in every cycle this happens. It's, in every, I think that, and we have to remember that part of the whole cicada cycle, part of it it has to involve the death of a monster, because
Mm-hmm.
that's how the cicada entity gets unleashed. A
Yep.
monster has to be the host for it. And when we saw the rebirth of Smiley, it looked as if this had happened before. It looked like a ritual that they were doing, where the kimono lady lay the Smiley pod down on the cave floor, and all the monsters were standing around. I'm sure this has happened before. So maybe in every cycle it's happened. I could see that easily. Yeah. What do you think?
I kind of think it would have to, just because of the cicada link.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I wonder if it's Smiley every time. Or is it another one? Another
Um
monster?
yeah, and I wonder if it's probably, it'd be funny if Smiley has to die in every cycle.
Yeah.
But
I'm always
yeah,
imagining him in a pilgrim hat going through the
yeah,
first cycle.
yeah, seriously. Uh I want to see Smiley in a pilgrim hat so bad. Um yeah, I noticed this for the first time actually watching this. I never noticed this, Ryan, that Martin says he's from a small town named Millbrook. There's a small town named Millbrook in New York that has many military bases around it. Oh, and we know he was a Marine. Well, there also happens to be a pin on the map in the sheriff's office where Millbrook, New York is. This leads me to believe he was originally a resident. Yeah, see, that's what I thought too. I've always thought he was a resident there at some point, and the big bad is using his image, the way it used Abby's image. That's so cool, Ryan. I didn't look at the map yet, but as I was watching this, I was like, "Oh, I never noticed that before." That he said a small town named Millbrook. It's those little details that kind of go over our heads as we're focusing on the more obvious stuff, and then rewatches allow us to kind of hone in on these details we missed before. So that's super interesting. So Robert said, assuming Martin is a vision, as we have discussed, some visions can physically interact with the person having the visions and some cannot. Right. This, like the Civil War soldier can't hurt Jade. Exactly. Yeah. That's absolutely right. What else? Hey there, Kimber DX. Maybe Boyd is also a story walker. Could be. I mean, I think yes, actually. I think he was story walking here because this is part of a dream state. We saw how you get there. So what we didn't see was Boyd laying in the ruins, catatonic, maybe having a seizure or something like Julie was. I think that's what was going on. I think Boyd's actual body was probably laying in the ruins. It's either that or Boyd somehow had some kind of special role to play where he was able to physically enter the dream state. I mean, maybe that's that could be possible. In H.P. Lovecraft's work, there's a place called the Dreamlands where it's possible to physically enter a dream state, not just your dream self. So yeah, it could go either way with that. But it's interesting to think about. Um, do you think they got Dale and his spirit is trapped somewhere? That's a good question. I don't think so in this case because um I think Martin was just referring to the worms and also but Boyd doesn't know that. Boyd would think, okay, I think the intention was for Martin to give Boyd the misconception that there are a whole bunch of other creatures out here that will get you. So don't keep venturing around. Don't go through any more trees. Stay out of the forest. We're going to talk about it when we get to the scene, but he talks more about the forest. I think the whole point is to stop him from exploring more. And I don't believe there are any other creatures or monsters or other entities out there other than the man in yellow and maybe a boss above him, and that's it. So that's my opinion on that. I think it's all to scare him off from exploring the woods more, trying to find a way out, trying to find other resources, getting answers. Anyway, but yeah, with Dale, I think he just went through the wrong tree, and I think whatever entity did that to him wanted to make an example out of him so other people don't try it too. Put him right in the middle of town, um, right in the middle of town where everybody could see it. Anyway, let's see. Ryan said, I think the worms, the cicadas, the music box, the ballerina are all manifestations of the music box monster. I like that, Ryan. Yeah, sometimes we differentiate between the music box monster and the cicada entity, whether or not they're different things. Hard to say. I tend to just put them all together. But yeah, the music box thing, I think it was all part and parcel of this cicada thing. But is it something separate, though? That's a good question.
Or they just team up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Now I imagine a monster that looks like a giant cicada and then a ballerina hanging out.
yeah, right? So my interpretation of it is this. So the music box follows people around who are going to be targeted by the cicadas in some way or other. For some reason, Kenny had one of the dreams, but he wasn't picked. I don't know why. That part
Because
is
nobody
weird.
wants Kenny. Poor Kenny.
Nobody wants Kenny, not even the cicadas.
No. They got excited for a second, but they're like, no.
I still don't understand why Kenny had a cicada dream and then he wasn't picked. Marielle and
Randall.
Randall. Wait, who was the other one who had a cicada? Oh, Elgin had a music box dream too, and he wasn't picked either.
Yeah.
So I always found the writing of that confusing and convoluted, to be honest with you.
I guess Elgin was picked by the kimono lady.
Right.
So he
Right.
got his very own entity to himself.
Right. But I feel like the writing of this, I think should have been a bit clearer because I still don't understand why Elgin and Kenny had those cicada, not cicada dream. Well, Kenny had a cicada dream with the music box in it. Elgin had a dream with the music box, but no cicadas. Basically, the dreams just have to have the music box in it, and that means you could be targeted by this cicada entity. Marielle had one with the music box, and the other two who had dreams, for some reason, they were not picked, and I don't understand why. Are they two separate entities? It's very confusing. It's very confusing. I feel like they should have just made it more consistent. The three who got picked should have been the three who had dreams, period. I don't know. It's weird. But I do know maybe what they were going for is this. At the same time as three people were going to be selected to be brought to that dream state, the rest of the town, they were all at risk too. They couldn't go to sleep without risk of being ripped open by cicadas like Paula was in her sleep. So maybe the point was that anybody could have a deadly dream. If Kenny hadn't been woken up by his mom, who knows what would have happened when the cicadas were jumping out of the pot and burning him. He got woken up. Elgin got woken up when he was coughing up water. So yeah, like I think it was the cicada entity was targeting the whole town, and I think honestly, everyone would have ended up dead if Boyd hadn't smashed the music box. Everyone would have died in their sleep once they finally couldn't stay awake any longer. But the writing of it made it confusing, in my opinion. Anyway.
Yes,
sorry.
I agree.
Sorry for the long rambling, but I mean, this is one of the biggest mysteries in the show.
Yeah.
It's easy to go off on that. Hey there, Happy Little. Nice to see you. Hey there, Fletch.
Ooh, can I get my go? Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
They touch, they break, they steal. Creatures?
Hold on for 1 second. Okay, you couldn't hear that, but thanks for probably hear that. I don't know if you could hear that.
I can hear it now. My Chromebook is working. I got the charger to work tonight.
It just said "bah," so
nice.
I bleeded back.
Nice. I missed all your funny goat noises Monday night. I couldn't hear anything. My speaker wasn't working. So that's
you'll hear them eventually. You'll probably hear them next time we do the Severance.
Yeah, I played back some of the replay and it was hilarious. I couldn't hear all. It sounded like screaming goats. It was so funny. That's so funny. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a screaming goat. They do that.
Goats, that's really creepy actually. Goats scream.
Yeah, sometimes they fall over after they do that. They like scream and then they fall over, like to fake that they're dead so predators won't get to them.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very smart actually. Yeah. Fletch said, probably another Severance section trying to remove our fears from our brain. Yeah, maybe.
Is this how I ring up Dieter with the scream? Dieter's like, you rang. I'm just like,
wow.
You rang?
That's hilarious. I love it. It's perfect for our Severance streams. Anyway, Robert said, thank you, Robert. Great analysis about they, but my new question is then, what does Martin mean when he says to Boyd, when you enter a faraway tree, that is when they get you? That, I think, is him trying to scare Boyd from from getting in trees anymore. Don't explore the woods. There is darkness in the forest. He says that later too. All kinds of things we were never meant to see. I think it's a scare tactic. That's what I think about that. That's when they get you. Now, it could also be a reference to the fact that, well, you could wind up stuck in a mountain somewhere or in a pool wall, as in the case of Dale. So, in a way, they, in terms of like the place, even though it's plural, the place got him. It trapped him.
They were giving Boyd concrete proof.
They were giving Boyd concrete proof. But I think it's a scare tactic for sure, because faraway trees can be life-saving. Mackie thinks Smiley reincarnates every cycle for sure, just like Jade and Tabby. I think they've all been fighting each other from the start. Yeah, I like that.
Imagine all of them in pilgrim hats.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But Boyd needed the torch to activate the second time. Julie didn't. Yeah, so Boyd might be... So this might be different for Boyd. This might be kind of taking a page from H.P. Lovecraft, where the dreamlands are a place that you can physically go to. You can physically enter it, but it's difficult to do. And then there are people who just enter it in dreams. Maybe from the looks of it, it looks like Boyd physically entered that dream state. And so he's like kind of like Neo in Matrix. He's a special type who can do that. Yeah. Fletch says, I love the theory that Eloise might end up being a story walker like Julie, but I love the one that, I've been saying that myself, but I haven't gotten around to making a video yet. I think Storywalker Julie went to Victor's timeline and helped Eloise. I've been saying that for a couple of months now, but I've been too busy with Severance and I haven't had time to put it in a video. But I definitely think that's what happened. That's my working theory at the moment. Now, what she did with Eloise, I'm not sure. That part I'm unsure about. But I think that's the missing link. I won't ramble on about that or we'll never get back on track. But I think that's the missing link. Eloise ran out of the root cellar right after her mother left. And she had to have been able to catch up to her mother unless Julie showed up and stopped her from following her mother. That's the missing link. Eventually, you see Miranda getting accosted by Smiley in the dark and dying. So what happened in between? Why didn't Eloise catch her? She ran after her like 10 seconds after Miranda left the root cellar. So I believe there's a missing link for a reason, and there's going to be a reveal that Julie showed up. She will be the missing link. She stopped Eloise from following her mother and completed another loop. Eloise was meant to live. Miranda was not. That's what I think. Anyway. I don't know if Dale ended up in the wrong tree because the successful tree travels are we see in this show, all of them had the boy in white present. No, Dale didn't. Um, yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't. I think it was just that the bottle tree is not meant for anybody except the chosen ones. Anyone else that gets in that tree is probably sent somewhere like that and dies. So yeah, and that's what I think. AA says, yeah, I genuinely don't think there's anything else in the woods other than the monsters, unless there were different types of creatures living in Cannibal Village. I doubt there's anything else. Yeah, if there were going to be anything else, I was expecting to see it in season 3, and we didn't. All we got were
Mm-hmm.
footsteps.
Tease.
Footsteps and knocking at the cabins. That's it.
Tease.
Yep, it was a tease.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the man in yellow, the boy in white, and the cicadas, but nothing else. I agree. Yeah, I was kind of getting my hopes up too. I wish there was something worse than the monster stuff. It would have been cool, but yeah, I don't think so. I mean, the monsters are great, but it would have been cool if there was something else.
Yeah,
But
you
I
know how
doubt.
like Jeremy Ice and Fire has that one From background that has the like people on stilts or whatever. Those kind of monsters.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Those are pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
too bad that was just made by a fan, right?
Yeah, I can dream.
Yeah, they had horns and everything. Uh, Fletch said Cannibal Village, we might get a new monster. That thing walking outside at night might be something new. It could be. I have a feeling that was probably well, it could have been the man in yellow, or it could have been Eloise. Who knows?
Could be giant spider tapping with one of its 8 legs.
Yeah,
Hey there.
yeah. Elgin was spared by the Komodo lady because he was dunked underwater to avoid hearing or seeing the music box. Yeah, you know what? I think the Komodo lady probably rescued him because he had that greater purpose to play in helping to kidnap Fatima. That was his role that he needed to play. So she came and made sure that the dream didn't kill him. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't forget about the giant spider. Uh, I
Never
don't think
forget.
I don't think we're getting one, but who knows? I know
Never
Scarlet
say
wants.
never.
You're still holding out hope for it, huh?
In my heart of hearts, yes, Julie.
Yeah, I know you are. Pas de deux makes me think it was just two entities tied together. Right? There was an episode called Pas de deux, so that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
In season 2,
That's a good
absolutely,
catch.
absolutely, yeah. Hey, Nightman, LOL. Um, I feel for who?
Dale. I think that's
Oh,
Dale. I read that a
oh,
couple times.
oh, okay. I look at all the death scenes and I'm always like, oh, I would have survived that, but his death, in my opinion, was not avoidable. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Let's see. So I'm just trying to catch up with the chat. Hey there, Decipher. Nice to see you. Uh, let's see. Did I miss anybody? No, Dieter, I haven't done any story walking in the leg warmer. He sent me this warming blanket thing.
Oh, I thought you meant like 80s leg warmers. I was like, he sent you some ladies like 80s like striped leg warmers
No,
so you could like flash dance.
no, not not 80s, nothing fun like that, but something lovely and helping with pain relief and whatnot. So I really appreciate it. It was very kind of him. But no 80s leg warmers. Um, yeah, I wish I could story walk. I really do. Good night, Robert. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Always nice to see you. And okay, so I think I'm caught up here. Hey KP. Well, nice to see you. um, we're just we're not gonna do call-ins tonight, or we'll never get done with this episode. But I appreciate you popping in. Anyway, we need to get back to it.
I honestly believe Flesh's comment that Shauna from Yellow Jackets she's probably searching for food, but she could probably hold her own against Smiley or any of the other monsters because she's pretty violent.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, Sean's taking a real violent turn, Julie. I know you only watched the first couple episodes, but she's taking a real chaotic, violent swing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well,
she probably kills some monsters pretty easy with her knife.
All right. Well, that's a badass for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
So anyway, we still haven't gotten past the first scene. So anyway, there's just too much to talk about.
Second scene.
Second scene. So the people are ready to riot, and they're all yelling, and Bacta is trying to talk Donna down, saying, you haven't done anything you can't undo. This is just a big understanding. But if you just let us go, And Donna is like, you want to go? You have no idea what's waiting for you out there. And she tells everyone, I know this is scary, but we are not the enemy. The enemy's out there. Now it's got to be a little hard for them to believe, these people with guns in this town. They've never encountered anything like this before. They show up and it looks like a bunch of lunatics in a cult are now holding them at gunpoint in a diner. They don't know any different. So, I mean, it's understandable. You're not going to actually believe them that easily. So, yeah, it's understandable why they act the way they do. If they just let them drive around a couple times in the bus, it would have helped instead of shooting out the tires so fast. So when Donna says the enemy's out there, Tilly has a line. Tilly goes, well, that's an odd thing to say. It's always interesting when they throw Tilly a line in the early episodes. She was always a red herring. I don't think she was ever a mole or anything like that. She was always just a nice old lady who wanted to help. Quirky, nice, helpful, and she showed that in the first episode she appeared in episode 1. She wanted to go under the house and go into the house and try to help him.
Yeah, you see a lot of scenes, even though she's super skinny, she's like pulling on that house with everyone else.
Yeah.
And she's always handing out tea. I realized that, people equate her with the Temperance tarot card, and Temperance has 2 vessels of tea, like 2 vessels pouring out vessels, but she always has 2 cups of tea in her hand. She's always getting tea for people.
Right. Yeah.
Trying to offer comfort.
That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, she's a helpful soul,
Mm-hmm.
And in the first episode she was in, when Julie came running asking for people to help get her mom out of the basement, out of the hole in the floor, in the basement floor, only Randall, Brick, and Tilly volunteered, and Tom said, no, you stay here, to Tilly. But Tilly was going to go down and pitch in. And then in this episode, she was helping to try to dig Jim out later, too. She always just wants to help. But she was brought there because of that, to be used, to get close to Fatima. She would naturally see Fatima getting sicker and sicker and want to help her, even though clearly Fatima looks dangerous and she's getting darker and creepier. Like, Tilly's not afraid to die because she's already dying and she has a natural inclination to help. She was the perfect victim. This big bad needed Fatima to be isolated enough so that Elgin could kidnap her. So it needed a victim to put in her orbit, and this entity inside Fatima would inevitably drive her to murder. So I think that's the whole point of how Tilly was brought there, why she was brought there. The place likes to target and manipulate people who just want to help. It's the same kind of thing with Sarah and Elgin, except in their cases, it manipulated them into actually doing harm in the process. But yeah, it's, the place loves to prey on people who have that inclination to help. Tilly was just another victim, I think. Looking back
Tilly.
on it. Yeah, I liked Tilly too.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting that drawing.
Oh yeah, the drawing. Yeah. So Donna says, okay, let's start with the tree in the road. Bhakta says, how'd you know about the tree? And of course, Donna says, everyone sees the tree.
It's almost like she should have a guidebook and it'd be like how you got you from, a guidebook.
Yes.
Chapter 1, everyone sees the tree.
Yes.
Chapter 2, go inside.
Right. And
Don't
we can
argue.
assume that she just gave them all the speech that she gave to Tabitha in season 1, except now she has to give the speech to this room full of people.
And the guy should have like the tree, and it should have a picture of the monster. Somebody should draw a monster and be like, "This is what's outside."
I wonder if
you wanted to eat you and gut you. No.
And I wonder if she told them all the story of her sister's face getting ripped off, like she told Tabitha.
Probably. It's an add-on. It's in the appendix. Literally in the appendix.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might have got her appendix as well. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe. So then we got to Victor and Tabitha, and Victor says that the town is too far. They can't make it there. So he sees his peach truck and says, we can hide in there till morning. We have to be quiet. There's no talisman. So yeah, for once she listens to him and she shuts the hell up. And although she's still not as quiet as him, though, I've noticed. He whispers in here and she talks at a normal volume. Like, what don't you understand, lady, about be quiet? The monsters will hear us. There's no talisman in here. Can you whisper? Do you not know how to whisper? Oh my God, it's annoying. So
he's like this. He's like, whisper. He's like, no, 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 no. And she's like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no.
You
don't know how to whisper. I guess so. I guess you're right.
Yeah. And then she's like, she sees all of these drawings and stuff and all this other stuff in here. And she says, whose stuff is it? He says, it's mine. She wants to know why it's here. And he says, I come here sometimes. I have some food for us. And
look at this big ass map.
Yeah.
That nobody looks at.
Now, are those peach can wrappers that he's hung all over the sides of the... That's weird. It's like...
The bowling trophy. It's a bowling trophy? Or...
Yeah, it is a bowling trophy. Yeah. Right in front of the lamp? Okay. Yeah. And he has drawings hung everywhere, and we got our first glimpse of the peach truck map. The famous peach truck map, of course. That's the end of that. So then this really irritating scene with Marielle and Kristi really got on my nerves. Made me immediately dislike Marielle. I just don't understand her mentality at all. She's angry at Kristi. How could you? You've been here this whole time. It's been 6 months. You never called. Your parents.
You never met me for lunch. You never met me for lunch.
Yeah, we were on our way to have lunch. Yeah.
Why didn't you meet me for lunch?
It's like what the hell? She says this. She doesn't even let Kristi talk. She keeps cutting her off this whole time you've been less than 2 hours away with these people with fucking shotguns. It's like you've joined some fucking cult.
And I have in my notes 2 hours away, Hell, Michigan, because Hell, Michigan's 2 hours away from Grand Rapids. Just a side note.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So she
Yeah,
was
sorry.
So that bus was like driving 2 hours then. What were you going to say?
Well, you're correct when she doesn't let Kristi talk, because all Kristi had to do was a well-placed, this isn't like other places, Mari. I'm not purposely, I didn't purposely come here.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And at least hear her out, like listen to her. And for one thing, like my first thought would not be that Kristi willingly joined these people. If this is your partner and your fiance who you love, my first thought would be these people have been holding her hostage. Like
yeah.
I understand her thinking that this looks like a crazy cult. So I would have been like, "Oh my God, what happened? They've been keeping you prisoner here, like these crazy people with guns." That's what I would think. That they kept her trapped there. They trapped her.
It's so weird when they had the first scene where they hugged each other and they were crying on each other, and then it was this. It's like 180.
Yeah, that was their first impulse. They were so thrilled to see each other. And now Marielle just completely turns on her.
Now that I thought about it.
Now that she's had some time to reflect.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
how dare you?
So Kristi is just like pleading with her to listen to her and says this place, it isn't what you think. That's the end of that scene.
Here's the handbook.
So
a handbook would make everything so much easier.
Here's the handbook. Yeah. So we've got a number of scenes under the house, and when I break these down in my notes, I always put in like in all caps, the location where the scene is taking place to start the new scene. And for this one, I just have under the house, under the house.
Poor Brick.
Poor Brick. But again, every time I see this, I'm just yelling at him to shut the fuck up. You're going to get Tom killed, damn it. And then every time Tom gets killed anyway. They never listen. They never hear me.
Yeah, they don't hear. Some people on the TV don't hear you, Julie. This time it'll be different.
Maybe this time it'll be different. Like, no, not Tom. No, not our Tom. Thankfully, they brought Tom back. I mean, I
was going to say he bartends in heaven, so it's good. It's cool.
Honestly, and the weird thing is, honestly, I'm surprised that they brought Tom. Well, I mean, I guess they wanted somebody to haunt Jade, and he's the closest thing that Jade made to a friend there, other than Kenny, and they didn't want to kill Kenny. So, but it's just odd because we've seen Tom didn't have a very big role, and yet he got a ghost role. Khatri had a big role. I could understand bringing him back as a ghost. Tom really didn't appear that much. Now, people. So like, I want Ghost Tian Shen. She had a big role.
I guess with Jade, that'd be great. That would be a great matchup.
That would be great. Yeah, he's already got one ghost, but I mean, he could have another one.
I don't know. I just add all the ghosts to Jade because that'd be the funniest setup.
It would be the funniest. Yeah, just a whole bunch of ghosts haunting Jade, and including Jim. Ghost Jim now haunting Jade. Keep your hands off my wife.
and you too, Henry.
Yeah,
watching you.
Yeah, so next season it'll be Ghost Jim, Ghost Tian Shen, and Ghost Tom all just following Jade around. That'll be great. He'll have a whole entourage of ghosts. I would just like to see like more of this. I hope that they have plans to do more with this. I definitely want to see Ghost Jim. I would really hold out hope for Ghost Dale, but I don't know. It's probably too much to hope for. I just think it would be hilarious if he's annoying Donna.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. The kind of because they're husband and wife, it'd be a good match.
Oh, it would be awesome.
A good comedy match.
like, even if it's not an ongoing thing, we only see him like even just once, I'd be happy with that.
The
But
pocket dimension or pocket universe. That's what he says, pocket universe.
yes, it's a pocket universe.
He
So
only
why didn't you
appears
listen to
for
me?
he only appears to the red shirts to talk about the pocket universe.
Yeah, and I could have helped you people if you only just would have listened to me. I could have helped you. It's a pocket universe. Yeah, that would be great. Um, but alas, the cast is so large that I don't know if we can expect too many more of the ghosts. Like as they keep killing people off, they're gonna need to stay dead because I mean, as it is, there isn't enough screen time for the people who are alive, you know. So I think they're gonna have to just, kill some people off and leave them that way. Maybe we'll get one new one. I'd like to see at least one in season
Mm-hmm.
4. We didn't get a new one in season 3. We got
Mm-mm.
nothing, we got lots of Ghost Tom and Ghost Khatri though, so that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got more Ghost Khatri in season 3 than we did in season 2 even. So, and as far as Tom is in just as many scenes as he was in the beginning. It's really no different. His job hasn't changed at all for that actor. So anyway.
Ghost Tilly might be fun.
Oh yeah, I would like Ghost Tilly, and then Doug Hughes would get to work with her. He knows Deb
Yeah.
Grover.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
cool.
I mean, they probably wouldn't be together, but in scenes, but he could at least like hang
Well,
out with.
if the man in yellow is an entity that can project things, maybe he could project a ghost Tilly.
Yeah, maybe he could project a Ghost Tilly. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. He's never worked with Deb Grover, but he said that they're friends. They've known each other for years, and he said he was looking forward to working with her, but
Uh-uh.
well, yeah,
Best dreams.
yeah. So so anyway, so Brick won't shut the hell up, and
Mm-hmm.
um, Jim says that he thinks he's busted a rib and it's getting hard to breathe. Um, and Brick says, "Have you done this before? Spent the night hiding?" Tom says, "Would it make you feel better if I said yes?" So it sounds to me like Tom got there after Boyd found the talismans, so
Mm-hmm.
he's never had to do this before. And Brick starts yelling, "What the fuck? I can't move. You need to get me out of here, okay?" Like who does he think is going to get him out of there? Like he's not clearly he's not being rational, but it's just
Yeah.
annoying.
I remember
And
people. I remember people used to analyze all the patches on Brick's jacket because I think there's some patch that's from some rock band that says 1975 or something, or if he was a time traveler or something like that. And Brick
oh
never really went
really?
anywhere. Brick just died.
Oh
Poor Brick.
geez. Wait, when did people have time to theorize about him? He got killed off right away.
When he walked out the bus, people would take pictures of his jacket because he had all these patches on his jacket, and they were analyzing the patches because it
Was
was
this
kind of like an old school kind of denim jacket that would be kind of like people made in like the 70s, and it had all these rock band patches and other things on it.
so like they were they just analyzing this for the 1 week that before he got killed off?
Yep,
That's
that's the way
hilarious.
we roll.
See, this is the kind of thing I missed. I missed out on all this fun, even pointless theory crafting that went nowhere. I
Hmm.
love that. It's fun. I wish I had been here in the fandom for that stuff. The week to week theory crafting, even the stuff that goes nowhere. It's the
Hmm.
discussion and the journey that's the most fun for me. Anyway.
Yeah, I
Uh,
bet you find people that covered this episode, like when it came out, they probably do have pictures of his jacket. It was a big deal.
Yeah, for like a minute. Then he's dead.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
he's dead. Poor Brick.
And so they keep trying to calm him down and tell him to be quiet. And he says, "I'm not really good in tight spaces." Like, dude, you got a lot worse things to be scared of here than being in tight spaces. Come on. I get it. Um, and so they're both, Jim and not much to say there. Jim and Tom are both just coaching him valiantly, trying to calm him down. The real meaty scenes in the episode are the Boyd and Martin scenes and the peach truck. Like those are the big ones for me.
Hmm.
Um, So now we head into this one. Martin says, even if you free me, then what? I can't make it back to town. So he's like, he's playing I think he knows damn well that Boyd's not gonna leave him, but he's putting on this act,
Mm-hmm.
saying, you need to just kill me and leave. He knows Boyd won't do that, and he's doing the really frail, pitiful voice. He talked a little differently to Julie when he
Mm-hmm.
spoke. He
Yeah.
sounded better. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. He knows damn well Boyd isn't going to leave. And this is just like reverse psychology. Even if you free me, then what? I can't make it back to town. And Boyd says that I'll carry you. Once you get back to town, we've got a doctor. She can help you. And then he shows him the talisman and says, I found these in the forest. They protect you, keep you safe. They won't be able to hurt you there. And then Martin says, you think the things that come out of the forest at night did this. Then here's the line. They're just the tip of the spear. That famous line that we quote so many times. Now, I know I definitely don't believe that this guy is legit. That I don't think that he's really alive anymore. I think it's an extension of the big bad. However, that line I think had a kernel of truth in it. That some of the truth slipped in there, and I do believe him when he says that. And we've now seen there is an entity higher than the monsters. So the monsters are just the tip of the spear, meaning they're the lowest end of it. They're
Mm-hmm.
not the one controlling things. There's some entity that's holding the spear, and I
Mm-hmm.
believe that is the man in yellow. Either that, or the man in yellow is further down the spear, and then maybe there's an entity that's holding it at the other end, like a hierarchy.
I kind of like the Jesus metaphor in there too, when like his one of the Roman guards stabbed Jesus with a spear, make sure he was dead.
Oh,
Boyd
interesting.
is like the Jesus
Yeah,
figure
right,
in
right.
this scenario.
Yeah. Oh, and Boyd is 100% a Christ-like figure in this show. He's got a savior complex,
Because I
and
thought tip of the spear, I thought about that in the crucifixion.
right, yeah, because Martin's got his arms up like that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's in that
Yeah.
pose. Yep, makes sense. And Boyd is that like Christ-like figure who gives up everything
Mr.
to
Fish and
try and
Loaves.
save everyone. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. That's his nickname. That's a
Mm-hmm.
biblical term referring to Jesus. So yeah.
Yeah.
Um. So yeah, the monsters are just the tip of the spear. That part was true. That's one of the only things Martin says that I think is true.
Yeah.
One of the only things. Um. There was something Evil Abby said that had a kernel of truth in it too. I think. What was it? When Evil Abby talks to Boyd, she says, um, well, she says, I think she was lying kind of when she said, it's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd, it's hope. I don't think that's entirely
Mm-hmm.
true. I think it is the fear and the pain, but false hope is something that it
Mm-hmm.
can feed on too, because false hope, when that
Yeah.
comes crashing down, that leads to pain. So,
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought she was talking about in a roundabout way.
right. So, kernel of truth and even things that these entities are saying. And yes, I think Martin is an entity. Um, I believe that they're just the tip of the spear, but anyway, Boyd tries to change the subject and he asks Martin where he's from, and this is where he says a small town, Millbrook. So, yeah, interesting to know what Ryan pointed out about Millbrook.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. They're very attentive to detail. The fact that there's a pin where that town is on the map. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And there are military bases around it, so that tracks. Anyway, Martin
And Brooks
says,
water. There's a lot of water imagery in From too.
"Oh yeah,
At Brook.
yep."
I like how he does like small talk with them though. That was pretty funny. It kind of was a little jarring. He was just like, "So where are you from, Martin?"
I know. Yeah. Yeah. So where are you from? But this is like,
Where are
that's
you
like
quote unquote from?
where are you? Yeah. Where are you
Name
from?
drop.
Yes. It's like you haven't watched Lost, but they name dropped
Mm-mm.
Lost a lot in the show.
Yeah.
And I think it's on purpose too.
Mhm.
Um anyway, so then they hear so Martin says you're wasting time and then the music box starts playing. And that's when he says, "Oh God, they're coming. You
Mhm.
don't have time, Boyd." So the music box is playing. That means, "Oh God, they're coming." And once the music box stops playing, supposedly they are going to get there and get Boyd, whatever that means. So later in the episode, we see what happens. The music box stops, and the only thing that comes, it's the worms. That's it. That's it. So it's all a mind game for me. I don't think anyone else was coming, but
Hey, Julie,
yeah.
man in yellow in front of the channel is here in our chat.
Oh, really? Oh, let me see. Wait. Oh, hey, Doug. Hey, Doug. Nice to
Hey,
see
Doug.
you. Just popped in to say hello. Hello, Doug. Always nice to see you. Uh, Doug will be joining us Friday night as our next installment of Story Time with Doug from the Man in Yellow himself. So that'll be at 10 p.m. Eastern on Friday, and it will be a call in. And we would love it if some of you guys would call in with a question or a comment for Doug. He would
Mhm.
really enjoy that.
Yeah,
So
don't be
hopefully,
shy. I mean, I know some of you are shy, so don't be shy.
yeah,
I don't think
yeah,
the man in yellow bites. Well, maybe he'll bites, but he won't bite you if you ask a
yes,
question.
yeah. Yeah, he doesn't bite. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's just another member of our community now, a very special member of our community, but he's one of us. So you don't have to be too afraid or intimidated or anything like that. Yes, he says, please God, don't be shy. Yes. Yes, please, please. There's nothing to be shy about. He couldn't be nicer, and he just wants to hear from some people and put a voice to a name. We would really like that. So hopefully we'll get some people calling in this time. Well, we had Taryn last time, but hopefully some more
Mhm.
people might call in and share some thoughts. We will have Alexis calling in, who will be giving away a jade doll, and we'll do our giveaway. So we'll have at least one call in
Mhm.
that we can bank on. Alexis will be calling into the panel.
Mhm. She might
So
show some crocheting, some
yes,
crochet work while she talks.
yes. Alexis might just turn on her camera and show the crochet work that she's doing on the jade doll that we're going to be giving away. So maybe we should get team jerseys. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, we really hope people will, call into the panel and share a question or a comment, and uh we would love that. That would be awesome. And so again, that's 10 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to be starting that, and really looking forward to it. Sneak.
It'd be cool to get the jerseys and get like the cola brand that's in the show, like to like have like a sponsorship on it, you know?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just imagining
Yeah.
one in my head, and it would be like I can't remember the name of the cola, but it would be that like logo, and then it'd be like the team, whatever team we decide to call it.
That would be great. Yeah. Doug said for a truly religious experience call. Yeah. Right? Come on. Yeah, throw us a bone here. Please,
Mhm.
somebody call in on Friday. We would really
Throw Gus a
appreciate.
bone here. Throw
I
Gus a
understand.
bone.
Throw Gus a bone. I understand shyness. I've been shy my whole life, but it's only recently that I've been able to get over it enough to do stuff like this. So I completely understand why people are shy. And but it's really no big deal. Honestly, I promise. It's no big deal. Montreal says, I'm not afraid of him biting. I'm afraid of his grimy hands on my neck. Hey, I wash them
Mhm.
regularly. Yeah, we really
after
yeah.
after he tears open somebody's throat, he washes his hands, folks.
Then he washes his grimy hands, and his what do you call it? His hygiene is impeccable. Yes, we promise.
Yes.
Faith says, I hear Doug's chat in his voice. Yeah, I do too, actually. I've gotten so accustomed to talking to Doug and hearing his voice that I read anything he's written. I'm reading his book right now, and when I read his plays, it's like I can hear his voice in my head saying the stuff too. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, nice to see you,
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah. Speaking of that, are we gonna do anything about deadline soon? I know
Yes,
Doug has
yes,
to take off at the end of the month.
yes. So, I think we're looking at next week we're going to be doing a stream where we focus on Doug's play Deadline. And Doug said strident as hell, isn't it? Not at all. You have I mean, you have a colorful voice. It can get very animated, but it's such a nice voice. I hear everything that you write in your voice in my head. Anyway, yes, Doug said that's the tentative plan. So we're looking at next week. We just have to figure out a day that Marcia can join us. So it'll depend on her schedule, and we'll work with that. It will be earlier. It will have to be earlier than our typical streams. I think we at least need to start at 9 p.m. because of Marcia's schedule. So we'll keep you posted on that. But obviously it's going to go on longer than just an hour. I don't know how long Marcia will want to stay, however long she wants to stay, but it'll go on longer than that. We'll let you know when we have a date, but we're going to be discussing Doug and Marcia's play Deadline. And if you haven't gotten a copy of it, there's still time. You can read there may not be time to get it in the mail. Like Scarlet, it took Scarlet a really long time to get hers in the mail. Like a really
And
long
I literally live 8 hours away from Toronto, and it took like 2 weeks with some change.
Yeah, I don't know why. It took me about a week to get mine, but if you want to
I could
read the
probably walk
play
to
and
his house and back sooner.
right?
Sorry.
It's crazy. It's crazy. So, but if you want to read the play and join in the conversation, it's about two playwrights who become trapped in the murder mystery that they're writing, and so it's got that supernatural element like From, and people are dying all around them, and they have to get out of it before they die themselves. And it also has comedic elements, just like From. So a lot of you know that already, but for anyone who might be lurking and listening and you don't know, that's the synopsis, and you can read 32 pages for free. Marcia, gotcha. Marcia. No, Doug, it hasn't. Doug sent me a mixtape, and I haven't gotten it yet. But I'm eagerly awaiting it. He sent me a mixtape from this singer. He sent me the link to a song called Symmetry by Jane Siberry. I don't know if that's the right pronunciation, but I absolutely loved the song. So he made me a whole CD. He burned me a CD and he put it in the mail. So
yeah, I know who he's talking about.
Jane Siberry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that in the mail. Yeah. I'll be watching for it. And anyway, so if you want to get a copy of Doug's play, you can still get the e-copy and read it before we do the stream, which will be most likely sometime next week. And it's only 70 pages long. It's a quick read. You can read the first 32 pages for free online. So if you're not sure about it and you want to check first. Oh, thank you, Dieter. I was just about to drop the link. Dieter dropped the link in the chat. You can read 32 pages for free and online, and I swear you'll be hooked like I was, and you'll want to keep reading. And it's only 70 pages, so it'll be easy if you want to read it before we do our stream one day next week, and we have a fun discussion about it with Doug and Marcia. So So yeah, really looking forward to that. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, he says I blame Elon Musk. Yeah, I blame
So do
Elon
I.
Musk.
I totally do.
I blame Elon Musk for a lot of things, actually. Yeah.
Mhm.
Elon Musk. Nice. Nice one there, Trace.
Ugh.
Yeah. Hey, Trace, by the way, welcome. Nice to see you. Yeah. Um, yeah, so yeah, we'll keep you posted as soon as we have a date nailed down with Marcia. We'll announce that um yeah, so give the play a look. And if you're listening on the replay, it's in the description of this video. You can find the link to where you can read the first 32 pages for free and order an e-copy if you would like, or a physical copy, but you probably won't get it in time for the stream that we're going to be doing. But all the rest of Doug's links are also in the description too. Doug's website with um, all of his theater stuff that he's done over the years, his plays, information about all of that stuff, all of his work and pictures. And there's also a link to a website where you can order his first 5 plays as well. All of that's in the description of this video. Anyway, so let's see. So getting back into the breakdown here, let's see. So where were we? Closed my notes.
You're at the tip of the spear.
The tip of the spear. Yes. So he says, "Oh God, they're coming. You don't have time, Boyd," as the music box is playing. And so again, it's the worms that were coming. I don't think anyone else was ever going to show up, in my opinion. But you can let me know in the chat if you have if you have another idea. Like, do you think there was some other entity that was going to be coming if Boyd didn't get out? And if so, then why didn't they show up when the music box actually stops in this episode? That was when they were supposed to be there, and no one showed up. So then he says, there is darkness. Now, this is where I think this is a scare tactic to make Boyd stop exploring. See, Boyd hadn't explored in a long time. Good night, Doug. Have a nice night. Hope you can get a good night's sleep, and talk to you soon. Thanks for popping in. So anyway, what was I saying? So this is a scare tactic because Boyd, clearly the big bad doesn't want Boyd exploring the forest, and I think the whole reason that Boyd was even allowed to find the talismans at all is to pacify him and the town and make them stay put so they don't go exploring anymore. Like, okay, now we can, live a comfortable life here. We can be kept safe by the talismans and we won't go looking through the forest anymore. This big bad doesn't want anyone exploring the forest. So I think this is why Martin says there's darkness in the forest, nightmares you can't even begin to imagine, things you were never meant to see. So I've still been waiting. It's now been 3 seasons. Where are the rest of these nightmares in the forest? We've only got about 2 seasons left. I haven't seen anything else other than the cicada entity come from the forest. And I'm sorry, but that just doesn't seem like enough to me. That there should be more than one based on what he's saying. Other entities, other monsters. That's what I was expecting when he said this when I first watched it. Well, where are they? Where is all this stuff? Things you were never meant to see. You can't even begin to imagine. And he said,
I can't even begin to imagine because they're not even here.
Exactly. And he said, I used to think the town was the worst part. I think the entire thing is a scare tactic. In other words, the town is a piece of cake. Stay in the town. Don't explore the woods anymore. Don't try to get out. Don't go searching for answers in the woods. I kind of have a theory that, I believe there may be a way out through the woods somewhere. It could be why the big bad doesn't want people going out there. But whatever the reason, it sure doesn't want people out there. And the further out you go, like the more the place gets angry. The storm started raging. Boyd and Sarah got close to the lighthouse. And Boyd got that cicada entity kind of almost as punishment for going out too far. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else out there. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe season 4 we'll see some kind of new monster, but I don't believe it's going to happen. I think that Man in Yellow is it. And the only thing that we might get is a final boss, maybe at the end, above him. But
so you don't think any cabin monster or cabin entity?
No, I don't think so. I don't
No
think
giant
so.
spider. Are you kidding me?
I don't think so. I know. It seems kind of disappointing. If I'm right, it would be disappointing to a lot of people, but I just don't. I can't imagine it. And we would have seen it by now, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, they could pull a surprise on us.
They seriously need to take that one guy's fan art and Jeremy Ice and Fire and make those.
That would be cool.
Something folklore-ish with horns and stuff.
Yeah. That would be cool. I think those footsteps and the knocking at the cabins, I think that was either the Man in Yellow or Eloise, one or the other. But Muncher Luncher can't even begin to imagine because the writers haven't come up with it yet. I don't know about that, but I think if they were planning on more monsters, they would have planned that part. They would know that there are more monsters coming, I think.
Maybe they'll get a bigger budget for season 4.
Maybe.
They'll be
That
able
would
to
be
do
nice.
it.
That would be nice because, the show did better than ever in season 3, so that might help.
Yeah.
Might have more money. Martin, our celebrity in the chat here, one of the stars of this episode, Martin says there's going to be loads of nightmares in the forest, but at nighttime. I mean, it would be awesome. I was excited thinking about just imagining what other monsters could be out there, but nothing has shown up so far except the cicada entity. So and the Man in Yellow. So there's that. We did get a new monster, the Man in Yellow. He's a type of monster for sure. Of course he is. But I don't really predict I don't predict any other ones. Let's just say that. And if we did, it wouldn't look anything. It wouldn't look like something crazy. It would look like kind of like a person, like the Man in Yellow does. So anyway, yes, please hit the like if you haven't already. I would appreciate it. Thank you for suggesting it, Trace. Yes, please. The Man in Yellow is not a monster. It's just Doug. Well, yeah, in the show he's a monster, but Doug himself couldn't be nicer. So that's just the power of great acting for you. Anyway, yes, please hit the like if you haven't already. I would really appreciate it. And yeah, I am trying to raise money to get a new laptop because mine is complete garbage and it's become really difficult to try and do everything I need to be doing covering shows on this laptop that barely works. I never know if I can rely on it or not. And my Chromebook, that charger is defective now, so I was barely even able to get it working for tonight. So it's kind of stressful, but I'm not monetized yet. I don't have, I don't have memberships yet. I don't have super chats yet. I am working on that process, but in the meantime, yeah, I don't have that stuff. All I have is Cashapp and Venmo, which are scrolling by on the banner at the bottom of the screen, and this PayPal that Dieter set up for me. This is something Dieter set up on my behalf. So I appreciate that. Thank you for dropping that, Scott, and thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. Anyway, so getting back to the scene. So he says there's darkness in the forest, nightmares you can't begin to imagine, things you were never meant to see, things that, and then he cuts himself off. I hate when people cut themselves like you, Scarlet. I wanted to hear more about these things you were never meant to see, but he says things that and then he cuts himself off. He says, "You have to get out before the music stops." So then the music box has appeared, and yeah, he's got to get out before the music stops. That I guess that's just how that's it's like a game. The whole thing operates like a game. When the music stops, that's when Martin is going to infect him with the worms. That was the plan the whole time. And he picks this up and looks at it, and it's that creepy ass ballerina with the leg laying there next to her. She's only got one. Oh, wait, what happened? Okay. Oh, I heard a wait, where am I? Oh, Scarlet dropped off. And now you're back.
Yeah.
How long have you been?
Sorry. Not very long, like 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. I didn't think you'd been gone long. Okay. Hey David. Nice to see you. Just got out of a double shift. Oof. Well, glad that you got that over with. That sounds like a pain in the ass. So that's great. Oh, thank you, Susie. You're very sweet. I believe me, you don't owe me anything just for. She said I inspired an idea for her that helped her at work when she was listening to one of my videos. But you don't owe me anything. Trust me, you're a sweetheart. But I appreciate it. So Boyd picks up the music box, and there's I never noticed that her leg is just laying there next to her. That's her leg there. It's a nice touch. It was a really great idea by Jack Bender to give her the broken leg. It's creepy. And even this grown man, it looks genuinely creeped out by the music box. And of course, what's there? A mirror and one eye symbolism as well. Something that recurs in this show a lot. Mirrors. Remember, mirrors symbolize deception. And this whole thing is one big act. This is all meant to deceive Boyd into staying long enough to get the worms and bring them back to town, aka the cicada entity. That's what they turn into. They're cicada nymphs. We call them worms, but they're really cicada nymphs. So this is kind of symbolic of the fact that he's being deceived right now and he doesn't even know it. And there's that one eye imagery as well, which is, it's symbolizing the all-seeing eye, that there's some entity watching him, watching all of them. And I'm thinking it's the man in yellow, somehow able to watch them or at least keep tabs on what they're doing, maybe because he's been to the future. But either way, I loved the symbolism of that. And I can hear the tune in my head. I've heard it so many times. That creepy tune that the music box plays. It's catchy and it's haunting. So anyway, I think that was a bluff by the evil entity about the nightmares in the forest. I think there could be a way out through the forest, and they just don't want him to explore it anymore. But this is the first time he had explored it in, like, I don't even know how long. Over a year, however long it's been since Abby died, 2 years. And so what happens when he goes on his first expedition back out in the woods? He encounters this mind fuck that's meant to terrify him so much that, and you know what? It succeeds. Think about it. Think about it now. He goes on his first expedition in 2 years out into the woods, and he encounters this whole mind fuck experience where Martin is talking about all these nightmares in the forest that you can't even imagine. And the town, I used to think the town was the worst part. He wants Boyd to go back to the town and be too scared to ever come back. And in season 3, look at what happened. Kenny actually mentioned to Boyd, look, I understand why you don't want to go back out there. Boyd didn't go back out once into the woods. He didn't go investigate when Tabitha was missing, which is not like him at all. Normally, Boyd would want to take more action. And he didn't. Instead, he let Kenny go looking for Tabitha with Jim. And Kenny said that he can't let Jim go alone, and stand by while these kids lose both of their parents. And Kenny said, look, I understand why you don't want to go back out there again. Boyd, it's not like Boyd to be afraid like that, to be given to fear, but this was the intent. This was the whole intent, to keep Boyd from going back out there exploring anymore. And it was successful. Season 3, he doesn't set one foot into the woods. So yeah, I don't believe any of this stuff by Martin that Martin was saying, other than the tip of the spear thing. I think that part was true, because there is a higher level entity above the monsters. Anyway, so getting into the diner scene here, Julie keeps looking outside, and Kenny gets her to stop doing that because she's just drawing attention to the house by doing it, and the monsters might look around there. So, she's got this, as much as she has such an issue with her father, she's desperate to make sure he's okay and try to help him. And eventually, when he winds up dying at the end of season 3, she refuses to let that go, and she winds up trying to save him that way. So you can already see the seed of that here, where she's fiercely protective. She has this strong instinct to try and help her dad, and even when he dies, she's going to keep trying to bring him back, even when Ethan says it's not possible. I like how you could kind of, yeah, and I think that was planned from the beginning, that she was going to eventually do that. Jim was going to die, and she'd be a story walker. So they're kind of laying the groundwork here for the way that she is so willing to just run into danger, if that's what it takes to try to help her dad. And
this frustrating thing where Kenny asks what her favorite book or what book she's reading, and she just refuses to answer this question.
Yes. He says, what's your favorite book? Yeah. That doesn't work. She's like, you're just trying to distract me. Yeah. He's like, yeah, maybe, but you still got to answer the question. And it's really cute. Yeah. He's such a sweetheart.
But then she doesn't.
And then she doesn't. She still won't answer the question. He explains that they used to hide like this all the time before the talismans, and like Boyd did, and so it's gonna be okay. He was being really nice. People are so weird in the way that, like, anytime you see a male and a female on screen on TV, it must mean there's some kind of love interests now. Some people were thinking like, oh, now Kenny and Julie are gonna match up. Julie is underage, and Kenny was just comforting her. So people need to chill with that.
It's all innocent, folks.
It's completely innocent. Yeah. I just noticed one of the lights is missing a cover. There's just a bulb up there. Yeah. And I never noticed that before, but and then Tilly is just so chill about this whole thing. Like, even with Donna standing there brandishing a shotgun, Tilly's just making herself some tea and saying, well, just when I thought life was all out of surprises.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then she offers Donna a cup, and Donna takes it, but gives her this side eye. And I know this was some fodder for conspiracy theories. Like,
yeah,
I know that there is a theory that Tilly has been there before and Donna remembers her somehow, and I don't think so. I really don't. I don't think Tilly's been there before and somehow managed to escape and came back. I don't really believe that. I think Tilly seemed so comfortable here just because she's an old lady and she was dying anyway, and she's strange, and like, I think it's as simple as that, honestly. Yes, it's weird that she's this chill. It is weird that she's calm like this. And she settles into town really easily. She just quickly becomes the town gossip. You're living in a nightmare town full of monsters. and you become the town gossip. But she's dying anyway, and she's just living life a day at a time. Like, so yeah.
Why not? Why not have some tea?
Why not? Why not? So I think this is just Donna, just Donna being Donna, like she's just kind of fed up with everyone's bullshit from this boss. And that's all that this is, in my opinion. I don't think she knows Tilly, and even if she did know her, why wouldn't she say something to her then at some point if she remembered Tilly from before or something? I'm team no mole. I don't think Donna is a mole or anything like that. I don't think Tilly was a mole. I don't think anybody is a mole, but that's my opinion. Could be wrong.
I don't believe there's anybody that's a mole.
Yeah, I don't think so. But all theories are welcome. If you think there's a mole, then and your theory is perfectly valid. So, and Donna glances over and sees, like, this can't be good. Randall seems to be kind of conspiring with these two red shirts, hunkering down with these guys. Like, he's up to no good already, and Donna can spot it right away. Meanwhile, at the bar, Brian and Kelly show up, and she says, "This is a weird gas station." Now, how about this line right here? This is the kind of thing that would only have relevance on a rewatch. This wouldn't have meant anything to us at the time. Brian says, "This whole place is weird. It's like we drove into a goddamn acid trip."
Yeah, I have that in my notes too.
How about that? Interesting.
How about that?
Acid trip. Kind of like the acid Miranda tripped on when she had all her visions of Fromville before she got there. Interesting choice of words, and I don't think that was a coincidence either. No. This is one of those things they planted in there as a tiny little Easter egg, foreshadowing of a future plot line. I'm convinced of it. I mean, come on. An acid trip? That would later be a crucial part of Miranda's backstory, and Tabitha essentially is Miranda reincarnated, so, Now, this could be a point in favor of the theory that maybe this all is just an acid trip, but I don't believe it's going to be something like that would oversimplify the show and cheapen the emotional impact of it. So I don't think it's an acid trip. And just because Miranda dropped acid before she had all those visions of the place, I don't think that means that it could actually be true, that it's literally that Miranda is just doing acid somewhere and all this is like it's fate or something. No, I don't believe that. I think the acid just enabled her to connect to her past lives. It opened up her third eye, figuratively, So, but I liked the inclusion of that line here. And to me, this is the kind of thing that makes me appreciate the writing of this show even more, because they knew that was coming, and this shows me they planned that plot piece, that plot point so far ahead of time that they even dropped a little line to Brian here about this whole place is like a goddamn acid trip. So yeah, that shows how meticulously the major plot points were planned. Not everything was planned, but all of the Miranda stuff is central to the story because she's Tabitha's past life. So that was planned. That's what that tells me. It makes me appreciate the show even more doing these rewatches and hearing stuff like that. So Kelly says there are worse places to be stuck, I suppose, as she
got some booze.
finds the booze. Yeah, so it could be worse.
They're talking about the coyote and stuff. They lived on a farm. You would know the difference, but I'm like, it does kind of sound like a coyote. The screeching.
Yeah, later it does kind of sound, they hear screeching later on, and it sounds like it could be an animal, but he says he
Because
lives on
I
a
mean, it's kind
farm.
of creepy. It's kind of creepy because it is kind of the same noise coyotes make when they're a pack and they're attacking somebody, like just like the monsters attack somebody.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Um yeah, then yeah, these two poor souls, they're not going to make it. Um
Yep.
Fatima Fatima is out there running around still trying to save the people that scattered when Donna fired the shotgun, and Ellis finally gets her into the post office, or aka the sheriff's office. She's yelling, "If you can hear me, you have to run. There are things outside. If somebody calls for you, do not answer." Um, and he's got to like drag her in there. So, and these people they can clearly hear her, but they're not responding. So she gave it her best shot. Um, but and look, like the cowboy and the swing coat lady show up, and he just barely gets her in there before the monsters can get them. Uh, she just this is not typical Fatima. She's losing her shit now, and it started with the Colony House massacre. I think she got so traumatized by that she's started to fall apart. She's not the same calm, collected, positive person that she was prior to that massacre, and she never will be again, I don't think. Um, so he gets them in there, and then they come up. I like how he takes off his hat, like a gesture of politeness, like howdy. He takes off his hat. She waves, swing coat lady, and the cowboy says, "You're spoiling all the fun." I love when they talk, when they say just a sinister line or two. It's great. Um, Ellis, Fatima's still fighting Ellis, saying we can't just leave them out there. And when she sees that, she completely loses her shit again. This is a cool shot because you can actually see in the window. You can see the reflection of the cowboy looming over them, which is creepy. It was a nicely done shot. She comes up and completely loses her shit. She sees out the window the monsters are approaching one of the red shirts. She's banging on the window, screaming for him to, you know, get out of there, and he's not listening. And they're shaking hands. The waitress monster and who's this one? Waitress and I don't know, the cheerleader maybe. I think it might be the cheerleader. They're shaking hands. Like why would these idiots do that? Like the monsters, these monsters don't even look clean. They're all dirty and gross looking. They don't look like normal people, and these dumbasses just shake their hands anyway. I found that darkly comical, the handshaking. Um so they do that, and Fatima's banging on the window, but they're not listening. And she's completely losing her mind, having a meltdown. Like there's nothing that she can do for them, but she's not listening to him. And it's a little bit annoying, to be honest, the freak out, but I get it because she was traumatized by Colony House getting rampaged and some of her friends, a whole bunch of them getting murdered not that long before this. So I understand why she's triggered like this. And of course the double the double bird, she flips them. That's that's one of the classic Fatima moments. Bangs on the glass and screams at them, and fuck you, banging on the window, and the cowboy is just like, you'll feel better if you come outside. um it, I love how they delight in triggering people and making them flip out, and then just they never lose their cool. they just smile and seem to enjoy it, and
They
say
just want to have a
passive
good
aggressive.
time, Julie.
Yeah, and they love
They just want
saying
to have a good time.
and they love saying passive aggressive shit, you know, because clearly she's upset. So he's saying you'll feel better if you come outside. Yeah. It's hilarious. And they're just enjoying her her meltdown. They're thoroughly enjoying themselves. Just banging on the glass. Like, honestly, that was risky. What if she had cracked it? What if she had cracked the glass? She could have. Not smart. Ellis should have like pulled her
I was
away.
kind of I
Huh?
was kind of expecting her to. I was kind of expecting her to create a bigger problem.
Yeah. Ellis should have pulled her away from the window.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He really should have.
Or put something in front of it sooner. Just pull immediately, throw something in front of their faces.
Yeah. Seriously, do something. Do something.
Because I think they mesmerize people. You know, like we talked in the beginning of the pilot, like the grandma mesmerizes the kid. I think if you're
Right.
around it much, you get a little, mesmerism.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. That's why they say don't open the, don't look out the windows after dark. Don't open the blinds because they can get in your head if you look out. That's why they cover their windows at night. They could do the same with adults. It's easier to do with children though. So
Mm-hmm.
monsters are like girls, they just want to have fun. Like the song. Yep, Samuel. Yeah, they just want to have fun. From did a great job, Faith. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
love these monsters. Yeah. Um David said I've seen photos of the brain on LSD and off. The amount of connections the brain makes on LSD is immense in comparison. Yeah. Yeah, that there are interesting applications for LSD nowadays, you know. Um yeah. LSD and past lives is a major study. Ah, interesting. Um, Many therapists claim that past life work is one of the most powerful and concentrated tools available to therapy short of psychedelic drugs. Wow, that's cool. Interesting. Yeah. This needs to be something that's destigmatized because if it's done, if it's administered in microdoses safely by professionals, then it could have some therapeutic applications. Absolutely. LSD has time specific effects on brain network integration and segregation. LSD increases the complexity of segregated brain states. Interesting stuff. Um, uh, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dieter. Um, we do appreciate everybody. Absolutely. I echo what Dieter says. Thank you. Um, what else? Hey K Brew. Nice to see you. Um Samuel, worms equal annelids, spiders equal arachnids, cicadas are insects. I bet it's centipedes or some crustacean next. Oh geez, I hope not. God, that would be a horror show for me. Seriously. Um, yeah, no centipedes. Thank you very much. No centipedes. David said that Tilly was there to show the connections to the 7 columns of the tarot cards, I reckon. She was like the witch of the woods. I don't think anyone is a mole either. They are all trapped together. Muncher Luncher doesn't think Donna is a mole. She's clearly a human. Well, you got us there. That's for damn sure. She's a human. Um, let's see. A thinks that Tilly was there. Okay. It's an interesting theory that maybe Tilly was there before. If they find an old photo album, she'll be in there. That would be cool. No, I agree that just because she's dead doesn't mean that she wasn't a mole. That's not why I don't think she was a mole. She could be dead and she could have been a mole, but I just don't think so for other reasons. Um, Absolutely, but it's not just. I know a lot of people dropped the Tilly Mole theory just because she died. That wasn't the reason why I don't think she's a mole. But who knows? Maybe she was. Anyway, so oh, let's see. Wait. Um Ryan. Oh, Ryan? Ryan donated? Um um yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so so much. That's so generous. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Um yeah, Dieter is helping me out with that. So,
Ring the
yeah.
bell.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Um so generous of you. Anyway, so getting back to the scene here. Um so let's see. So yeah, Fatima just starts crying then and says, "I can't fucking do this anymore." She's falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
She's falling apart. Um she's been unraveling ever since the Colony House massacre, and then she gets impregnated with this Smiley pod, and the place is breaking her down. Which I, I think really was by design, because she was an inspiring figure of positivity and hope. So she would be a perfect target, if you want to cause people more pain and suffering and feed off of it, like the big bad feeds off of that, then you target someone like her because of what she means to the place, how hopeful she was, and how positive. And that's just not going to be the case anymore, especially after season 3. So this was the start of all that, just unraveling. So then getting into another under the house scene, Brick is still freaking out and yelling he wants to go home, and yeah, then he starts coughing up blood and freaks out even more, while Tom tries to calm him down, and he still won't stop yelling. That's pretty much the gist of the scene. Frustrating. Just wanted him to shut the hell up, but yeah, um, it's kind of difficult. I mean, he was in a lot of pain, and maybe it was just too difficult to be quiet. Um, I'm sure Jim was in pain too, but he was able to lay there quietly. Jim's pinned under something, with his ribs seemingly crushed, or cracked or something. Like, that's what he said it felt like.
Mm-hmm.
And poor Tom, Tom was doing a great job trying to talk him down and keep him calm. And then Tom winds up getting killed because of Brick.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks. Then we're back to the diner, and Bacta is just, in shock, saying, like, my God, this is really happening. She's just, she's going through it. And then Randall Randall decides to just make his move at this point. He's been sitting there stewing, and now he gets up and he accosts Kenny. He, you know, he grabs Kenny's gun, and he's like, "There's more people out there trapped under the house. You can't just fucking leave them out there. You have guns. Are you people fucking crazy?" So, I mean, he has a point. Like, he hasn't seen anything supernatural, and these people seem like crazy cultists. So I understand that. And he's actually worried about the people who are trapped under the house. Like, he was the first person to volunteer to go try and help dig Tabitha out. He I don't think he's a bad person at heart, but he's got severe anger issues, violence issues, and a chip on his shoulder. And the paranoia, I can understand that. I can understand that, because I mean, yeah, people, if anything, people accept things at face value a little too easily here. Um, but it doesn't justify this. He puts the gun to Kenny's head, and he says, okay, we're gonna try this the fuck again. Now, me and my friend here are gonna go take a walk outside. Um, so Donna is saying, you're gonna put everyone here at risk if you do that, and so he's saying, how'd that tree get in the road? How many of you did it take to lug that thing out there? He literally thinks that these people like staged it and they all carried the tree out into the middle of the road. Um, which is really funny to imagine. They're all, gathering around and lugging the tree to the road. Like this is their master plan, I guess. Um, Donna is like, "Are you kidding me?" And then Randall says, "How about the rest of you? You're just gonna sit there? This bitch just blew out our ride home with a fucking shotgun. You all seem disturbingly okay with that." It's almost like he thinks everyone else is in on it too, the people on the bus. Like, why are
That
you
that
guys okay with it?
that's what I say with Randall. It's like Randall's like a coin toss. You either get the we're gonna help get your wife out from under this house, or I'm going to be like taking the gun away from you, you know, and
Yeah,
and almost shooting Kenny here.
yeah.
That's why I don't
It,
trust
it
him.
yeah, he's volatile. So yeah, you can't
Mm-hmm.
be sure what you're gonna
Perfect
get.
word.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think at his core, he has a good heart that he cares about people and that he'll be the first one to volunteer in a crisis to help even a stranger and even risk his own life and safety. But then if it's outside of an emergency situation, he's a total asshole all the time.
And he has time to think about it. Like out of the gate, he's got a good heart, but he has any time to think about it.
Yeah. If
Then it's
he's
tied
given
to a tree.
yes. If he's given time to reflect, then bad shit happens. He goes to extremes and he does, violent things. And so yeah, I think he's going to go a different direction now. He's on his redemption arc, but yeah, this is definitely the worst of Randall we're seeing here. Um not only did he tie Donna to the tree, he literally put a gun to Kenny's head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. I get why he doesn't trust these people, but still,
Mm-hmm.
I don't justify this. This is
I
taking it
guess
too
I
far.
guess it's because both Donna and Kenny fired their guns. Puts everybody a little
Right.
bit on edge.
Yeah, that didn't help. That really didn't help. If they had just allowed the bus to drive around, it wasn't that
Mm-hmm.
close to dark. They could have easily driven around. How big is that town? They could have driven around in a circle at least
Mm-hmm.
one or two more times, but they didn't. They didn't let them.
Mm-hmm.
So that conditions people into already getting
Yeah.
the sense that there's something supernatural going on here. So then they're more amenable to the idea of more
Mm-hmm.
supernatural stuff that they're going to have to be told. And they're more willing to accept it. These people haven't seen anything supernatural, so how do they know? Um, he does a great job with the psycho eyes. He really does.
Yeah.
The eyes. It's great. Yeah. The actor did an amazing job with this scene. 'Cause, um, yeah, Donna says, "Everyone's scared. We should be." And he says, "I tend to be a little suspicious of people who tell me how to be scared." Um, yeah, you think you're a little suspicious? Just a little bit? Um,
Yeah.
um, and Kenny says, "You heard those people outside, man, because they just heard a bunch of screams outside."
Yeah. Uh-huh.
He said, "You just heard those people outside," and Randall says, "Yeah, I heard. Super convenient that we can't actually see anything. So how about we go take a look?" I understand. Look, he's got a point. This could be staged, I guess, yeah,
Their
but, like,
production.
what would be the point? I could understand him thinking, "Okay, they're being held at gunpoint by a crazy cult," but the screaming outside?
Mm-hmm.
Eh, like, what
Let's
did
go
they think?
outside and take a look at that screaming. That's a good idea too.
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense to me. Like, so his rationale is that it's fake and that there are people screaming outside, but no one's actually being killed. So let's go out there and look. So what does he think, that these cultists hired people to go out there and pretend like they're in danger and they're being killed? It's just, it doesn't make sense.
To what end?
Right. Like, why would they do that? Why would anyone do that? I know there are some strange cults out there, but that I really can't imagine the motivation for
Who
doing
has
that.
the money for that kind of production value?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, Jade thought this was the ultimate escape room. He thinks that it's some kind of crazy cult production, stage production. I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking with that, but he wants to go outside and look. And Donna says, let's just talk. And Randall says, no, we're done talking. He won't let Kenny talk either. And he says, you're going to put down those guns and open the door. I'm going to put his fucking brains on the wall. And he delivers it. He delivers that line so well, like with the crazy eyes too. It's amazingly effective. It's fantastic. Um, and you know, um, Donna, and then Donna shocks him. He totally wasn't expecting the response out of Donna. She basically says, "Well, then you're gonna have to shoot him because
Yep.
you sure as shit ain't opening those doors.
Yep.
We're gonna let you shoot him."
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Gotta
I
play the
mean,
numbers game.
it's the trolley problem, you know.
Yep.
She's serious. She would have let Randall shoot him. She's not kidding. You know, it's either Kenny or the rest of them. And so Kenny's got to be thinking, "You bitch." You know? But no,
Mm-hmm.
I think even Kenny would understand that. Like his life versus the rest of their lives. So, and also he's bluffing. He wasn't really going to do it. I mean, like, he didn't expect Donna to say that. He thought that she would give in. Then what's he going to do? Just start shooting everybody? Like, they have him outnumbered and they have shotguns.
Yeah.
So, and then she would have shot him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've got guns pointed at him. So this was a bluff and it was never going to work.
And
Obviously, he
then
wasn't
and then
actually
somewhere
gonna do it.
along the line they would have shot out a window of the diner or the door, and the monsters would have came in.
Yeah, there's that too. Like, better have good aim. He's standing right in front of the door if you're going to
Mm-hmm.
shoot Randall.
You can't have any of that Costa aiming.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Acosta aiming would have gotten them all killed. That Acosta aim. Well, Randall gets distracted by some screams, and then Kenny takes the opportunity to get the jump on him and manages to get the gun away from him. Go Kenny,
Yeah.
and knocks him down, and then that's the end of that. So, that nice plan, Randall, but not gonna work. Um, Back to the dungeon. The ballerina music box is still playing, and this is where, as it's, the music is starting to come to a close, it's getting toward the end. All of a sudden Martin gets all weird and says, "You ever wonder if Abby was right?" And Boyd's like, "How the fuck did you?" And Martin says, "What if it's all just a dream?" So that's again, that is a mind fuck by the evil entity, by the big bad. It knew, like, the big bad knows everything about everybody. The big bad would know what Abby said and did, and now she thought everything was just a dream. So this was meant to fuck with his head. It was meant, I think that comment specifically, that question was designed to plant the seed in his head that maybe none of this is real, to make him question his sanity, because that would make him a less effective leader and hurt the entire town by extension. And it does. Throughout season 2, this is messing with his head. He goes back to town, and by the time the dust settles and he's back in town, he goes to see Abby at her grave, and he wonders if he's in a coma.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe none of this is real. that was the intention, I think, of that bringing up Abby. What if it's all just a dream? Because it fucked with his head, you know. How would he know that about Abby? How would he know that? And also planting the idea, what if it's all just a dream? Maybe it is. So yeah, it was just meant to make him question his sanity, and everyone relies on him. With the cicada entity, you know, brought back to town through Boyd, everyone was at risk for the rest of the season, and Boyd is the one who needed to figure it out, and ultimately did in the end, but his head was clouded by all of this mind fuckery that happened to him. So again, I think that's just more evidence that this is not a real guy that was chained up there. How would he know that about Abby? That she thought it was all just a dream. I think he was a real guy that died there once, but they're just using his image like they did with Abby's image. So, I mean, how else would he know that about Abby? You know, that's it would be impossible. So, you know, you could say that maybe the big bad kind of possessed him and spoke through him in that moment. That's possible too.
Yeah. Like it has to have a voice or it has to have an image.
It was a yeah. And this is as the music box is winding down, and he says that to make Boyd, like, you know, really screw with his head and slow Boyd down. And then as Boyd is distracted by that and baffled by it, you know, Martin then starts pulling this routine where he's moaning and like doubling over. Boyd managed to get one of his arms free, and so he's still held up by this one arm, and he's doubled over moaning. Boyd is trying to get him up. I think that was fake too. That whole thing was an act. Boyd is trying to help him up, and he sees the worms under Martin's skin. Yeah. Oh, it's so gross. You can see, like, look at, they did a great job with this.
Yeah.
There's dirt. There are scrapes and dirt all in the scrapes, and like part of his skin came off his hand. It's really nasty stuff. It's a horrific thought to imagine. Huh?
There's those like head scabs. It's like heads all scabby. Like things have been eaten on top of his head because he hasn't been able to itch his head.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got some weird like wounds on his head.
Come out of his head. Back into his skull and down his arm.
Oh God. Maybe it's gross. But yeah, they did a great job with this, and it's horrific to think that if he were really chained up in there all that time, like how much pain that would be causing for him to be there all that time in that position, unable to die.
Or he'd be getting gangrene or something in those wounds.
Oh yeah, that's got to be infected.
Horrible infection, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think he was really there all that time. I don't think so at all. Now, there was some kind of cicada entity that was trapped in this dream state, I think. I think that it needed Boyd a Boyd to be the vessel to bring it to town. There was an entity trapped in there. It just wasn't this man, in my opinion. Like the entity used the image of this man, or you know, even though it's like you can physically touch it. Some visions in the show you can physically touch. It used that kind of as a vessel, but I think that entity was trapped in there, and it needed Boyd to bring it to town. That's why it said in Sarah's head, by the end of the season, Sarah hears the voice saying it's laughing at you for bringing it to town. So yeah, this is some kind of entity that seems to have been trapped in this dream state situation, and it just needed someone to come, you know, be fooled into bringing it to town. yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around. If this guy wasn't real, then how were the worms using him as a vessel? But I mean, it's a dream state. Anything's possible in a dream state. The point is, I think that it was an entity that was trapped in there and did need a vessel to come get it. How does that relate to the man in yellow and all of that stuff? I think the whole point of the cicada entity was that it was meant to be part of the life cycle, the rebirth cycle of the monsters. And it's all tied in with the death of a monster. Cicadas symbolize, I think, rebirth or something. And the cicadas come out of Smiley. Boyd gives the worms to Smiley. Smiley supposedly dies, but he's immortal. He can't die due to the curse. So the cicadas come out of his body.
Like incubate in him.
Yeah, and basically, I think that it means Smiley's essence was still alive, but in the cicadas. He never really died because he's immortal. And eventually he's reborn. And by that point, Randall's no longer seeing visible cicadas, but he can still hear them. So, yeah, that this entity is all tied in with that. It's the whole point of it. I think Boyd was supposed to be lured out there to get this entity. And ultimately it would have resulted in the death of everyone in town if he hadn't figured out what to do and smashed the music box at the end. That whole point of if I had a bolt coming on the jukebox, that I think was the evil entity luring him out there, wanting him to come out and get infected with this entity, bring it to town and unleash it. So anyway, so like the music stops, and this is what he said was going to happen. He said, you have to get out before the music stops. They're coming, you know. And so what happens? The music stops. And by the way, Boyd sees the worms and he's just like, what the fuck? That's so gross. It's so gross. So the music stops, and then he says, we're out of time. So this is what was always going to happen when the music stopped. No one showed up. This is where, if there were anyone that were coming, they should have shown up now. The music stopped. Nobody came. What stopped? Well, I mean, what came? It was the worms. He said, Martin said, we're out of time. He grabs Boyd, scratches him, and says, my blood is your blood now. And so that's the only thing that came. It was the worms. And it was, as the music was stopping, we saw the worms for the first time. In other words, they came. The worms, they're coming. They showed up right as the music was stopping. They showed up on his arm. So to me, it seems like the most logical conclusion to draw from that. And then he just, supposedly dies. Fake. He wasn't alive to begin with. Not anymore.
Drama queen.
Drama queen. Yeah.
I'm done now.
Should have done a few more. You should have done a few more fake like coughs and gags, and like an overwrought death scene. Yeah.
Just keeps waking up. I'm going. Wait.
Yeah, I see the light now. Oh,
wait, those were torches.
Yeah. So I don't think he was alive anymore to begin with. Yeah, it's the worms that were coming. That's all that came. There's nobody else there, no one in sight. And so Boyd grabs a torch and he goes through a doorway, and I found this so confusing when I first watched it. And
I was thinking about that too, because I was like, the first time I watched this, I was like, what the bad shit's going on here?
Right. Exactly.
I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on from the beginning with Martin. I'm like, I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah. And this confused me so much, how he went through a doorway and found himself in the ruins. How? Like, to be honest, I was disappointed because I was hoping to see some kind of new threat.
Entity.
I thought somebody was going to be showing up, like Martin said, but nobody did. So, Boyd just finds himself there, and it's weird. It's like, okay, how did he get back into the ruins? I mean, looking at it now, I do tend to think that he wasn't lying there like Julie the whole time. He took the torch and he walked through a doorway and he was there. So I think it's like the Lovecraft Dreamlands concept, and that he physically went into that dream state in his case. I think he was physically there. Because he took the torch. That yeah, he had to have been physically there. So yeah, I mean, it's not like, he could have been laying there catatonic, and then somehow he wakes up and there's a flaming torch in his hand. That
yeah. I was thinking about that.
Yeah. So no, I think that he physically entered the dream state. And maybe they took some inspiration from Lovecraft in the crafting of that type of dream state. Because Julie needed to get back in. Julie, like, she didn't need a torch. She just went in and collapsed because she was spiritually connected to it. And she wasn't physically in there. It was just kind of her spirit that was story walking in there. So Boyd comes out and he immediately starts feeling sick again. The spider bite issue seems to come back once he's out of the dream state. He's coughing and doubled over again and kind of disoriented. And then the dog shows up, Gus.
Gus, the most important character.
Good old Gus. Good old Gus shows up. And I think the dogs are a helpful entity.
He kind of looks down at his collar. He could see a name.
Yeah, he definitely checks his collar in season 1. Definitely. When he has the flashback out in the woods when he first meets the dog. That time when he was going out and he found the talismans. That he sees the collar for sure that time. But
he might be checking to see it's the same dog.
Probably is. Yeah. So the dog showed up just in time, like right when he, it's in the middle of the night, the monsters are out, and I definitely think this is a helpful entity. Obviously, it's not I don't think, unless the dog is traveling in and out and it's not the same dog from every timeline, I think it's an entity. I think the dogs belong to the boy in white, and they're helpful. Like I think the boy in white is helpful. So, I mean, this is extremely helpful. Like, as soon as Boyd, as if on cue, the dog just shows up and comes to him when he needs guidance on how to get back to town, because from where Boyd is at, Boyd wouldn't have known which direction to go. He went into a tree and came out into the ruins, so he doesn't know where he is at this point. The dog leads him in the right direction, and he's able to find his way out of the woods. So again, helpful. Although the dog takes off like a shot. It'd be nice if he would slow down once in a while, like he did the same thing the last time, season 1. But the dog leads him in the right general direction of where he needs to be. I think that's the point. In season 1, the dog led him in the right direction to wind up finding the talismans, but he got him lost in the process.
Gus has got places to be.
Yeah. Gus has got places to be, all right. He's got a schedule. So, Kenny and Kristi have, well, first Kenny and Marielle have a brief moment, and then Kenny and Kristi have an awkward scene. And Kenny's making tea, just like Tian Shen would. I'm guessing Tian Shen is probably, there's someone conspicuously absent in this episode. And that would be
there's more than one.
There's more than one, but especially our Ethan in yellow is conspicuously absent.
Sarah is not in this one. Sarah's missing.
Who?
Sarah.
Sarah's missing. Tian Shen is missing.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Tian Shen is taking care of Ethan at the Colony House. Because I was thinking to myself, who the hell's watching Ethan? And then I thought, okay, it's probably her. Yeah. So, yeah, no Ethan. I missed seeing Ethan in this one, but no fun little Ethan in yellow things for us to pounce on. And Kenny is already following in his mother's footsteps with the whole tea cures all ills thing.
He looks happy making tea.
He does. Not so happy when he has to have this awkward conversation with Kristi, who's just like, she says, "You doing all right?" Which is kind of a dumb thing to ask right now. Kenny said that's a pretty hard question to answer right now. What about you? Is that really? Kristi's just like, yeah. Kenny just says, "Wow." Kristi says, "Yeah." Like they don't even know what to say to each other. Like, great conversation, guys. real communication there. Wow. Just riveting.
Especially since Kristi wanted Mari back, and now Mari's just like, you didn't come to lunch. And she's probably rethinking the whole thing, and she's like, oh, what a bummer.
Right?
I should have just said I was with Kenny. I should have just said I found someone else.
Yeah. Yeah. The whole thing is awkward as hell, and yeah, Kristi kind of manifested this too, wanting Marielle back. So careful what you wish for. Now she's there. Maybe she manifested her coming to town on the bus, but Kenny says that you better get back out there. Marielle's gonna need you. And poor Kenny, he just looks like a sad puppy dog. It's just feel bad for the kid. And then they did this really cool thing where the screeching of the tea kettle sound blends with screeching of monsters in the next scene. I like how they did that. It's Brian and Kelly at the bar. Kelly is saying maybe those weren't screams, maybe it was an animal, and this is where he says, "It's not an animal. I grew up on a farm, okay?"
It's a funny line. I grew up on a farm.
Yeah. I grew up on a farm.
I know all animal noises because I grew up on a farm.
Yeah.
Even coyote.
I guess so. I guess he thinks he does. He says, "Oh, maybe it's an adventure." Well, Ethan would agree with that,
He should have popped up behind that case and said, "A quest?"
Yes. Yeah, did someone say
everybody
adventure?
has their part to play? Guess what your part is, Kelly?
Yeah, you're not going to want to hear this.
Yeah,
you don't want to know.
Know your part was.
Yeah, you have a part to play too, Kelly. You get to be another mindfuck for Boyd. Brian Kelly mindfuck.
I called her a monster antenna, and they could have probably used her for a monster antenna, but nobody thought of that.
A monster antenna? Oh yeah, because
it was kind of like hear the monsters and stuff. I'm like, all you do is chop through that rebar a little bit, and then you have like a human monster antenna. Just put her where you need to. Put her on top of the colony house.
Yeah.
Then she has a purpose. You don't have to kill her. She might just die anyway.
Yeah, she could hear like screaming in her head
Mhm.
and stuff, voices. And when Boyd started walking up, she started screaming bloody murder because I guess
Yeah.
she could sense the cicada entity inside
Well,
of
it's
him.
gonna sense he's gonna pull that thing out of her head when they could just cut it.
Right?
I mean, why don't we just do first things first and just try to cut it first? I never understood that.
Or just shoot her in the head and get it over with.
Yeah, that's true.
Just
If they
shoot her.
had to. But the
Just
rebar wasn't even that. I mean, people survive in that stuff. You know,
that's
a piece of metal through their body, and they survive.
yeah. I think I think the problem was that Kristi just didn't have the proper supplies to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's possible to survive, but I think Kristi didn't have the supplies to do it, and that was the problem.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, so this conversation is just funny in retrospect, not funny, but just knowing what's going to happen to them. Because he says maybe it's an adventure, one of those crazy stories we'll tell at parties. Sorry, Brian. You're not going to be going to any parties. And it's your own dumb fault because the lady monster is out there and you hear a hello and the guy says, "Is anyone in there?" And then the lady voice says, "Please help us. We were on a bus. We took a detour through town, but we stopped. I don't want to die here. Please help us, please." Um, putting on that whole act, and it's very convincing. And Kelly doesn't want him to open the door. She's got more sense than him, more common sense. She's like begging him not to. And he says, "We got to help them out. I'll be fine." Famous last words. And then he goes up to the door. So, again, this place preys the most on people who want to help. He says, "We got to help them out."
Mm.
And
That's your mistake.
That's it. You got to be a selfish dick
Yeah,
to
can't help
survive.
anybody.
Case in point, Jade, like, you can't be too helpful or you're going to be in big trouble. You're going to die or you're going to be tricked into committing murder or kidnapping some woman. Like, Sarah and Elgin are people who just wanted to help and they were manipulated and tricked. Tilly was somebody
just want to help. Yeah, exactly.
Tilly just wanted to help. And she was just a pawn. She was a pawn put in Fatima's orbit so that she could be a convenient victim to isolate Fatima. So yeah,
and Elgin just wanted to help with the pregnancy. Just wanted to help.
Elgin, he just wanted to help. He thought he was helping. So it's always the people who want to help the most that get screwed over the most in this place. But except Boyd. Boyd has bulletproof plot armor, so he can help all he wants, and nothing's gonna happen to him. But
plus,
he goes over.
plus the entity is like, how can I get a Brian and a Kelly on the bus? Oh, there's a couple right there with the names. That's convenient.
I know. That was impressive, I gotta say. That entire thing with the bus, the way it was orchestrated. Brian, so a couple with the names Brian and Kelly, just to be another mind fuck for Boyd. That was the name of his buddy in the military who died in his arms, and he always felt he carried guilt around for the loss of Brian. So that was a mind fuck for Boyd, and again, another thing to mess with his head and make him think maybe this is just a dream. None of it is real. Make him question his sanity and try to break his mind so he's less effective as a leader. That's what Brian and Kelly were there for, and somehow the big bad orchestrated it so that so Brian and Kelly were on the same bus as Elgin, who was clearly handpicked. He had that seizure. He had the premonition dream with the boy in white. He had a role to play, so he was handpicked. Like Tilly was handpicked, I believe, to be in Fatima's orbit, and that whole situation. Bacta, she had a connection to the place. Her grandmother knew the cicada nursery rhyme. And Randall, I mean, I would say he was probably handpicked too, just to be a troublemaker, to cause havoc there. So how did they all get orchestrated to be on the same bus is the amazing thing, if they were all supposed to be there. Wow, that's impressive. Oh, and how can I forget Marielle?
Yeah.
She's the most uncanny one of all, Kristi's fiance. And all of these people, how many is that? Marielle, Randall, Tilly, Bacta, Elgin, Brian, and Kelly. That's 7 people on the bus who seem to have been handpicked to be there. And a bunch of other poor, innocent people who just got caught in the cross.
Because Elgin says there's 20, 25 people on the bus, so those unfortunate souls.
Yeah. Those poor, unfortunate souls. Yeah. It's reminding me of Ursula. I can hear Ursula singing it in my head now.
I was thinking the Haunted Mansion, but it's adjacent.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's amazing, the orchestration of this. How did they manage to do this? I mean, I could see how this happens with individual cars full of people. Maybe one person is handpicked to be there. Everyone else is just unlucky enough to be along for the ride. But this was quite the hat trick that they pulled. Now, in the case of Boyd and Abby, I think it might have been both of them who were handpicked. So that was another nice trick that they pulled. Abby with her dream that she had as a child, and Boyd, I think he was clearly handpicked by a helpful entity, in my opinion, Mr. Fish and Loaves. So yeah, it's really remarkable how they were able to do this. And this is the last we see of Brian and Kelly in this episode. He goes to open the door, and I always found it weird that they don't show us anything. We don't even get to see which monsters are out there. That's the end for them. We don't see them anymore. The next we see of them is the next episode, and Kelly is tethered to a tree. So I don't know. I thought that was odd. Like, maybe they cut out a little bit. I would have liked to see which monsters were out there. Why waste an opportunity to show a couple of the monsters? They don't have the monsters in every episode.
I guess it's to keep it a mystery until the reveal.
Yeah, but they could have at least shown us which monsters they were and then cut right then. Just don't show what they did to them, but just show. I would have liked to see which ones they were, just for fun. I like the monsters. Like they're fun.
Yeah.
Just have a creepy line and then cut right there.
Like the original nurse is kind of sinister. I could see her in the doorway.
Oh yeah, the original nurse. Yeah, and the two voices, they were just two kind of unidentifiable voices. I like most of the monsters, we wouldn't recognize their voices at all. But I know for sure one of them wasn't the cowboy because he didn't have a southern drawl.
Yeah.
So
what did they say?
They said, where is it? The guy said, "Is anyone in there?" And the lady said, "Please help us. We were on a bus. We took a detour through town, but we stopped. I don't want to die here. Please help us." Yeah.
Pretty sinister. I can see the nurse could be doing that line.
Yeah. Yeah, that could have been the nurse. It sounded like a young voice.
Or Mrs. Smiley. Or Mrs. Smiley from the first Smiley scene.
It could have been Mrs. Smiley. It sounded like a young voice. So
I had that young librarian.
Yeah.
Type.
She looked young. I think they must have replaced her because she looked young when we first saw her, but then in season 3 she looked old. So Gus is super sus, right? Gus is sus. That's great. Yeah. I'm just looking back, checking in with you guys really quick. Let's see. Martin said the cicadas did the same to Boyd every now and then. I don't think it's an act here. Yeah, they did the same to Boyd, but I don't think that he's still alive in there. Martin, I don't think you were still alive in there, I should say. Yeah.
Were you still alive in there?
If he were, how did he know? How did he know that Boyd's wife thought it was just a dream and her name was Abby? If that's just some guy that was chained up in there. Oh wow, 53 people watching.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, and subscribe if you're not subscribed.
We should have done a Martin poll.
Yeah, we could still do a Martin poll. But the problem is it's so complicated. I don't even know how I would word it. Like, is Martin? I guess was Martin still alive? Being kept alive by the worms, or was Martin part of the entity? I guess I could do that. Yeah.
Or if he was a real man, but
Yeah,
now
if he
an entity, was always a real man.
Right. See, it gets very complicated to try and explain it.
Has been in the dungeon since 1864.
Yeah. It gets very complicated. No, wait a minute. Let's see. Just seeing what you guys have been talking about. Yeah, K Brew said anyone else think the entity took over Martin's body after the music stopped. That's possible. Yeah, he could have possessed him. That's possible. His whole tone changed and his whole demeanor, so he could have been alive in there and then he was possessed. That could explain the weird comment about Abby. So yep. Let's see. K Brew said people who have seizures could have the ability to project themselves to different places in time. Yeah, so it could be that Elgin and Ethan could have the ability, and Ethan had a vision that he saw Victor drawing the whole family in his room while he was unconscious after that seizure, so maybe he was story walking. That's possible. Let's see. What else? Ryan said spooky action at a distance. And from the monsters seem to know and see everything, almost as if they're entangled with the town or its people, sensing actions and thoughts like they're connected in a mysterious, non-local way, similar to the eerie instant connection in the EPR concept. Oh, the Einstein
Yeah.
wait, where is it? I saw something else about that. The Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen thing.
Yeah.
I saw the comment, but then I lost it. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. The Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox suggests that particles can be entangled, meaning the state of one instantly affects the other no matter the distance, implying a kind of spooky action at a distance. That's the part that I missed. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting.
I got what he's saying from spooky action at a distance.
Yeah, I just missed the first part. Yeah, so it's like they're entangled with the town, sensing actions and thoughts. Yeah. I like that, Ryan. Yeah, and that's what Jade was saying when he was mumbling to himself, walking around with the radio early in season 1. He said Einstein Podolsky, and I think he said Rosen too. So yeah. Yep, he did. He said all 3. So
Yeah.
I definitely think that's relevant for sure. Yeah, I like that. I should have actually Googled what that's about, but I don't know why I never did. That's so cool. Anyway, yeah, a lot of people thought that he was talking about the Einstein-Rosen bridge, but that's not actually what Jade was rambling about. So, Robert would have enjoyed that commentary because he he likes to dive into that kind of stuff too. I'll have to tell Robert we were talking about that around the 3 hour 9 minute mark.
The 3 hour mark.
Yes. Martin says, I'm still deaded by the way you dismissed Martin's death and saying fake like that. My poor Martin. You gotta learn when we get to Sorry Walking Julie. Sorry, Martin. You are.
He's like, oh, I'm in so much pain. I expire. And you're like, that doesn't seem real. Try it again, faker. Martin.
You big
Try dying
faker.
again. Think if I believe you.
You big faker.
Big faker.
Yeah. You're not fooling anybody. Yeah. A very belated good night to Faith in case you listen on the replay. Let's see. Yes, Friday night will be the next one for From, yes. And what else? Yeah, Susie also thinks Donna is not a mole. I can post a picture of the one on my porch for comparison. My cats really love me. I guess they gave me a mole and 2 mice. Oh no. I love moles are cute. Aw. Damn. Yeah, I hate that. I hate seeing dead animals, that really upsets me. Martin had said earlier, could the monsters be right behind them showing themselves because the talisman is hung on the second entrance? Yeah, you were talking about at the sheriff's station. I think it was the reflection in the window, if I'm not mistaken, what you were referring to, but correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, Martin. Let's see, what else? You guys were just saying it looks like Marielle has joined a cult, but when Randall actually does something, if From started from season 2 and we were following Randall, you'd be with him all the way. No, I mean, I think he's justified in having all of these delusions. I mean, not delusions, but questions. Absolutely. He's right to be paranoid. But I don't think grabbing the gun and pointing it at Kenny's head was the way to go about it. And I don't think it was logical to think it would be smart to go out there when people are screaming bloody murder outside. That part I just don't think made any sense. He tied Donna to a tree because he saw her carrying a monster. True, I still don't think it was a good idea to kidnap Donna and tie her to the tree. Use her as bait to see if it's really true or not that the monsters were going to come out. I'm just not I'm not in favor of it. But so much for residents not carrying guns and not being able to kill monsters. There's no redemption arc. He's already been goated. Well, I mean, he kind of did need a redemption arc after, he kidnapped Donna and acted like a dick to everyone. Now he's starting to be nicer to people, for one thing. He apologized to Elgin, just being a decent person. He also kicked the shit out of a guy in Colony House, and I still don't understand why people defend him over that. I'm sorry, but yeah, okay, the guy touched his stuff, so you can use your words like an adult and say, don't touch my shit. You don't have to kick the shit out of a guy. Like, he literally could have broken the guy's ribs over just touching his stuff. So I don't understand why people defend things like that. It's wrong. There's no need to act like that. He acts like a complete asshole, so he does need a redemption arc, and he's well on his way. I think he's absolutely redeemable. I'm fine with Randall now, like now that he's, acting like a decent person to people. And I always thought he was good at heart. The problem is we don't have his backstory. He clearly has a chip on his shoulder and he's been screwed over in life. Mm-hmm. And that's why he's extra suspicious of people and acts like an asshole. He's pushing people away. That's the mark of someone who's been screwed over and has a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, but would you ask him for help? Would you say, can you help me? And not worry that he might tie you to a tree? Because I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But he'd be the one you come to.
Yeah. I don't know if I would trust it.
Jim, Jim became buddies with him, and then all the other stuff happened.
Right? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's a wild card, so it would be difficult to trust
I mean,
him.
if people in true faith could say, I could ask Randall for help and not worry at all, then I'll believe them. I'll believe he has heart of gold. But until that day, I'm not.
Right. I think what really counts is when there is an emergency situation, his true nature comes out, like the part of himself that's not that's underneath all the assholery. The way that he's been treated by people, he treats people like garbage, I think, because he's probably been treated like garbage. But then when someone needs help, that's how you know he's not a bad person at heart, because he does risk his life to help others, even complete strangers.
Yeah, but you got to catch him before he starts thinking about it. You got to catch him within like 5 seconds of the thought starting.
Right.
Then he's good.
Yeah. Martin, not surprisingly, Martin is on Martin's side here. You're on your own side. I think he was good at telling the truth. Then why did he scratch him, Martin? Why'd you scratch Boyd and give him the worms? What did you do that for? If you were good. If Martin started telling me all that, I would slap the taste out of his mouth immediately. That's great. Let's see, what else? What else did I miss here before we continue? Kay Bruce said, I wonder why they didn't want Khatri to travel with Boyd and Sarah to the woods. I feel like Khatri kind of served his purpose. I don't know. He was there to make sure Boyd didn't, put Sarah in the box. That he was a chess piece put in place there long before Sarah even got there. But that's how chess works. You plan moves in advance. I think there are two entities at play here, using people like chess pieces, and Khatri was a chess piece that was just waiting there for his purpose to be fulfilled. As soon as he convinced Boyd to keep Sarah alive, he got taken off the board. So it's kind of just like that was the time he served his purpose. Maybe it was also the other side retaliating against him because he achieved that purpose. So, yeah, that's what I think about that. Retaliation because he just convinced Boyd to keep Sarah alive, who proved to be a huge asset. What else? Let's see. What else did I miss here? Yes, please hit the like button if you haven't already. I'd appreciate it. And Boy in White's dog saved Boyd. I agree, Martin. Martin said, I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the first episode when Bing Chen was going downstairs, he takes the chessboard, a yellow plate in his right hand, and his left hand is concealed. I didn't notice about his left hand being concealed, but I did notice the other stuff. Yes. Chess being put in our faces as a metaphor right from the beginning. Absolutely. That was intentional. The chessboard, it's an analogy. I mean, it's a metaphor for the way things work here, I think. So, okay, what else here? Yeah, evil never seeks evil, Scott. That's a great point. It seeks out good always. It feeds on the suffering of good people. Yes, 100%. Yes. Yeah, Susie, I'm pretty sure that goes beyond Fromville, right? Let's see. Ryan says Boyd is the vessel of hope that keeps people willing to endure and suffer, which is exactly what the town wants. Julie even says best way to make us suffer is to give us hope. It's true in a way, but it's like they have to suffer in order to have a chance at making it out of there and surviving, like yes, they're suffering in the meantime, but the only other option is to just lay down and die, which is what Ghost Abby was trying to convince Boyd to do. Just give up. Let them all die now. To endure in this place is to suffer, and more people are going to be lost along the way, but that's what has to happen if anyone is going to ever make it out. And yeah, having hope, and then sometimes that hope being destroyed, but when someone gets killed, someone that they're close to, or they think that they have a way out, and then that hope gets crushed. Yeah, that causes them pain, which the place then feeds on. But I still say that they need that hope. They still need to have hope that they can make it out, because I think it's possible. AA says they all got orchestrated to be on the same bus because they all have an individual meaning or purpose. No one is a red herring. I agree in terms of all those people we mentioned. I think some of them were just unlucky and wound up on that bus and got caught up in the crosshairs. But yeah, they definitely had a purpose. The people that were selected.
Yeah.
Hey there,
The
TJ.
two that shook hands with the monsters.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
didn't have much of a purpose.
Yeah, they didn't seem to have a purpose. They were cannon fodder, those red shirts.
Mm-hmm.
The bus red shirts. Um so hey there, TJ. Nice to see you. Boyd started to crack after being chained up. Right, his sanity. He was questioning his sanity after he was in the dungeon. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. And then the stuff with Fatima pushed him over the edge in season 3. Yeah, he's being pushed closer and closer to his breaking point. Absolutely. Um, let's see. The same way they got Tabitha to find Scott McCord's dad, yeah, the Henry, is the same way they orchestrate these trips. Right. It would just be a lot more complicated to get that many people on the bus who were all supposed to be there. That was impressive, I gotta say. That was impressive. Let's see. Some of the main ones were brought in by accident too. If Abby was dreaming about that place since she was a little girl, well, Martin, the reason why I think that Boyd can't be a coincidence is just how uncanny is it that of all people, Mr. Fish and Loaves winds up here. Mr. Fish and Loaves, he just got off a 30-year career in the military, going to the worst hellholes on earth and making do with the smallest amount of resources to help people. So I think a helpful entity brought him to this place to do the same thing. He comes here, and what does he do? Exactly that. He flies into action and becomes Mr. Fish and Loaves for this place. That's why I think he was handpicked by a helpful entity. There's a helpful side, I think, bringing people there, and I think there's a harmful side. So it could be both Boyd and Abby. And also, people are making an assumption when they say that Abby was dreaming about this place. The actual thing she says is, I was just remembering of this dream I had when I was a little girl. That's it. That's all she said. She didn't say what she was dreaming about. She was staring off into space and she said that. And I interpreted that to mean she dreamed that she died. And when she died, she woke up, because when you die in a dream, you wake up. So then she got this idea. Shortly after that, she started going on a shooting rampage. She got that idea from the dream she had as a little girl. If she could just shoot everyone, then they would wake up. That's how I would interpret that. But maybe she had a dream about the place. But I would contend if she had a dream about the place, then, well, shouldn't she have had a bigger purpose to play? She wound up dead before the new cycle even started. The 2 cars hadn't come yet when she died. So it just seems like a wasted opportunity then, if she's been dreaming about it since she was a little girl. I don't think it. I tend to think she wasn't dreaming about Fromville myself. I think she just dreamed that she died, and when she died, she woke up. Occam's razoring it, That's what I think. But everyone always assumes that it was about Fromville. We're never actually told that. If she did dream about it, then it's possible both of them were chosen. If the bus could be orchestrated like it was, then Boyd and Abby together could be orchestrated too. They could both be chosen. Abby could have been chosen by the evil side to cause damage. Anyway, uh, AA said, I always thought Sarah did that to Kelly. It was too similar to what happened to Jade's friend. Oh, that Sarah tethered her to the tree? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, that was Toby. I don't know why Sarah would do that, though. It was probably the monsters just playing a new twisted game.
Really, really long screwdriver.
Yeah.
A very long screwdriver.
Oh, okay. Huh. Maybe I was watching a different version of it than you, Ryan. A very long screwdriver, you said? Let me see. Yeah, mine didn't show the monsters. So I don't know. Maybe I was watching a different cut of it. It's the teen monster who said he knew Julie and the blonde younger one. Did you see them when you watched it?
You know what? I can actually go through the. I have a DVD and I have it on MGM Plus, and I could see if they're different.
Yeah.
It might take me a while. I could do it right now.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to do it if you want.
No, because it was weird because when you watch the DVD of Yellow Jackets, there's a joke about a chicken that is not on what they show on Showtime anymore, but it's on the DVD. Like, it's just gone now.
Right.
It's really weird. There's no reason for it to be censored because it's not that, haughty of a joke. So I don't know why it would be gone.
Yeah. That's odd. Kelly didn't say what she was forced to watch. Brian is the man in yellow reincarnated, and the monster made him Angkui. Oh, jeez. Samuel, yeah, Kelly never did say what she was forced to watch. Yeah, she just said they made me watch. Yeah. Let's see. What else? What else did I miss? I'm almost caught up here. Okay. I'll say it forever. Randall has risked his life for the Matthews family 3 times. The house collapsing, the toolbox, yeah, in season 3, and helping Julie, Ethan, and Sarah into his boss. Yes, yeah, he did.
Maybe that's his purpose. Maybe his purpose is to help the Matthews family.
Yeah,
he doesn't help other people at times, but he helps the Matthews family.
He does. He always comes through for them, doesn't he? In the clutch. Maybe that's his purpose.
Still, but for every good thing he does, there's a weird, chaotic, Viatel thing he does.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That just tells me that he's been deeply damaged. We just don't know his backstory. He's been damaged in some way. I wish they would give us some backstory into him so we could understand it better. Hey, Luck Dragon, welcome. Sometimes I just can't succeed. I need. Wait, what is? What
I don't know what this guy's all about.
What is this? I don't know what this is, but hello.
Then it says feed the troll later on, so I don't know if he's just trolling or what.
Maybe. I mean, if so, it's harmless enough, so that's fine.
Yeah.
It's not saying anything nasty, so that's okay. What else?
It's kind of strangely poetic, the few ones I've read.
Okay. Martin said they had a deal and Boyd promised he'd help him, meaning he'd kill him. Boyd is the perfect example to what we were saying last stream. If you tell the truth, these residents can't handle it. Yeah, I mean, but Martin didn't tell him anything though. So, I don't know. I guess I'm not understanding. But this was a few minutes ago, so. Iron Abby, remember, she wouldn't sit back and get comfy, so I was thinking she was doing her own theorizing and story walking, for example, while Boyd was out there looking for resources. Yeah, but she's dead. She's dead, though. We know that. She's got a grave and everything.
Certainly more sincerely dead.
Yeah, she's dead.
My boy, Boyd.
Yeah. Martin could be a story walker who died, a time traveling ghost. Yeah, that's possible, Samuel.
It's very Marley Christmas Carol with the chains and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, it is. I like that. Okay, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, share a picture in the Discord. I don't know what
Yeah.
I don't know what I was watching, what version I was watching, but I didn't see the monsters, and I could have sworn it showed them, but I didn't see them. So,
Sneaky.
yeah. And yes, Dieter, I have water here. Thank you for the reminder to drink. So let's get back to the breakdown here. So then we have the iconic Smiley scene.
Oh yes, Smiley filling up the bus.
Smiley feeling up the bus. Yeah,
it's my favorite. It's my favorite scene.
I
from
think I
this
have to close a
episode.
couple. I think I have to close a couple tabs. It's running a little slow. It's amazing, and the lighting of it, the red lighting from the diner sign, it's just perfect. It makes it all so much more sinister. So good. Jamie Maguire must have been so excited when he got this script and found out he got to have this scene. This season was where they really gave him more to work with. They gave him 2 lines, 2 very memorable lines in season 2. He didn't have any lines in season 1, I don't think. So that must have been so awesome for him. And he's feeling the seat like that. He's feeling the headrest. I forgot that he did that part. I had forgotten that he's feeling the steering wheel. And he sits down and he just wants to play bus driver.
Yeah.
No, he's just enjoying himself. I just found that so funny. When we interviewed him with Jamie on Sci-Fi Vision, I asked him, like, did they tell you in the script to run your hands over stuff and pretend to drive the bus and stuff like that? And he said, yes, that was all in the script. So that was part of it. That wasn't an ad lib. He was told to do all of that stuff. The smile was his thing. The smile thing that he came up with himself, and they liked it, so they had him keep doing it. And then they had the monsters all smile like him too. Of course, no one can compare to his smile, naturally, his iconic smile. But it's like he's, even though now we can pretty much like bank on this place being really old, way before the invention of buses, based on the visions of Puritans. However, it's almost like he's connecting with a tiny vestige of his humanity that's still in him, because now we know that the monsters used to be human. And this is something humans would do. Now, not in his time, if he's from the Puritan era, of course. If that's when this all started, like the clues are suggesting, then there wouldn't have been buses. But it's still, it's like, okay, this is something humans would do. And I think that's why he kind of he runs his hands over these humans things, in the house. He did it with the plant and the banister, and now he does it with the bus, and he's pretending to drive the bus.
You don't think that any of the cars are left around, none of the monsters go for a little nighttime joyride?
Yeah, doubt it. Oh
that's
god,
how
yeah,
the
the
thing.
monsters.
That's how the car probably got in the pool. A couple monsters took it on a joyride.
Yeah, maybe that's how they crashed the truck. Yeah, it can't be very good drivers.
These aren't horses.
Oh, he's even messing with the buttons too. Like,
yeah.
Let's see what this does. Yeah. But then the poor old couple hiding back there make a noise, and it's like, ooh, fresh meat. Playtime's over. And the head turns back. Jamie slayed this scene. Jamie Maguire. He was so good, so sinister. Like this face right here, the way he just went from that kind of almost kind of cute playtime mode to, okay, it's hunting time.
I'm a bus
It's hunting
driver. I'm
time.
a bus driver. Oh, wait. Time to go hunting.
Yeah. Fresh meat. Yeah. Oh, that escalated quickly. Yeah. Oh man, it's so good. I love the backlighting of the red diner sign on him and
Mm-hmm.
his red
It looks
hair.
great. It looks great.
Oh, it's so great. Aesthetically, this is just beautiful to look at. It's well done. Oh, and the smile. There we go. It's on now. Here comes the smile. Oh, I just love it. Remember when we were just always we were like R.I.P. Smiley, we miss Smiley so much, but we don't have
Mm-hmm.
to say that anymore now.
Yep.
We don't have to say that anymore when we rewatch these episodes. It's like, no, we got Smiley back. We have more Smiley to look forward to. It's like reborn Smiley, like Smiley rebooted 2.0.
Yeah,
What
I was so sad because I thought he was dead, and I thought, why would the showrunners take him away? Because none of these other monsters really have that certain something like Smiley does.
Yes, we all thought it was the most, foolish choice they could have made to kill off their best monster.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the other ones. It's just that he has this certain special something that connected with people and he became
Mm-hmm.
iconic to the show with that smile of his. He was born to play this role. He's iconic. So it was just the worst possible monster they could have killed off. But I now I don't know. They haven't confirmed this or not. They haven't said, but I wouldn't be surprised if they knew they were going to resurrect him. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think like I know a lot of people think they brought him back just by popular demand because they realized they screwed up. They didn't realize he was that popular and they decided to just do a like a retcon and oh, guess what? No, we can bring him back. No, I mean, I don't believe that because this
Mm-hmm.
has to be if you think about it, one of the major plot points that they must have planned on from the beginning is that the
Mm-hmm.
monsters are immortal, that they were turned into immortal beings because they sacrificed their children. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think that's something that you would, decide in season 3 like, okay, I think we finally figured out what, where these monsters came from.
You're not
They
you're
were
not you're not drawing that red Cthulhu and then making it fit a plot line.
right. Right. The red Cthulhu. The red
Mm-hmm.
Cthulhu is on the cave wall. It's a perfect point to make. And it looks exactly like Smiley's rebirth scene with the
Mm-hmm.
membrane. They put that there because they planned on killing off a monster and having it be reborn eventually. So I think they knew damn well they were going to bring him back, and that's why they killed him off to begin with. It was impactful. They knew he's the only monster we'd actually care about, so it was like a major death, and it was
Mm-hmm.
shocking. And then they get to have their cake and eat it too. They get the shocking impact of that, and
Mm-hmm.
then they get to bring him back in a shocking twist. It's perfect. So this was planned. This was definitely planned. Now, I know when they first created the cave mural, of course, they probably didn't know which monster at the time they were gonna
Mm-hmm.
kill, like, in season 1, they didn't know Smiley was gonna take off and be such a big hit, um, and so, the cave mural first was shown in season 2, episode 1. Even at that I mean, well, at that point, they knew Smiley was a hit because they put him on the poster
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
Boyd.
Mm-hmm.
So when they did the cave mural thing, they might have even already had Smiley in mind, but
Mm-hmm.
either way, they knew that they were going to kill off a monster and
Mm-hmm.
um so in season 1, I don't know if they would have if they planned on the idea of killing off a monster at some point, but I do think that they planned that the monsters were immortal creatures
Mm-hmm.
who sacrificed their kids. That was something that must have been decided from the start. That's the backstory of the entire place. And so maybe in season 2 they decided, okay, let's you know try and like show a way that they can be temporarily seemingly killed and then brought back. And let's do it with him because he's so popular. It'll shock people. But they knew they were going to bring him back. I definitely think they always knew. So, but Jamie didn't know. You know, we asked him that too. Jamie didn't know that he was going to ever be brought back. So that had to suck for him in the meantime, just waiting, you know, thinking, you know, he lost this gig that he loved doing so much.
Yeah.
They could have, it sucks that they couldn't tell him, but, you know, they've got to be really careful. They couldn't let that twist get out. Like, what if he slipped and he told one person and that person let the cat out of the bag? So they had to keep that to themselves. Just let Jamie think that he was done permanently, and hope that they'd be able to get him back for the next season. But he said he was so thrilled to get the call to come back. But anyway, he finds the old couple. This poor old couple. I felt so bad for them. Why does it have to be an elderly couple? That sucked. these poor old people.
And they're probably thinking, like,
look at them cowering there.
He's like, this young man's come to help us. That's what I think they thought at first, because he just looks so, like, you know, you know, he doesn't look evil. He just looks like he's going to be helpful at first here.
Right. Yeah. He does, you know, initially, but they, you know, they look scared. They do look scared. And just the way he slowly approaches them in a sinister way, not like, hey, you know, are you okay? Or is anybody back there? He doesn't even pull any of that stuff. He doesn't pull any, he doesn't have any like casual lines like the other monsters have. He just says creepy things like, you picked a bad spot. You know?
Well, it's true. Truth.
They did pick a bad spot.
Thanks, Decipher. That's the word. Unassuming. That is what I was trying to get for Jamie here. He's unassuming.
Unassuming. Right, because like initially they were cowering, and then when they saw him, for a second I think they thought, oh, it looks like a nice young man. Like, oh, okay. They looked like less scared, and then you pick
a bad spot can be something that they would be like relieved that somebody found them. Oh yeah, we did pick a bad spot.
Right.
Until
yeah. Yeah. And then there's the smile again. The iconic smile. Gotta love it. I'm so glad he's coming back. And then you don't. I'm surprised they didn't give us the Smiley transformation this time.
Yeah, they did.
We didn't get to. Not in my version, they didn't.
What version are you watching? I even paused it on Smiley because I wanted to see how good the guy his face before he transformed. He definitely transforms.
What the hell?
Are you
watching
like
it on
Mormon
MGM
version, like the Mormon version where they edit out all the violence and stuff?
No, I was watching it straight from MGM. Believe me, I take a lot of screenshots, so you know I would have caught it if he had transformed.
Too, and I saw the transformation.
Okay, what the hell? I'm gonna pull up the video.
Is Rhode Island?
I don't know, but this is getting annoying. I thought that he transformed and showed it
because I wanted to see how quick it was, and his face. You know, sometimes they go so fast that you can really barely see it's his face. But he has a good, like, I caught it right when he was like, his face is transforming, and it's pretty good. It's a pretty good, like, flow.
Seriously, what the hell? Okay, I'm pulling up the video in another tab because now this is bothering me. I need to make sure I'm not losing my mind because you know I don't miss a thing and I take a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
If it had, oh, shoot, that's the wrong one. If it had been on my screen, I would have gotten it, and it was not there.
Transformation.
What the hell? What the hell? And I'm paying for MGM for this shitty cut version with its cuts out all the good parts. the hell? I can't wait to get. I got to get rid of MGM.
And apparently
I
only in Rhode
keep...
Island, because Michigan gets this. I just watched it. I literally just watched it before we started.
Yeah.
And he transformed.
This is annoying. Yeah. Wait a minute. I can't play it on the stream or the stream will get blocked, but I have I have it playing now. Let me see. Okay, he's walking up to them. Okay. The lady says, "Oh, thank God, we heard the screaming," and he says, "You picked a bad spot." Oh, okay, he did transform.
Yeah.
He did transform. It must have been my shitty Chromebook was being too slow, and as I was trying to take screenshots, it missed that one. Yeah. My Chromebook has been running really slow lately, so okay, that's how I missed it. Yeah, I got it. I just got it. He only transformed for a split second, and my Chromebook was too slow to get it. Yeah. There. Okay, mystery solved on that. It was my lousy technology strikes again. Okay.
See, I remembered it because I remember my Smiley scenes here because it's my favorite scene.
Yeah, I got it here. Hold on. It was only a second and my Chromebook wasn't quick enough to catch it. That's the problem. And it's blurry too.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I kept pausing it to see what the beginning of it was, to see how good his face looked when it was changed into this. And it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It does look pretty good. If I could slow it down into slow motion, I've got to download it so that I can put it in slow motion and get a better picture of it. But that's it. There it is. Okay. Mystery solved. Now we can move on. Yeah, that was irritating me. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's a RAM issue. Decipher. Yeah.
You gotta hear me roar.
Yeah. Mars says, yeah, it freezes a little bit when I take a lot of screenshots. Yeah, and I take a whole lot of them. So, yep. Hey there, Jake Campbell. His face is unsettling too. Yes, it is extremely. And welcome. Yeah. So, oh, okay, Dieter. Ryan shared the photo. Yeah, I'll pull that up in a minute. What else? The monsters honked the horn of the ambulance to get Boyd's attention, if I Ankui correctly. Yeah. Yeah, they did, I think. I think they did, actually. What else? What else? I'd like to at least see Brian's body. Yeah, we never saw Brian's body. If you don't see the body, they aren't dead. Yeah, that's basically the rule of thumb in TV and film. Especially if it's a soap opera, you know they're dead. It doesn't matter if they fell off a cliff. If their body is not recovered, they're not dead.
They're back. They're gonna come back.
Yes. Oh, always. Always. Martin said I was talking about the entryway foyer of the diner before, because the talisman placement is on the inside of the diner, so I was wondering if the monsters could show themselves there if they wanted. Oh yeah, I mean they can show themselves, but they can't come in. Yeah, definitely. So anyway, so let's see.
Yeah, soap operas still exist, Susie.
Oh yeah, soap operas still exist, but they're an endangered species at this point. They're dying off. They've been dying off for years. Now there are only 4 left, and they're on life support at this point. They're barely hanging on. So everything runs. I'm trying to pull up that picture, but everything runs really slow. in the background. Again, bad technology. So yeah, I think we better just get back to the breakdown while that's loading, because it's going to take forever. The picture that Ryan posted, I mean, in the Discord. Like, say, once StreamYard is running, I can't do anything else, or the whole thing slows down. So, okay, so then it cuts to the outside of the bus, where you just hear them screaming, and that's horrible. I feel so bad for the poor old people. And again, we never actually would see the monsters actually killing people. We never actually see the moment where they kill them and rip them apart. The closest we got was finally with Tian Shen in season 3. We did see some of that in a flashback, but we rarely actually see anything. So it was really mysterious at that point. Like, they never show it. They would always cut away.
Well, in the hot EMT.
Yeah. And the hot EMT, like in season 3, they started to show a little more. Like they showed that they showed the disemboweling.
Opens old wounds.
Yeah. Yeah. Poor hot EMT and other nice, handsome looking EMT.
But not as hot.
Mm-hmm.
EMT, and the one that's not so hot. Well, okay enough.
Yeah. They'll be missed. Once again, Gus is running like hell through the woods, and Boyd is yelling at him to slow down. And then the monsters show up. Boyd extinguishes the torch, and he manages to hide behind a tree that does not cover him up at all, and yet the monsters pass right by and don't see him, which is really something. That tree is not covering him up well at all.
I think they just do this for Boyd. I think they know that he's there.
Yeah, I think they do too, honestly.
You know, like he's hiding when Smiley's reborn, he's just kind of hiding there. They know he's there. They're just playing along.
Yeah. I think they don't want to kill Boyd. Boyd, they need to break slowly to to drag out the game of it all. So Boyd is not someone they want to kill. I mean, he was able to stay alive in that talisman hut too all night. Yes, it may have been the power of all those talismans that helped, even though there was no door to the hut. But yeah, I honestly think Boyd could just go for a midnight stroll anytime he wants, and the monsters wouldn't kill him at this point. Just like say hi to the monsters, like, "Hey, how's it going? How's your night going?" You know, like, I don't. Yeah, I don't think it would matter. I don't think he even needed to hide and be quiet. He's got plot armor, but I don't mind it, because I do like the way that it makes sense within the context of the show, that they're trying to slowly break the entire town, and they do that by dragging out their suffering. It's a game, and if they slowly break Boyd, then they slowly break the entire town. And it just drags out the fun for them. You kill Boyd off, well, it wouldn't be any fun that way. So that I don't mind it. I like the rationale for it. I think that it makes sense. So Harold can have plot armor for days, and it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I really like this shot of the monsters walking through the woods. It looks really good.
Yeah, right. It does. And the nice thing about the Milkman monster's costume is it really stands out. So you get that,
it kind of pops,
bright white. It sticks out. Yeah. You can really clearly see him in these dark nighttime scenes. And there's the librarian monster, Smiley's girlfriend.
Yeah. Mrs. Smiley.
Mrs. Smiley. The nurse. There's the nurse. The original.
Original nurse, yeah.
They all just walk on by, and Boyd is unscathed. Then we cut to the peach truck, where Victor is rummaging around for snacks, and Tabitha asks him, the boy, the one who told you to wait in the tunnels. Victor says, he's my friend. For a long time he went away, but now he's back. Now Victor is whispering. She's just talking at a normal volume because she doesn't know how to listen to instructions. He says, for a long time he went away, but now he's back. So he's referring to the boy in white, of course. And Tabitha says, how long have you been here? And he says, oh, it's been a while. She says, how did you get here? And he says, of course, his standard, Victor, I don't want to talk about that. I don't like to talk about that in this case. Trauma response, shutting down. That's classic trauma response, blocking out those painful memories of how he got there, how he and his mom got trapped there. So he shuts that right down. There's the peach truck map that set the fandom ablaze. The very first episode with the peach truck map. And this is a cool little hideout that Victor's got. It's got a little place to sleep, got a bunch of stuff, pictures.
So that huge map that nobody looks at, gigantic map.
The huge map that nobody looks at. And no one even knows how it was made. How, did he make this all himself? Did he have help? The mystery continues. They trolled us with that hard in season 3. They knew damn well we wanted someone to notice the map, and they put the smartest damn person in the whole town right in front of the map, standing in front of it, inches away from it, looking directly at it to get our hopes up, thinking, fucking finally, the smartest person in town of all people is looking at this peach truck map. We just wanted anybody to notice it. And he says absolutely nothing about it. Nothing. Not a single word. Nothing. I swear to God, they were trolling us. Season 3 was the season of trolling us. They trolled us with that. They knew we wanted someone to notice that. I bet they snickered to themselves as they were writing that in the script. Oh, this will really get them going. Oh, this will get them going. Jade's right there staring at the thing and doesn't say a peep. Nothing. Oh, man, that pissed me off, especially because I looked at the press photos before the episode came out. So I got so excited. I saw Jade, Jim, and Tabitha hanging out in here with the peach truck map and Jade in front of it. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Finally, they're going to start trying to decipher this thing. Jade is going to look at it. And they had a brief scene in there and didn't say a word about it. It was just a troll, flat out troll of us. But alas, yeah, it's just going to continue, I think. I still have hope. Maybe eventually someone will revisit this map. I hope, but I don't know at this point. It's still fun to look at it and analyze it anyway. We had a lot of fun deciphering the one that somebody cleaned up, where you can actually see what's going on with this whole clusterfuck of places. So I enjoy doing it, even if we never get clear answers on it. Anyway, Tabitha. So he finds his stale old cookies, and he's like, "Look, chocolate chip," and he offers
them to her. Wondering how old those cookies were.
And she starts to turn them down, and he seems kind of hurt that she doesn't want them. So he's like, if you don't want them, you don't have to have. And she says, no, I like chocolate chip, thank you. So she takes the nasty stale cookies, and she has one. It's just so sweet. He's such a little kid. And he eats some of his little stale cookies. They even have him, I like how they have him sit on a seat that's lower than hers. He just really get the sense that he's like a little kid and she's his mom. He's sitting down there handing her the cookies. It's so sweet. I love Victor. Then he says, I used to have more snacks, but there haven't been too many new people coming through here the past few months. In other words, like, there haven't been that many people getting killed off, so not many new people have come through. And when people get killed off, he gets new stuff. It's kind of dark, but that's basically where he gets his stuff. It's for people who have died. People come in, and there's that replacement theory when new people come in, it's really after other people have been killed off, to kind of fill that quota that the town needs. Well, less people have been dying because of Boyd, so less people have come in, so he's getting less stuff to add to his stash. And Tabitha says, is that where you got all this stuff? And he says, so now notice how he's opening up to her here. This is an early clue that they have this connection, that she was his mother and he's been reincarnated from her. She's been reincarnated from her and he was her son in a past life, because he doesn't open up like this to other people and he doesn't talk about the past. Like, at first he says he doesn't want to talk about how he got there, but then she gets him talking. She says, is that where you got all this stuff? And he says, some of it was here already, and some of it belonged to she says, to who did you come here with? And he says, my mother. She was nice. So he never gives up any information like that to other people. He doesn't. He just shuts down and stays shut down. But she got that out of him because she is his mother reincarnated, and that was one of the early clues to that. She was able to connect with him on that level because instinctively he feels that maternal vibe, that maternal connection to her, even though she's in a new body, she's got a new life, reincarnated. It's still the same soul. So it's really, looking at it back at it now after finding out the truth, it makes the scene even more touching, that she of all people is able to get that information out of him, and how he says his mom was nice, and no one has gotten that out of him. Like, anytime someone asks how he wound up there, he says, I don't want to talk about it, and leaves it at that. And then he bites into the cookie and he says, I think I have some pretzels because these are stale. Yeah, you think? Yeah. And look at the way she's looking at him too. It's like on some instinctive level she feels a connection to him too, and she just doesn't know why yet. The expression on her face, it's powerful. And the whole maternal thing started when they were in the cave and he was triggered by the dummy. That's where it first started. She was able to calm him down, and then she took the lead and started leading him the rest of the way out of the cave and urging him to be calm. And she was able to do it because she was his mother in a past life, not just a mother figure. She was his actual mother. I don't think just any woman could have done it as a motherly figure. It had to be her. What is this? Enman's cookies. Yeah, so I think that's what it says. Maybe another fake brand. They have a lot of fake brands in the show. And then they hear noises, and it's Boyd running up, and
that scares me every single time. I don't know why.
Oh yeah.
I just don't expect it. I'm just like, those plot points where I didn't know Khatri had died and stuff. I just don't remember this ever happening. So every time somebody beats on the truck, I jump a little.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, because I know he's coming up to the truck.
Right.
Gets me every time.
But it's startling because it goes from being very quiet to all of a sudden he's busting his way in. Okay, this is weird. I definitely didn't see this. This I didn't see this in my video, but maybe once again it was my shitty Chromebook froze. These are the monsters that entered the bar. That's the teen boy monster and the 60s like mod girl monster. Did you see that when you watched it?
I don't remember seeing that the last time.
Yeah,
I wonder if MGM Plus skips or something, or just doesn't play through all the way.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll
go back and look at that later.
It really fast. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna look at it really fast on my television.
Okay, I'll just close that out because I'm not going to look it up now. It'll take too long. It'll slow my computer down.
Yeah, just address the chat for like a minute. And plus, people in the chat, I do address the chat all the time. Somebody said I didn't. I just did it with Doug Hughes like an hour ago. Okay, I'll be back. So fast.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Hey, welcome back, Trace. What else? What else have you guys been seeing? Yeah, Scarlet addresses the chat. Scarlet addresses the chat all the time. Hey, Real Therapy. Nice to see you. Welcome. Real Therapy just started her channel and she's covering Severance. So if you're fans of Severance, definitely subscribe to Real Therapy and check out her content. It's awesome. It has great psychological insight into the show. She's doing a great job, and so let's show her some support. We also know her as Grow and Thrive. She's been a member of our community in YouTube as Grow and Thrive, or L'Oriella in the Discord. So yes, give her a like and a subscribe. Yep, Dieter. There we go. Dieter dropped the link to her channel. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hashtag Julie was right. Well, I did predict Tabitha was going to be reincarnated before it was revealed. Yes, indeed. But other people did too. There are some people who predicted it even in season 2, but I wasn't around when season 2 aired, so I hadn't discovered the show yet. So I came into it later than everybody else. Ryan said, I'm not sure if you caught this, but the peach can labels in the trailer are exactly like the peaches that wrap around his room as a child. Oh, nice catch, Ryan. That's a nice catch. I like that. I didn't even think of that, but I remember in his room from Henry's house that there were peaches on the wallpaper. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I like how they did that. So, that's so sad. He was trying to make it feel more like home, like his bedroom that he came from. So he took the peach can labels and put them up around the walls. And no wonder peaches brought him so much comfort. He had peaches on his wallpaper at home. Oh, it's almost like.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say it's almost like the peach truck. It's almost like a helpful entity. I wouldn't be surprised. I think there is a helpful entity, and I think it probably brought the whole peach truck to town just to comfort Victor, because he had peaches on his wallpaper when he was a kid, and it's like, okay, here's a giant truckload of peaches to last you a few decades and comfort you. No wonder peaches comforted him. Oh, see, this show is so detail oriented. It's amazing. Oh God, it's a masterpiece. The writing of the show.
I'm also going to tell the chat I don't have the power to put chat things up yet.
Oh, because I forgot.
Or I would all the time.
I forgot again. I forgot again. I mean, generally, I can put chats up, but when I get up and leave, or like if I'm in my images tab and you see something that we should comment on and I can't see it because I'm in my images tab, then you'll be able to highlight it. Or if I get up,
or if on an off time when you're not wearing your glasses and I can read the chat better, it'd be good for
right,
me to be able to highlight it.
right.
So I
So
watched it. It's not on MGM Plus. I watched the scene twice and I didn't see any monsters.
okay, so in that case, it wasn't just me. It was not there. I
Yeah, but
knew it.
the smiley thing was in there. I've seen the smiley thing every single time when he changes, but I didn't see the monsters. It
Okay,
was weird.
so it's not on MGM. They cut that part out, which is weird. Why would they cut it out? I don't understand that.
I don't know.
Like, why waste a really fun moment with a monster appearance?
Yeah, it's just when he goes to the door and opens his hands on the knob, and then it goes to the next scene.
And I have never seen any other version of that. I've always disliked that. I wanted to see at least which monsters were out there. I understand not showing what they did to them for the surprise, but
yeah, I have a bootleg DVD. I think I'm going to break it out after we're done to see if it's on that.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, so Ryan said that on my rewatch, I'm doing it this time on MGM Plus, and there are a lot of scenes I'm used to that are not there. Okay, that makes me want to buy the whole series then, because I want to see all this stuff. Yeah,
or an Asian version. A lot of times there's region zeros. I shouldn't say complete boot because I think they're legitimate region zeros.
Yeah, because I want to see all these things that are not there on MGM Plus. I never
That's
liked.
Weird.
Yeah, I never liked that they don't show those monsters. That I wanted to at least see which ones were at the door. It's fun getting a little monster sighting. That that would have been much more interesting. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, like Martin here says, Scarlett's not going to address the chat as much because she would be interrupting me all the time, like if she were doing that. So, she addresses the chat plenty. She does it all the time. And alerts me to comments that I'm missing when I'm not able to look at them too. Anyway, like Scott says, Victor is a truly tormented soul. He's been there alone forever since he was a child. Yeah, it's truly tragic. Absolutely devastating story, really. And Victor mentioned someone was nice in season 3 and they wanted something from a magazine, and behold, it comes to town. Either Boy in White or Miranda get her a gift because she knew how to get to the real world often. Yeah. Wait, what came to town after he saw something from a mag? Oh, yeah, wait a minute. I think I know what you're talking about. That I forget. That car, was it? That toy car or something? That big giant thing? I don't remember, but I do think that there's a helpful entity watching over Victor and doing stuff for him. Yeah. Mr. Gregory says, in Japanese folklore, peaches have supernatural protective properties. The famous hero Momotaro, Peach Boy, was born from a giant peach floating down a river. He later defeated demons. During the Renaissance, peaches were frequently painted in still life compositions to represent purity, truth, and calm beauty. And also, Scott McCord told me when we had our conversation, thanks to that contest that I won, I was able to talk to him, and he talked about how in some cultures owls are the protector of the peaches. So he envisions Victor's spirit animal as a wise old owl, and that's how he draws him, and that's why he drew that picture in my cameo of the owl spirit animal, and he's, the protector of the peaches. There's a bottle tree next to him, and it's fitting, actually. I don't know why they're the protectors of the peaches. Well, I guess maybe they would scare other birds away from like, decimating the peach trees, I guess. But anyway, so Boyd busts open the peach truck, and Victor and Tabitha are like grabbing onto each other, panicking, not knowing what's going on. Which I thought was a nice touch here, an instinctive mother-son kind of moment, just grabbing onto each other because they think a monster is busting in, and they just feel that pull, that connection immediately. They feel comfortable together, and there's a reason for that. We just didn't know it at the time. That like they hadn't spent until this point, they hadn't spent any time together until that cave situation. And it just felt so natural from the beginning, so comfortable and familiar. So they bring Boyd in, and he shows them that he has a talisman, so they're relieved. And then Elgin comes running, and Boyd's like, whoa, 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 whoa. But this should have been his first clue. Okay, Elgin's definitely not one of the monsters, because he's never seen one of the monsters run. We know they can run now, because Smiley did it in the 1978 timeline, but they don't run now, and he's not exactly monster-like in the way that he's handling himself. But Boyd is understandably trepidatious and points his gun at Elgin. Then the actual monsters show up, and Boyd relents and allows Elgin to come into the peach truck. And it's Milkman, Librarian, and I think Mechanic, maybe Mechanic Monster. So they get Elgin into the peach truck, and they close it just in time, put up the talisman, and Elgin's just laying on the floor. Boyd points his gun at him immediately, like, who the hell are you? I think that's kind of unnecessary, but he's been through a lot. And Elgin says, he says, Elgin, my name is Elgin. I was on the bus. And Boyd's reaction is great. He's like, on the what? What is he talking about? What bus? I love everyone's reaction when they find out that there was a bus. It's like, you got to be kidding, right? A bus? A bus full of people. That's like the worst case scenario. The only thing worse would be if a school bus came to town with kids, a whole bus full of kids. So then you see Victor, what Victor does when he's triggered. Boyd is upsetting him because he's got the gun there, and Victor immediately closes his eyes and starts putting his hand over his ear. Trauma response. He's seen a lot of shit over the years, Victor. And that's kind of how he reacts. Yeah, there he is, triggered again. And I think that's the end of that scene. Yeah, that's the end of that. And we got Brick dying.
Brick.
Yeah, damn Brick.
God, he dies horribly, man. Of all these deaths.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
He dies when people tell him to shut the fuck up. He's coughing up blood.
I know, right? I know.
I guess Jim was like, you can get some pancakes to survive the night. You'll get some pancakes.
Yeah. Yeah, you just got to survive the night, Jim was telling him, yeah, in the morning, you'll have the best pancakes you've ever eaten, and it's going to be fine. But he's coughing up blood, and clearly he's not going to be fine. There's a lot of blood. And he's yelling, he's screaming, and they're telling him to shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up, man. But yeah, that's a lot of blood. That's a lot. Yeah, there was no way he was gonna survive that one. But unfortunately, he took Tom out with him on his way out with his yelling and screaming. And Tom is like, I think he's dead. And And Jim, once again, see this is symbolic right here. Okay. Once again, Jim is in a position of helplessness. He was always destined to be helpless in this place, not able to ever make like a real difference other than the only thing that he did crack the code in terms of the bottle tree numbers. And what did that do? That led to his death. You know, that led to the revelation of Tabitha and Jane's origins. It culminated in Jim's death. The one time he's able to actually serve a purpose and be useful, it leads to his death. He is a tragic figure in this show, looking back. Look how he's trapped under here and forced to helplessly watch while Tom is killed. Once again, he's trapped under something, like he was pinned in the RV by the tree, and he needed Boyd to come rescue him. He couldn't do anything for his own family. His wife was just out of his reach, unconscious. His kid was injured in the back, and he was pinned in the tree. I mean, pinned by the tree in the RV. We keep seeing these images of Jim helpless, because that was what his destiny was always going to be. He was always going to be helpless to fix any of this, to get them out of there. And this was just more of the same. He's pinned under the house now. Like, anytime he tries to actively do anything, he was trying to dig Tabitha out, the whole house fell on him and trapped him under there. So he has to watch while Tom is killed by this lovely creature. I actually got a pretty good shot of it too. It's not even blurry.
Yeah,
it was
nice.
It was very quick too. Split second fast.
The nurse? I'm trying to figure out the outfit.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the nurse.
It's very white and nursey.
It does look white, so yeah, probably the nurse, I would say.
She has a cap. Loses a cap, that one. She transforms.
Yeah, it's like when the granny monster transforms, the wig comes off and she's bald. So probably like that. Yeah, that scared the shit out of me when I first watched it too. Like, that was a jump scare. It just jumped out of nowhere. Oh man, rest in peace, Tom. But you know, at least we didn't have to lose Tom at all. He had just as many scenes as he did before as Ghost Tom.
Yeah, yeah.
If anything, he might have more. Yeah. Maybe a little bit more. They give him more dialogue. Yeah. And Jim is just pinned under the house and can't do anything. He has to this is forever his fate. He's just trapped, forced to watch suffering, madness all happening around him, and there's nothing he can do to make it stop or save his family, get them home. And yeah, that was just his fate, unfortunately. He's like the Fool tarot card, like, or I don't know, something like that. I don't know enough about tarot to know, but he was destined to be a helpless figure who's just useless.
Or the hangman.
In season 3, huh?
Or the hangman.
Or the hangman, you know? He was useless in season 3. He wasn't even trying to help with anything anymore until he just effortlessly, without even trying, figured out the whole number conundrum with the bottles. And yeah, he finally proves himself useful, and then he gets his throat ripped out. That's what he gets for that. I feel bad for Jim. I really do. Like, I find him a much more sympathetic character looking back. I mean, I always had empathy for him and his loss as a parent, of course. But I have even more now looking back at what happened to the whole trajectory of events there. He never even had a chance. And he just wanted to protect his family after losing a child, which is just unimaginable. So, getting back to the diner, they can hear Tom screaming, and then Julie starts panicking and completely flips her shit and tries to run for the door. They have to stop her. Like, she's like, having a complete panic attack, screaming, and now she's like on the floor, and who walks up? Not just Donna, but Tilly. Tilly always just wanted to help. Another example right here. Tilly goes up and tries to comfort her. She's just a naturally helpful, kind person. She's telling her it'll be all right, and she's kind of like the way she's putting her hands on Julie, it's almost like a healer too, like it seems like she was brought there to kind of fill the role of a Father Khatri type, a spiritual type.
Mm-hmm.
She did lead a prayer circle later in season 2, and she's just trying to calm her down. And at the bottom line is she was just trying to help. Again, she's always stepping up, trying to be helpful to people. Of course, Marielle and Kristi are there, and Kenny is of course noticing that in the background, I'm sure. And for once, Marielle is, I think Marielle is starting to understand that this is legit and not being yeah, see, look at Kenny's face. He sees them together.
Oh, no.
Yeah, poor Kenny. I just feel so bad for Kenny. Creelman's Cola. Here's a soda machine, and it looks like it comes in several flavors too.
See, that's going to be the jerseys. That'll be the sponsor.
Creelman's Cola. Yes. Yeah. And for some reason, Donna shares a look with Randall. Maybe she's trying to like kind of communicate without words, like, see, like this shit is real. This is not an act. We're not putting on a stage show for you. She looks up at Randall, and Randall just stares, but he's still not convinced, obviously.
Yeah, because he ties her to a tree later.
Yeah, exactly. So then we're back to the peach truck, and so Boyd is kind of tending to his wound. Little does he know he's infected with the worms. He doesn't know it quite yet. And Victor is staring at Elgin, who is just resting peacefully, not bothering anybody. Victor doesn't know anything at all about Elgin. And he just says, I don't trust him. I don't trust him. And he has no reason to say that. I mean, okay, you could say, well, he's a new person. Victor is suspicious because, but Victor has never had this reaction when other new people come to town, automatically not trusting them. He walked up and talked to Julie all of a sudden, didn't know anything about her when she was tied to that chair in season 1. So this is why when season 3 came around and Elgin started seeing the kimono lady, I remembered this moment, and I put in one of my videos, Victor said he doesn't trust Elgin, and I think this is why, because that never made sense. I think that somebody in Victor's cycle did something similar to Elgin. Elgin is now filling that role, and Victor senses it. He doesn't remember it, but he instinctively doesn't trust him, because maybe there was a monster rebirth ushered in by someone in the 70s, and Victor was there for it. He just doesn't remember the details, but instinctively he knows Elgin is now going to fill that role. So yeah, I put that in a video, and I said that's why I think that this kimono lady is not helpful, because at the time we were starting to think, oh, maybe she's not there to cause harm. She put her hands on Elgin's face. She didn't seem threatening. And she also said, please help me, in another scene. But I said, no, I think she's there to cause harm. And this is why Victor doesn't trust Elgin, because he seems like we've never seen any reason to have any ill will toward Elgin. He's as non-threatening as it gets, up to this point. And Victor doesn't know him when he says this. He doesn't know a thing about him. They haven't even spoken as far as we know. So Victor has this sense about people. He's dialed into the place like Ethan is. And somehow he senses that Elgin fills that role, I think, that a previous person filled. Even as he lays there innocently sleeping. So Victor is there coloring a picture, and Boyd says, "We're still alive, aren't we?" And Victor says, "For now." So like maybe he, I don't know, maybe he thought Elgin could have gotten them all killed at some point. I don't know. I mean, he just knows he doesn't trust him. He doesn't remember why. And it turns out he has good reason not to. And Boyd asks Tabitha how she's doing, and she says she's fine. And Boyd points out that he has seen this truck before. Like, that's something I had forgotten was revealed, because I remember thinking, how did no one notice this peach truck was there? How did no one find it? But they did. They just, no one bothered to even think to look in it. I find that kind of weird. I would think to look in it. You're in a town with very limited provisions. Maybe there's stuff in there.
It says canned goods on the side of the truck.
Yeah. Like, hello? Boyd said I must have passed this truck about a dozen times, and I didn't realize. He said, "Did you do all this?" Well, Boyd, you spent weeks going out all day scavenging the woods for stuff, but you walked by this truck a dozen times and didn't go in? Really?
It says canned goods on the side. Literally says canned goods on the side. Might be full of canned goods. Should investigate.
Yeah. Maybe you should investigate, you think? I find that hilarious, but I think the writers just kind of they shoehorned in the peach truck thing because they didn't intend to keep Victor alive past season 1. And so they decided to give him more of a role. And so this is their way of explaining it. Like they pointed out, yeah, okay, Boyd has seen the peach truck. He just never went inside. It doesn't really make sense, but that's okay. I can forgive them that, because I love the whole peach truck thing, and the way they expanded Victor's storyline. I'm so glad they kept him around. That would have been a terrible mistake to get rid of Scott McCord. I mean, how could you get rid of a talent like this? It would have been the stupidest thing they could have done. So, hey, however they can do this, writing in a forgotten sister to the script, giving him this peach truck, I'm all for it. It's great. I mean, it gave him so much more to work with, so much more story. So I'm all for it. And then he says, "Did you do all this?" And Victor doesn't answer, and he just says, "I thought you were on a journey." Boyd says, "I was," and he says, "Did you find what you were looking for?" I'm not sure how Victor knew what Boyd was doing, but I'm sure somebody told him that Boyd went on a trip into the woods. And yeah, I don't think it's that strange for him to say that. And Boyd doesn't answer his question, of course, because he doesn't tell anybody about his journey for a while. But he asks Victor what he's drawing. Like, I mean, does it really matter? Like, people need to start taking Victor more seriously, you know?
He draws Jasper, though.
He draws Jasper. Yes. Jasper.
I love that picture of Jasper.
I had totally forgotten about this. Yeah. Yes, I love that. It's Jasper sitting on the trunk like he saw him down in the cave.
Mm-hmm.
Just before this. Yeah. It's so great. Oh man. At first I couldn't tell what this was. You know. But yeah, it's Jasper. Yeah. It doesn't look exactly like him, but you know, it's not supposed
essence.
Not supposed to be that accurate. It's just a kid's drawing. So
I think it's pretty accurate. That's how I see him. It's kind of terrifying. The face terrifying. Is good.
Yeah, it's terrifying. One eye is wide
exactly.
with the other. The eyebrow, one eyebrow is up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Because the
great.
feet are kind of in a position. The arm isn't really Kash, but I think it captures it.
It captures his essence. You can tell he's in the cave too. There's like stalactite or whatever this is.
Yeah.
And Boyd is like, everyone is too dismissive of Victor. You know, Boyd's like, what
Yeah.
are you drawing? Maybe just try not talking down to him and really listen to Victor, and you might actually get some insight into this place. Victor says, things I've seen, it's good to draw them when you see them, so even if you forget, the pictures remember. I thought they were dreams, all those things, but the pictures remembered. So there's an important quote. That's how he discerns the difference between memories and dreams, and he wants to remember, even though this traumatized him and triggered him. He you know, I give him credit for that. He drew a picture of it so he'd remember he really saw that thing.
And
It wasn't.
then I would kind of equate that to the cave paintings, because the cave paintings are there so people remember.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the question is who made those? You know, who painted those? That's a mystery.
Pilgrim Smiley.
Pilgrim Smiley.
He's in a pilgrim hat doing the putting the
Yeah.
finishing touches on those.
I know there's a theory that Victor painted all that in the cave, but I don't think it's his style either. I don't think it's his style. No. Victor claims that the monsters did it, that they draw pictures too.
I don't think it's his medium, because his medium is crayon.
His medium is crayon, yes. Maybe the monsters did. Victor said that they draw pictures too. Maybe the monsters did draw the pictures. Like, if anyone could have drawn them, think about it, it would be the monsters, because if the cave wall thing, if that depicts the cycle from start to finish, then who would know that better than the monsters, how it all works? They would know how the story works. So maybe they did. I don't know what they used to draw it, but yeah, I think maybe they did.
Their own blood.
Blood, yeah. Maybe for the red part.
Yeah.
So yeah. So then he gets up and he hangs up his latest drawing while Boyd just kind of stares at him incredulously. Like, no one look how Boyd is looking at him. Most people don't even try to understand Victor. Why is it so hard to believe that a guy who was trapped here when he was 10 years old with a town full of dead bodies would be a little messed up, you know? Like, why is that so difficult for people to understand? He was alone for many years too after that. So like, I don't understand really the lack of empathy and understanding from people. He hangs up his latest picture. There's some dude in a mustache in that picture behind her, like several people. They don't look like these don't look like his typical style of drawing. It's kind of weird. A little bit different. Victor says the sun's coming up, so they all get up. And then it cuts to this
playing cards. Huh? There's playing cards on the table.
Yeah, Tilly, yep. So the jukebox turns on by itself, of course, and starts playing Who by Fire. I don't know who the artist is that performs it.
Well, Leonard Cohen originally did it, and I was trying to figure out if this was a cover or not. There's a band I like that's called First Aid Kit that covered it, but those are two girls, and this is definitely a guy and a girl singing. But I'm not completely
Right.
sure if it's the original or a cover.
I think in multiple cases this show has used songs that like they get someone new to perform a cover of it.
So you can
Like
save money.
the theme song, for example.
Because
To
you can
Pace Her
save
Off
money.
Rock.
You can save money.
Right. Right.
The original ones are usually like 20,000 or something to license, and if you get somebody else to do it, then you own that. You own that version of it.
Right.
Cheaper economy.
Right.
There's a
Right.
yellow tea. There's a yellow mug on the table too. I was just gonna point that out.
I was gonna say the same thing. Yep. There's a yellow mug on the table, of course. Right near Tilly. There's always with the yellow everywhere and bathed in yellow
Well, she's
light.
not playing. I don't know what she's playing because it's not solitaire. Because it's not going red, black, red. It's going black, black, red, black. Who knows what
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know what that is, but she's playing something. She loves her cards. First the regular cards and then the tarot cards in the next season. So and when the jukebox turns on, she just kind of gives it a funny look for a second and then just goes back to playing with her cards. Like, no big deal. She takes everything so
There's
much.
a 4 and a 7 too. I just pointed that out too. A 4 and a 7.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because of course there are.
Of course. Of course. So she she takes everything so much in stride. And so why not a haunted jukebox? Sure. Like, no big deal. Town full of monsters, no big deal. Like, she turns into the town gossip right off the bat. But I think, I don't know, maybe she's at an age where she's starting to lose her marbles and she's dying anyway. So she just, who knows? Some people start to get a little loopy when they age. So maybe that's all that is. And I don't think it's a conspiracy with her. I don't. It is. I just do find it kind of funny if she just goes back to what she's doing. Whatever.
Well, I guess you if you have a terminal illness, you just come to terms with it and you just make the best of whatever situation you got.
Yeah.
Because time's important.
You just make the best of it. She's just living every day to the fullest. It's like, okay, all right, well, more shit that it happens to her, and yeah, it's supernatural shit, but it's just more of that, and so she can take it in stride, unlike other people. Julie sees that the sun has come up and runs out like a maniac. The way she runs is so it's so funny. She's like she has a very distinctive run. She puts her whole body into it. She's just this flailing mass of arms and legs when she runs. She really puts a lot into it. And there's Tom. I can't show that too long. Yeah. I shouldn't have even taken a picture of that. I didn't intend to. But Julie runs to the house. I'm going to skip by that really quickly. Tom is dead. Not only is he dead, but they dragged him out from under the house to put him on display. The monsters love to display the bodies after they kill people. So they went to the trouble of actually dragging him out there. It's a scare tactic. It's terrorism. If the point of all this was just to kill everybody, then I think the big bad could have done it by now. Talismans or no talismans, like, that's just part of the game. And before the talismans, how come they were able to successfully hide as well as they did without the talismans? They could have easily all been taken out at any given point, especially before the talismans, but that's not the point. The point is to feed on everyone's pain and suffering. And this is part of it by dragging his body out from under the house so they all had to look at it. It's terrorizing the survivors. It's psychological warfare. So so that she's calling for her dad, and then he finally answers, and they all realize he's alive. So everyone runs over and pitches in to help, including Tilly, frail, sick Tilly. Bacta still only cares about her damn bus, and she doesn't go help. She just goes to check out her precious bus and make sure her bus is okay, I guess. And this is where shit gets real for her. Sees the trail of blood. I didn't take a picture of like the gore. It showed a really gory shot of the two bodies. I skipped that one. Stream can get pulled if I showed anything too graphic. She sees that, and now she's not so tough anymore. She's confronted with the cold, hard reality of the place now. And I felt bad for her, really, but she was so nasty in the first episode. I couldn't stand her her first appearance, you know? Like, you know, don't bother helping, you know, when the house collapsed. Like, let emergency services handle it. I got a schedule to keep up here. But now she realizes this is legit, and so then Boyd and Tabitha and Elgin, they leave the peach truck, and Boyd is saying, like, how many did you say there were on this bus? And Elgin says, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 people. That's a lot. It's a lot of people. He says the lady with the shotgun, she was trying to get people to stay in the diner, but once the house collapsed, and Tabitha's like, wait, which house? He says the one next to the diner, and then she takes off running like a bat out of hell. I like how he just said that so nonchalantly, like, you know, I don't know, maybe 20, 25. The lady with the shotgun, she was trying to get people to stay in the diner, but once the house collapsed, it sounded funny to me. Like, this is just every day. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah. Look how he's looking at Elgin. Look at Victor looking at Elgin in this shot.
Side eye.
Look at that. He's giving him major side eye there. Yeah. He knows. He knows. I swear he knows that Elgin is going to be trouble. Even though he's a good person who just wanted to help, this place was going to use him and manipulate him, and Victor knows it because he's seen it before and he senses it. He's got some kind of special ability. Like, I mean, he was able to draw the Matthews accident without even really seeing it. I think he just senses things based on everything he's seen there. And I don't think that he's seen literally everything in his drawings, because it would be kind of hard for him to see some of the wild stuff in those pictures. Some of it, I think he may have seen in his head, stuff that happened in other cycles, whatever, but he has some kind of extraordinary abilities, and he clearly senses something about Elgin. He has no reason whatsoever to distrust this kid. But regardless, Tabitha takes off running. Boyd notices the worms in his arm, and it's nasty. This is our first glimpse that Boyd has them too. Horrifying. It's so gross. I'm so weirded out when there are things in sci-fi or horror where
body horror,
when there's something under someone's skin. I hate that kind of stuff.
It looks really good. This effect looks really good.
Oh yeah, they did a great job with it. They really did. But it's so nasty. And then he looks up and Victor is watching. Victor saw it. I think Victor could see the worms. And they just kind of exchange a look. Victor definitely saw it. I'm sure of it. And maybe he's seen that before. If this happened in a previous cycle, maybe he saw that before, and it started with someone else who had worms and really cicada entity, and a monster was killed and ultimately reborn with the help of someone who filled the role of Elgin. And Elgin is, we talk about a lot about people filling certain roles. I still think that's true. Tabitha and Jade are reincarnated, but I think other people are brought there to fill certain roles, like people who came before. And I think Elgin is one of those people, and this is all part of it. Maybe he's seen that before. I think someone in his cycle probably had the worms, and that the whole thing played out in a similar way. The cicada entity gets unleashed, the monster dies, and then the guy who's in Elgin's role ushers in the rebirth of that monster. And Victor doesn't consciously remember it, but he sees that, and it jogs something in his head. So he gives him that look, and Boyd is telling him, close it, let's go, and Victor doesn't even move, and then he has to say again, Victor, close it. So Victor definitely sees it, but he finally closes it, and then they all take off after Tabitha. Did it show the side of the truck?
Yeah, it says canned goods on the side. That's what I kept saying. It says canned goods.
Yeah, I didn't get a good picture of it, but yeah. I didn't know if it had a company name or something.
It does, but I couldn't read what it was. It's very cursive-y. It starts with an A. I can't really figure out what it was.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was the epic season 2, episode 2. Incredible. Probably, I don't know if episode 1 or episode 2 of season 2 were my favorite. I'd say they were probably equal. But easily my favorite of the entire season. Yeah. Grant said he was my 19th favorite character. Rest in peace, Brick.
I was gonna say to this, Brick, he's no Eric.
Brick, he's no Eric. Yeah.
Eric. If you want, like, who's Eric?
Yeah. Who's Eric? Yeah. For a second, I couldn't remember who he was.
You can't remember his jokes about the tower, Julie? I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Such a great time. So good.
All the good times.
I like to do one thing. Can I do one thing?
Yeah. Oh, I know what this is for.
Yeah, you know who that's for.
Nope, that's your 4 a.m. wake-up call, Mackie.
Yeah.
That's your 4 a.m. wake-up
spot.
call. Mackie Vals, time to wake up. Let's see if it works again.
The Conjuring has succeeded.
Let's see if we can summon him. We can summon him. We did it. We've done it a few times. We
I could have put goat noises underneath it, but oh well. Maybe next time.
We've summoned a few people. We summoned him. I've summoned Doug twice by talking about him, and then all of a sudden he winds up popping in the chat. And both times it was a coincidence. He didn't hear me either time. He told me that.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got some like witchy powers going on or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's creepy. Yeah. Well, that'd be fun. It'd be hilarious if it worked again. So
he's there. Hey, Mackie.
Are you serious? Oh my god. Wow. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Wow. Has he been in the chat already or no? Was that the first? He was in the chat earlier. Oh my god.
I aspire to be Gwendolyn Christie, and because I kind of got blue eyes like her, I would put a headscarf on and just like go to town on the bell.
Oh my god, that's hilarious that he was there. That he actually did pop up. I swear to God, we summon people. We can summon people. We have witchy powers. Now we just need to summon.
Yeah,
Let's see who.
but he said he woke up 10 minutes ago, though, because, maybe he didn't want to be woken up by the bell.
Maybe. It's just the timing of it all is so funny. So we should use this power. Who can we summon here that we want to get here in the chat? Like, let's summon David Alpay.
Yes, David Alpay, are you listening?
We can use this. Use this to our advantage. We have this power, apparently. We have this
Yeah.
ability. It's happened 3 times in the last 2 weeks. So,
And money for laptop, money for laptop.
money for oh god. Yeah. Yeah, just try to manifest things.
David Alpay will bring a bag of money. It doesn't have to be his, for your laptop to your door.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, please. Yeah. Fletch said, Victor, what would you take if you ended up trapped on a deserted island? Peaches. Yeah, just loads of peaches and he'll be happy. He was content until his peaches were gone. We do need a flashback of that peach truck arriving in Fromville and the driver. Yeah. And this would be a great example of a helpful entity, doing harm to one person for the good of someone else. Like, well, you brought a truckload of peaches to town for Victor, but you just screwed that poor peach truck driver pretty bad. So there's that. I totally think that's why it happened, though. Seriously, I'm not even kidding. If Elgin's dream was about how Boyd ended up saving the town, shouldn't Elgin kind of know Boyd from his recent dream? No, that's not what it was about. He said that his dream, remembering his dream, was what helped Boyd save the town. Because when he remembered his dream at the end of season 2, he remembered the cicada nursery rhyme, and then Boyd realized that he needed to go back to the ruins, and like it clicked in his head. He heard the nursery rhyme and he realized he should go back to the ruins, and you know, he and Sarah, like Sarah heard the music box, or not, she could hear not the music box, but like the voice speaking in her head, and maybe the music box, I forget. But the stuff that Sarah hears there eventually makes Boyd realize what he needs to do and gets the torch and goes back, saves the town. That's what he meant with the dream situation. So I don't think he dreamed about Boyd saving it. I think he needs to remember the rest of his dream, though, because his dream had to be about more than just a little boy in white reciting that nursery rhyme. So it had to be some kind of carnage. Maybe he dreamed about what would happen to his own self and he having his eye lopped out. That could very well be what he dreamed about. That would make you panic and throw up. I could see that. Yeah, Fletch, that's exactly what it was. School bus with kids and parents on a field trip would be awesome. Samuel. Oh god. That'd be horrible. Yeah, that would be awful. Yeah, like Scott said, Grant, there's that one African American lady, that young black woman that we never see again in the Colony House Massacre, like Ryan said. An airplane an airplane would be crazy. There. Oh my god, if there would be an airplane or a helicopter or something. That would be great. A said once, imagine if a prison bus came to town. Oh my god, yeah. Can only imagine. Are you saying something? I keep hearing noises.
UFO.
You're freaking okay. I was like, am I hearing things? It's creeping me out.
UFO. A UFO.
I thought a UFO.
Aliens.
Oh my god, like that actually gave me the creep. I was like, I thought I was hearing things.
You are hearing things.
Oh my god. Wow. Yeah. A UFO? Oh yeah.
David,
Yeah.
help it. Get some money. Bring it over to Julie's.
Oh man, that's great. Samuel said, I thought he was going to live, but he ended up being just another brick in the pile of rubble.
Yeah.
Oh, it sucks.
There's another brick in the nut wall.
Another brick in the knot wall. Who the fuck names their kid Brick, right? Exactly.
I thought about that because I used to watch the sitcom The Middle, and there was a kid named Brick, and I also thought the same thing. Who names their kid Brick? A Mason? It's a good joke, Ryan.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a terrible name. And like Grant said, like I was talking about, our gym is always being helplessly pinned behind stuff. He was also pinned against the RV by Doug, by the man in yellow. Poor Doug didn't have anything to do with it. But don't piss Doug off, and don't screw with his glasses, or he might just pin you against the wall.
Don't touch those glasses.
If you've watched our stream with Doug, his on his Inner Man in Yellow stories, you would know. Don't fuck with Doug's glasses. Seriously, he will fuck you up. Anyway, not really, but yeah, don't fuck with his glasses. But yes, that's a great point. You know, one last time Jim was pinned helplessly as he died. That was always going to be his fate, Grant. It's a great point. There was no getting around it. Yeah. Let's see. Else. Oh, cool. Ryan is still posting theories in the Discord. That's awesome, Teeter. I'll definitely check those out when we're off stream for sure. And you know, and Roberts as well. I'll check out those posts and get in the conversation with you guys. I'd love to have more conversations in there. I may be still overwhelmed with Severance, but I'm forcing, like, I'm making time. I'm forcing time into my schedule for this because I'm tired of missing out on some of these things I enjoy. As I love doing stuff for my channel, but like I've been skipping a lot of these great Discord conversations because I get overwhelmed. But I make time for this stuff now. And even after Severance, it'll be even easier to do. It'll be a lot easier to do. Makes me think, did Christopher die? And when he screams, he did the same gesture, screaming with Jasper or some ish because he had him in his puppet hand. Hey, maybe. Well, Christopher definitely died because Jade got reincarnated from Christopher. So maybe it was something like that. Like, that's possible for sure. Yeah, Samuel, I think that guy under the boulder was Christopher in a past life. I do. I think all of those guys were Jade that he saw in those visions. I'm still on that train. I think they were all him. The Civil War soldier, the guy under the boulder. I think they were Jade in past lives, and the Puritan man too. But we won't go down that rabbit hole.
I disagree, but I'll disagree later.
Yeah, we won't go down that rabbit hole now. Ethan gifted Victor pens, but one color was dry. It was a bad gift. Oh, it was. Yes, he said it was a bad gift. It's just such a blunt little kid thing to say that it was so fitting. It was like two kids talking to each other. It was hilarious.
I kind of missed Ethan in this episode.
Yeah, me too. No, we can't find any little Ethan and Yellow Easter eggs for this. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Wasn't it the orange marker that was dried up? It wasn't the yellow one, right?
The orange one, yeah. Yellow. Oh my god! If it was the yellow one, I'd just lose my mind.
Me too. I would have completely lost my mind if it were the yellow one. Damn.
Yellow one's dry. That's because I mark a lot with it, Victor. That's why I draw my drawings with the yellow one.
Yeah. Yeah. That would have been amazing if it had been yellow. Oh well. A wasted opportunity. Let's see. Oh, what else? Bhakta went to check on the bus because she still doesn't know everything is real and she thinks she might have to bring it back to the bus depot. Yeah.
Make sure the bus is clean.
Yeah. Seriously. She's not bringing that bus anywhere again. Uh, okay, I don't know what that's about, but the monsters.
Yeah, I've watched that channel before.
Oh, okay. That's a word that I'm not allowed to say as a white person anyway, so I can't read it. The monsters, like there's certain words that, it's inappropriate to say. So the monsters learned from the last massacre to not end everyone again. They only had Victor left to torment. Yeah, real therapy. That's a good point. They actually, I was talking to Doug about that, and he said something interesting about it, that you know that he thinks that the reason why Victor was left alive all that time is because he happened to be the only survivor there, and the whole point in killing people is to torment the survivors who have to deal with the loss. So there was no point in killing Victor because there would have been nobody left to grieve him and be devastated and feed off of their pain. So instead, they kept Victor alive and fed off of his pain and suffering as he had to continue to live there alone and grieve. And I think that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. I like that. That makes complete sense for why Victor has been alive all this time, why he was able to survive. Makes complete sense to me. And I believe that the place is the big bad is feeding on people's fear and pain. So why kill Victor when he was alone for many years? There was no one to grieve him. So they milked Victor's fear and suffering while he was there alone. That was perfect for them. So yeah, that's the best explanation I've ever heard of how Victor survived. And that was from Doug Hughes. So I think it's spot on. AA said Victor was over Elgin before Elgin even started. I know, right? Jeez. Seriously. Elgin didn't even do anything. I'm just catching up with you guys really quick so we can wrap it up because we've been going a long time. Several war soldiers used to drink roasted and ground dandelion root as a coffee replacement. Oh, I didn't know that, Samuel. The company is Carrie's Canned Goods. Thanks for that, Ryan. Yeah, I was curious. It's probably another made-up company. Huh? You say something?
I was just saying, I just made a positive noise.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I wonder if that's...
Maybe I should look at the chat. This is why I can't look at the chat. I just run my finger over the chat and then my StreamYard goes wonky.
I wonder if that's a real... Carrie's Canned Goods. It seems like anything that comes to town, they're real brands, but the stuff that's already there, it's fake brands like Creelman's Cola and whatnot. I wonder if Carrie's
I
Canned
only
Goods...
saw them bring the Pringles. Like the Pringles and stuff that they have in the RV. That's the only authentic brands I've seen.
And bubbly drinks.
Bubbly. Bubbly.
Yeah. Bubbly.
Bubbly.
Yeah. So that was something that was a real brand. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's hilarious that Mackie popped in the chat again. We're witches. Yeah. We're witches. Yeah. I wish I could summon money. If I could, I would. Believe me. I would. Let's see. Anything else I missed before we close it out? I wonder what happened to the driver of the peach truck. Like, did it come at night and die? Or did he come during the day and stay with Victor for a while? Maybe it wasn't mentioned yet for a reason. Yeah, maybe. I'd kind of like to see that myself. Yeah. Yeah, Fletch, what is this protostar? What is that in reference to? You changed it a lot lately. I'm curious. What else? Julie's starting to hear voices like Sarah. Yeah, yeah, it's creepy, and it's, it's quiet in here, and I'm by myself in my room, and I thought I was hearing a creepy whisper, and it was just Scarlet. Yeah, that was that one. Yeah, it's creepy.
Even helping.
Yeah, we need to do
another one. Do the fun. I'm doing another one. Do them all.
Maggie said, "I wonder if an airplane could escape without getting stuck." Yeah, right? That's a good question. Could it take off again? What would happen? That would be interesting. You know, maybe it just would burn up in the sky or hit some kind of artificial barrier. Who knows? I guess what would happen, it would take off and it would just fly in one direction and then just find itself coming the other way. It would be a big loop in the sky, too. I think that would have to happen. So, let's see. Scarlet with the date hotline voice. That's great.
100.
Tears said, "I'm gonna join OnlyFans to get money for Julie's laptop." Oh God. Oh Jesus.
Start OnlyFans.
Yeah, do voice OnlyFans.
My boyfriend said I could start OnlyFans. I'm not joking.
Oh my God. What? Oh man. No judging. I'm not judging.
Yeah, I probably just do feet stuff.
Ryan says I'll start selling feet pics for Julie's laptop. Hey,
oh my God, I said that without looking at the chat. I just said I was going to do foot stuff.
I literally had it highlighted already too. Yeah. That was funny timing. Yes, there are people who have the foot fetishes. No judging here. It's not my thing. I don't get it, but hey.
No kink shaving here.
No kink shaming at all. Julie's innie won't let her outie focus on From right now. Understandable. it's hard sometimes. He went full method acting with Jasper on his way out. Like Christopher did. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. What else? Oh, just to remind y'all, the picture of the orange house is in Fromville. It's yellow, but boo, I can't see my computer. My cat. It's yellow because it's nighttime. He colored it orange, maybe. Okay. Yeah, Martin. I was wondering about that myself. What else? Martin said, "Oh, great, Scarlet. Did you watch them react to Harry Potter so you know which joke I was talking about?"
I haven't seen that one. I'm going to have to seek it out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Fletch, I liked Outlander at first too, but then I wound up, I stopped watching after a while. It got a little too, it was like a little too, I don't know. I got a little too bitter about romantic stuff and I couldn't stomach it anymore.
Well, it is a romance.
Yeah, it's too much.
It shows it's saying it's a romance because I used to work in a bookstore and I used to sort the romance section and they were in there. The Outlander books were in there.
Oh, it's a romance. I know.
It's a romance.
And yes, Jamie is hot as fuck. Yeah, and I really liked the historical element of it. I found that so cool, seeing them in different historical periods, and I did like that part of it a lot. And the time travel aspect of it was cool too. Oh, hey Taryn. Um, what do I think the colors mean? Well, I think the yellow represents hope. In many Western cultures, yellow represents hope. That's why people would tie yellow ribbons around a tree when their loved ones are away at war, the hope that they'll be back. I think it represents hope. And that's why Fatima's favorite sweater was yellow, because she was a figure of hope for that whole house. And Boyd wears yellow all the time. He's the human embodiment of hope in the town. I think that's what that means. Red is a sign of danger or evil, the evil entity. Like the red door to the secret room in the root cellar. That's where, monsters are reborn. It's, a mark of evil. So, it's a sign of danger or evil. And also, the man in the yellow suit has a red aura around him in the painting, which, it it implies evil, that he's got that evil aura. And yes, he's wearing yellow, but it's dirty. So I think it represents, a heart that was once pure but ended up corrupted, as Mary Shelley said. Monsters are not born, they are made. I think the man in yellow must have started out as a hopeful individual who was corrupted and turned into a monster. And that's why his yellow suit is dirty. So he lost his hope. He failed on some kind of quest. Based on John Griffin's inspiration for the man in yellow, he saw some guy on the street and it looked like he had been on a quest and failed, he said. So I think that he has been on some kind of quest and failed, lost his hope, and that's why his yellow suit is now dirty. As for the blue is a bit harder for me to nail down. Robert Saunders has a good explanation for the blue. I forget what he said he thinks it is. Robert thinks that the colors are signifying different levels of threat to the individual. Blue is the lowest level threat if someone is wearing blue. And then above that is yellow, then red, and then black being the highest threat level. Toward the end, apparently Jim was wearing black. So Robert has that color theory, so that's interesting. The blue, I'm still trying to make up my mind on what I think it means. And that's cool that you've discussed that with Robert. Yeah, Robert has super interesting color theories. Yeah. I'm still focused on From too, Taryn. I'm all over it all year. It's not gonna stop, that's for sure. Tarot theory. Oh, Scarlet fell off. Yeah, I think the tarot stuff could have a lot of symbolic meaning in the show. At the very least, you could see different characters representing tarot cards in the show. I could totally see that. I hate romance so much in shows because I got screwed over really badly. That's why. I don't even want to get into it because it's too depressing and we've had a fun stream. But I got my heart broken in a million pieces by the person I trusted the most in the world for 11 and a half years, just a little over a year ago, and it's still very fresh. So I can't stand it. I hate any romantic plotline on a show. I want to turn it off. So I'm not so happy that Severance is doing a lot with that this season. I really wish they would knock it off because I think it's unnecessary. And not just because I don't like to see it because I'm bitter. I think it's a waste of screen time. I don't need to see Dylan and Gretchen kissing. I just think it's completely pointless and a waste of time. But anyway, that's my bitter aside on that. Taryn says I'm 99% sure that the colors represent emotions: guilt, anger, pain, joy, patience, sadness. sadness, shame, envy, fear, courage, worry, hate, worry, love, hate, hope, and fun. Okay. Well, that's a lot of emotions. Let's see, wait, how many colors would that be though? Aren't there more emotions than there are colors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
There's
6.
more colors than that.
Well, I mean different shades. I want to get into different shades of colors. Yeah. But yeah, in terms of like actual colors, yeah.
Actual colors.
What, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, the colors of the rainbow. There are 7. But you start to
kind of stretch it out with 15. There's 15.
Yeah, I mean you can blend them around, blend colors together. Then you have things like teal and things like that.
Well, you could add the neutrals there. You could add like brown, gray, white, black to the rainbow colors. Eventually get 15.
Yeah.
You're creative.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's okay. It's okay, AA. Right. If the problem is AA, it's not my past experiences that are ruining good things for me. It's a long story. If you knew the situation, you would understand. I can't just go out and date again like an average person, and there are reasons for that. So that's why I don't like to see other people enjoying these kinds of things, because I don't think I can ever have that again. And there are specific reasons why I don't think it's not just my being pessimistic. I won't get into it here, but I could easily not easily, but I could let go of the past and just move forward, but I don't see it as a possibility for me. So hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong and some miracle will happen. But for now, I think it's hopeless. See, I was trying not to get into that, 'cause it's depressing, and I apologize.
I'll save you. I'll save you. Pretty cute goats.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think of the goats, Julie.
Yeah. Oh my god. That one is the best. The scream is the best part. That's hilarious.
Sometimes they fall over after.
Oh my god. That's amazing. That's so great. That's so great. Sometimes they fall over after they do the scream.
Yeah, they fall over. Yeah, sometimes.
Oh man. That's
You never
really
watch
funny.
videos of goats and they fall over?
No, but now I want to. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's great. Um um let's see. Well, thank you, Dieter. I hope so, and I appreciate the words of support. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be Googling goats screaming and falling over. Yeah. I need that. I need that. Anyway.
Maybe I can find you a GIF and send it to you.
Oh yeah.
Like when you're looking at those kangaroos.
Oh yeah. Wait. Rewatch what interview with Liz Moy, Taryn? What interview? I'm confused. Because I interviewed Doug and Simon, but I haven't interviewed her. I would like to interview her. In fact, now she just recently did an interview with a channel that I hadn't heard of before, and since apparently she's willing to do interviews, I'm thinking maybe I'll try reaching out to her myself. Let's see what happens. I didn't expect her to still be doing interviews. Yeah, it was Simon's interview. Yeah. Yeah, it was Simon's interview, and I interviewed Doug Hughes, of course. Not just on the live stream, but I did a pre-recorded Doug Hughes interview too. Oh, Dieter posted a link that I will be checking out after this. Yes. Anyway, though, we need to get off of here. We've been doing this for almost 5.5 hours, and really enjoyed breaking it down, and thank you, Martin. That's very kind. I appreciate it. Thing is, I do want that though. I've always wanted that more than anything. I know it may not be the most feminist sounding thing, but I do want that. So maybe it's not hopeless. So hopefully it's still possible. I'm trying not to give up hope, and give up on myself. Anyway, I really enjoyed breaking down this episode, and you know, I mean, we get so much insight from looking back on it now with all the revelations from season 3, and it was great. So, uh-oh. Oh no. Scarlet dropped off, and I don't want to sign off until she gets back, but I need to. Oh, she's back. Good. That was quick. Scarlet, what happened? Did you click on the goat link?
I'm trying to find fainting. I sent you fainting goat gifs. There's a lot of them. There's one where somebody opens up an umbrella and there's a bunch of goats and they all faint.
Oh, nice. Nice. I need to see this. Yes. Please send me the links if you find them after. I'd love to see it. And thanks for being here for this whole stream, Ryan. You've been awesome. It's been fun having you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support for us in your Facebook group and letting Dieter drop links. Not everybody lets people do that in Facebook groups. So yeah, thank you, Ryan. We appreciate your support, and hopefully we'll see you on future streams. We'll be oh my god.
I had to multitask, Dieter. I had to find Jeff's or Julie to make her happy.
Yes.
Hopefully there'll be one of screaming and some fainting.
Yeah.
On that page.
Oh yeah. That'd be great. My cats are gonna have a ball watching me listen to screaming goats. Yeah. Probably. Yep. Thanks, Martin. I will try. Yeah, I'm trying. I love this. I love the goat noises. It's great. It's great. So, okay, hold on a second. So tonight we're gonna be doing our watch party for episode 9 of Severance already. This week flew by. What the hell? I feel like we just watched the shortest episode of Severance ever, the Cobell show, and it's already time for more Severance. It's crazy. The season is flying by. So tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be dropping that and we're streaming that in the Discord when it drops. And then a second time right after we watch once, I'll play it again and we'll have a voice chat. So if you're not in the Discord and you want to join, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video. It's a lot of fun. We even had fun last week, even though it was a kind of depressing downer of an episode. We still had a fun chat regardless. And so we'll be doing that. And Friday night is going to be our awesome Man in Yellow Storytime with Doug stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. And it's going to be our giveaway live with Love Crochet by Alexis, who will be calling into the panel. You can call into the panel too. Please, somebody, I'm begging you, with a question or a comment for Doug, try to overcome your shyness. We would appreciate it. And yeah, I know people are shy and it's tough to do, but it's really not as scary as it seems, I promise. So Alexis will be calling in and she'll be giving away a jade crochet doll. So all you have to do is just show up, and you'll be automatically, anybody that wants to in the US, she can only do it for US residents. Apologies if you're international, but for US residents, you just have to show up and I'll give you a code word and you type it in the chat, and then a winner will be randomly selected, and she'll announce it the next day on her social media. So don't miss that. That'll be 10 p.m. Eastern on Friday night with Doug, our call-in. And then after Doug heads out, we'll be doing From Academy Friday with Doc as usual, and we'll be diving more into boy in white and the dog theories. The dogs, plural. So we'll be doing that too. So please, if you feel inclined, share your theories about the boy in white and the dogs in the From Academy section of our Discord, which is new. We just made it this past week. Dater made it for us. So we can discuss, anybody that wants to post your theories in there, we'll discuss them during that portion of Friday's stream. After the Doug section, when we dive into the From Academy part, we'll do that. So if you want to have a discussion on that and contribute, you can head into my Discord and look for the From Academy channel and drop some theories on the boy in white and the dogs in there, and we'll discuss. So Friday night will be quite a busy, fun schedule we have lined up. So hope to see a lot of you guys there, and really looking forward to it. And have a good day. You too, Mackie, and everybody else. And thank you so much. You're so sweet, Mackie. Appreciate you.
Thanks to Julie. Thank you for all you do.
And thank you, Scarlet.
Thank the chat for all they do. I read every single thing that people put in the chat. If I don't say it, I read it.
Right. Scarlet actually notices a lot of stuff more than I do because
I just can't highlight it. I mean, I don't want to be just babbling to myself about something that seems to be my thoughts, but it's somebody else's thought, and I'd like to put it on the screen so it has some context.
Right. And also, I'm in my photo tab looking at that, so I can't see the chat. So I don't see everything either. But Scarlet addresses the chat all the time. And I'm going to give her the ability to highlight comments too, so she'll be able to do that. If she sees something that I miss that we should address, or if I have to step away for a minute or something, then she'll be able to do that. And I kept forgetting to do it, but I am going to do that. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, check out Discord. I'm going to see what's new in there too, and reply to some folks in there. And yeah, there's a special channel in there now for From Academy. So make sure you check that out if you want to discuss your theories on the boy in white and the dogs for Friday night. We'll bring them up. Mackie said, and you too, Scarlet, the maiden of information.
Sounds
nice.
Have a good night. Always laughing at me.
Have a good night, Martin. I'll play Sean Majumder's cameo again before I sign off. People feel like watching it. If you haven't seen it, it's fun. He does it as Father Khatri, and it's very entertaining. He did it mostly in character, and he made some hilarious jokes because Dieter told him about the severe pain I have in my legs. So he took a comedian standpoint and he made some jokes about it, which I thought were hilarious. And it's healing to laugh at your own problems. It's healing to be able to laugh at it. So I loved it. So I'll play it on the way out. Thank you, Martin. Love all you guys too. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. I would be lost without this community. So I can't thank you all enough. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for showing up for these rewatch streams. Even though the show is not coming back anytime soon, I really appreciate it. I love the show, and I didn't want to stop talking about it when the season ended. So I'm still a relatively new fan. Next month will be my 1 year anniversary in the Fromville. So I'm all locked in. I want to keep this up. So if you guys didn't show up, then we couldn't keep doing this. So I really appreciate all of you and everyone who listens to the replay as well. Thank you. And the listeners, the lurkers. I appreciate all of you so, so much. And if you could throw a comment after the live chat closes, if you could throw a comment in the comment section, that helps with the algorithm and people finding me. That's appreciated. Even if it's just a quick little thing, it doesn't matter what it says, it triggers the algorithm. So anyway, thank you, Scott, for all your help as always.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, Dieter, I don't have the compilation ready and handy yet. I'll do the compilation one next time. He made a new compilation of all the cameos spliced together, but
I haven't seen this one, so I'll be watching this one.
Yeah, Scarlet hasn't seen this one yet, so I'll play this one in full now, the Sean Majumder one. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you so much to awesome Scott, awesome Dieter, for everything you've been doing all night, all of your support. Truly appreciate you, Susie, all of you guys. You're the best, and the rest of the awesome chat. All of you, you're terrific. I appreciate you all. All right. So hopefully we'll see some of you tonight. Some of you, if you're Severance fans, you can check out the watch party with us. And actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna play it right from Discord because I didn't upload it yet, but it's here. It's right in Discord, so I'll share my screen and play it from here since Dieter was kind enough to put it right in here. I'll share my screen, and this will be my sign off. So hold on a sec. So have a good day or a good night, everybody. Truly appreciate you guys, and we'll see you on the next one. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Can you see it now? Is it showing? Wait,
That was a good one.
That was great. Okay. Alrighty then. It was the goat saying goodnight too. All right. See you next time, everybody. Thank you so much.
Julie B, my child, it is I, Father Khatri, Papa K, Big Daddy K, Big Daddy Khatri, Father, Papa K, it is I. And I've gotten word that your legs are messing with your mind. Not cool. Not cool, legs. I don't like it. And as a guy who used to think he had a direct line to God, you know, I would normally put in a good word for you and tell him to fix those legs. But he hasn't been listening to me. He's a fucking asshole. Is what he is. It's not working out for me. I don't care what anybody says. And I just wanted to let you know that I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about you here in the afterlife. It's been a rough go out here. But am I in the afterlife? This is the question everybody wants to know. Am I real? Am I still there? Am I only, as the great Ebenezer Scrooge once said, perhaps it was a bad piece of meat. That's why Scrooge was seeing all those things. Maybe I'm a bad piece of meat in Sheriff Boyd's belly. Who knows? Even the actor playing me has no idea. Nobody knows. But Julie B, I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromville, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. Every person that's out there, but specifically you, shitty legs and all. I'm telling you what, You guys keep the ball in the air, and we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe. I don't know where you are. She said you're on the other side of the ocean. Are you in Madagascar? Are you on an island with a bunch of lemurs running around? That's why your legs are bad, because they're eating all the fruit. Madagascars, they love eating limes and lemons. My solution to you, kill all of the lemurs. It's the only way your legs are going to get better. Terrible advice. But, Julie B., I'm just thinking about you. Really, I am. I think Dieter is amazing for them to do this. I just think it's great. And I hope you're feeling better. I know. I like, the worst thing is not like, sounds like the doctors have no idea what's going on with your legs. Well, that fucking sucks. But I know that when I'm feeling like particularly down and like, when will this ever end? Or, you know, I've been going through a lot of shit lately, like with moving to Canada. I've left the United States. We've uprooted our lives and we're moving to Canada. And I'm really, really thankful, because I'm here now in Canada after moving my whole life. It was hard. It was so hard. I know it's not the same as what you're going through, but I just know that, you know, in time of distress and in time of hardship, I always find that when I think about the long game, the big picture, it helps. It really does help. And the moment right now is terrible. But when you think about the large, big, gigantic picture, when you scan way back, this is a moment in time, and you're going to get through this. And I hope you do. And otherwise, I would say get a couple skateboards and some duct tape and some cushions. Just chop off your legs. I've seen it on YouTube. You're on YouTube. You know that. Just chop off the legs. Go for a rip. Maybe you'll end up on Guinness Book of World Records for the fastest double skateboarding YouTuber. Anyway, I hope I'm not being too insensitive. But either way, Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now, but he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
I was going to just sign off from there, but yeah, Dieter, there was nothing to worry about. I thought that was hilarious. That part about him cutting off, you know, you should just cut off your legs. It was hilarious. It was hilarious, and it made me crack up laughing. So nothing to worry about. I thought it was so funny, and it's good to be able to laugh at yourself and laugh at your own pain. It's a healing thing, you know, like gallows humor, you know, it's a good thing, believe me. So I loved it. Thank you, Dieter. Season 4 is gonna be fucking bananas. Yes. Wait, that's not the right one. Season 4 is gonna be fucking bananas. I loved when he said that. It just got the gears turning in my head. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking bananas. Oh, just I can only imagine what's gonna happen. Yeah. Kill the lemurs. Like, no, not the lemurs. The poor lemurs. You can tell that he's a comedian by trade. You know, this is what he does, and including irreverent humor. And that's just a typical comedian thing, and I loved it. He said, I hope I'm not being too insensitive, because you could tell he was a little worried. Maybe he was. He wasn't. I loved it. You could tell that he cares about my situation. And he said, I'm thinking about you. And it really meant a lot. And saying that he, you know, that they appreciate like what people like me bring to the to the community, to the fan community, to keep the ball in the air and keep the conversation going. That it meant a lot, you know, and especially me with my shitty legs, he said. So even with my shitty legs, I'm still doing it. So I loved it. It was great. It was something you would expect from a comedian, and he's hilarious. I love him. Now I'm following him on Instagram a lot more because laughter is healing. Laughter is medicine. Should I send David Alpay to Madagascar with the money? Yeah. Send David Alpay to Madagascar with the money. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Honestly, it sounds like a better place to live than where I'm at right now. So I'd like to move to Madagascar. I wish I were there. And with David Alpay and a whole bag full of money. It sounds like paradise to me. That priest is so drunk. Yeah, he's still the worst fucking priest ever. Like Scarlet says, yeah, was he drunk? He was in character perfectly as Father Khatri, the worst fucking priest. Yes. Keep the ball in the air is a clue to an island, fruit, limes, lemons, all clues. So is sucks, believe it or not. Okay. And moving to Canada. But he really did, though. I mean, he did move to Canada. If he did that just to drop a hint, then he really went all out on that one, because he picked up stakes and he moved all the way back to Canada. Repatriating. The dream. Yep. The dream. An island escape with David Alpay and a bag of money. Sounds like paradise to me. Yeah. All right. No, it's not going to be another hour. I just wanted to make a few comments on that because of something Jeter said in the chat, and nope, I'm gonna get off now. But thank you guys again. Appreciate you all. Thank you so very much for continuing to show up for these rewatches, even after we took a break. I was kind of worried we got out of the rhythm of it for 2 weeks and people wouldn't feel like getting back into the rewatch, but you still keep coming. So thank you so much. Couldn't keep doing this without you guys making it a great conversation. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of you and this amazing community that's been a lifesaver and a life changer for me, more than I can begin to express. So have a good day or a good night. And we'll see some of you maybe tonight in the Discord for the Severance watch party at 9 p.m. Eastern. And other than that, our next From Live will be 10 p.m. Eastern on Friday night. Our call-in with Doug Hughes and our Jade Doll giveaway. So looking forward to that. Gonna get off to that island dream with David. Make it rain. Yeah, I need to manifest this for myself. Yeah, manifest it. Yeah, that would be great. That would be amazing. Yeah. Good night, Scott. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dieter. And thank you, Martin and Scarlet and everybody else and Susie. Yes. So have a good day or a good night, everyone. And I'll see you next time.